Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Temari. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Uzumaki Naruto, the hyperactive knucklehead ninja, was walking towards the lofty village walls of the Hidden Leaf Village, an unconscious Sasuke slung atop his shoulders. He was the last one of the retrieval squad sent to retrieve said Uchiha to return, and even though he was bleeding profusely while barely hanging on to his consciousness, he was grinning like an idiot. He had accomplished his mission thereby fulfilling his promise. After all, Uzumaki Naruto never went back on his word, this time being no exception. As the gates to the village became visible to his glittering azure orbs, his injuries were finally cloaking their veils over him to the limits of his bodily endurance, prompting him to ultimately fall down on the ground with a thump, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Temari was walking on the path leading to the Leaf Village. Her ever-present battle fan was slung on her back like usual, and the white battle kimono she donned was draped to her curvaceous figure, held onto it firmly with a red belt tied to her waist in a knot. Her were hair trussed into her usual 4 ponytails. Most found it unbecoming of a young female such as herself, mainly since it downplayed heavily on her looks. But to a kunoichi as serious as she was, it was a necessity. Looks didn't help you in battle, and they sure as hell never came in handy during shinobi affairs. She was taught that the strong way many times in the past. Her teal eyes caught 2 silhouettes lying there on the ground, unconscious, and she immediately rushed to them. Shikamaru had been taken by the medics ahead of her. In fact, the lazy genius had been adamant to get back to the village ahead of her, as soon as he possibly could, and she could relate to his worries on that subject. Seeing her baby brother, who she hadn't ever even suffered so much as a scratch through almost all his younger life, lying half dead on the ground after his battle with Naruto, she had never felt so troubled as she had right then. So, in short, she could relate to the pineapple-haired genin wanting to get close to his fallen squad mates as soon as humanly possible. Crouching down, she flipped over the Uchiha to make him face up. Her trained eyes instantly traveling and focusing over the spiral-shaped wound scarring his ear. Even though the high-degree burns were clearly evident on his ear, she could discern with a mere glance that his wounds were in no way life-threatening. So, putting that thought to the side, she gently placed him aside and turned all her attention to the second victim lying by his side. She didn't even need to turn him to realize that he was on the verge of death. The blood pooling underneath him in a puddle was proof enough, staining the ground crimson. Instantly rushing to his side, she flipped him over and tore off her kimono near her thighs right before pressing the bundled cloth over the gaping wound on his ear. She almost missed the shuffling footsteps coming nearer and nearer in her dazed state, but looking up to see the medic team now on site, relief washed over her entire being. Seeing them put Sasuke on a stretcher, she bristled. "Hey! Get over here, he needs immediate attention. His wounds are fatal," she shouted quite frantically. Their eyes looked at her in mild surprise before traveling down to the boy on her lap. Instantly, much to her added anger and confusion, those eyes turned cold. "Uchiha-sama is injured, can't you see? Plus, he is much more valuable to the Leaf than he will ever be." She glowered over him, but the men didn't budge so much as an inch in their stances. "We have our orders and we must follow them to point," they answered her curtly. Before she could so much as raise a word of protest, they were off to the village with an unconscious Sasuke now in tow. "Those idiots," she hissed. Looking down, her anger was replaced with worry. The blonde boy's condition seemed to be worsening each passing second. Her white clothes were drenching themselves in his blood, but she could care less about such trivial things right now. Cradling him up and placing him delicately over her back, she started jumping back to the leaf, intent on getting him there herself now. But feeling her back now dripping in his elixir of life, her heart skipped a beat. "Hold on now, you idiot, I'll get you help. Don't you die on me," she whispered worriedly, feeling his breaths turning fainter by the minute. Her feet started picking up their pace as branches started blurring beneath them in a daze. It seemed like hours before the foliage finally ended and she was rushing through the surprisingly unmanned gates of the village, straight to the hospital with a face of sheer urgency. Rushing in through the hospital doors, she slid to an abrupt stop. "I need help here." She spoke out loud, earning surprised looks from the staff going about their businesses there. Seeing the patient slung on her back, nurses started rushing close to her in a jiffy. "Please hurry up, he is in critical condition. This is an emergency." She pressed desperately, earning understanding nods from the nurse. "I understand that, miss," the nurse said reassuringly, now finally getting a good look at the bruised and beaten face of said patient. But catching a glimpse of those sun-embraced hair and whisker marks on his cheeks, even her eyes turned frosty. "I'll go and see if any doctor is free, please wait right here," she said. Her voice was all too calm now, a bit too calm for Temari's tastes in fact. Temari growled, helplessly watching her walk away without a care in the world. "What the hell's the matter with these people?" she growled, boring holes in the retreating nurse's back. Was she the only one who was seeing how serious Naruto truly was? Tsunade, in a coincidental turn of events, walked out from the operation theater housing an injured Chuji, and just as her eyes landed on the blonde, the unconscious one, she dropped her clipboard with a gasp before and rushing closer to him. What happened to him? Kami, pulling her hands back with sheer will from trying to embrace the boy she adored so much, she had to crush her motherly instincts and started rushing back to an empty room in hurry. "Never mind that, bring him in the room over here." Temari didn't need to be told twice, she followed Tsunade just as swiftly. "Shizun, get over here, right now," shouted Tsunade. Shizun came stumbling in, and seeing her brother in all but BLD on the bed as if he was something the cat dragged in, her eyes widened in horror. "Naruto!" she gasped. Tsunade slapped her cheek gently, snapping her apprentice out from the shock. "Assist me, don't fool around like this. We need to stabilize him, now." "Hi." Shizun agreed, pulling up her LTX gloves, intent on stabilizing him as soon as she possibly could. Temari stood there oddly, having no idea what to do now. She saw Shizun and Tsunade shouting orders in the air moments before the room was frolicking with nurses, one of whom dragged her out and seated her in the waiting lounge, quite forcefully for her tastes. She sat there, waiting, covered head to toe in BLD with no idea what she was supposed to do or even where she currently was. Too engrossed was she in worrying for the boy who had essentially saved her little brother in more ways than one, but now, here he was, almost on the verge of death. And all for what? That prideful Uchiha. Her teeth clicked together in annoyance. Ever since she had laid eyes on him, that prideful bee had left a bitter taste in her mouth. To outright abandon your village, the highest form of treason one could commit, just to get some petty revenge. He had to have been ludicrous, or suicidal even, she just couldn't place her finger on which one it truly was. Temari, she had to wince and resist the urge to cover her ears. Talk about being loud. "What happened to you? And why aren't you being treated for that matter?" This time she did cover her ears. The screech of the fabled banshee had finally succeeded in making her do so. "Please, Sakura, for Kami's sake, this is a hospital. Could you be any louder?" she asked in barbed annoyance. Sakura nodded sheepishly, clearly embarrassed at being told off on her antics so bluntly. "And this isn't my BLD for you information, it's Naruto's. He was critically injured when I brought him in, and as far as I know, he's still being treated by Tsunade-sama herself." Sakura snorted, urging Temari to look up at her with an elevated eyebrow. "Serves him right?" Temari narrowed her eyes at that, her tongue curling in distaste. "After I told him to bring back Sasuke-kun to me, he injured and almost killed him. You should have left him there for all I care. How dare you even say that, you filth?" Temari hissed. He had a gaping hole where his heart was supposed to be, and even after all that he was still trying to bring back that BSTRD of an Uchiha back to the village. "You are his teammate for F's sake, have some respect." She snarled lowly, like a lioness biting back her roar in mind of her surroundings. "You don't know anything." Sakura snorted, huffing in disgust. "My mom was right, after what he did to Sasuke-kun. I know he is the demon the rumors claim him to be. He could just go somewhere and die for all I care." She was cut off before she could spout off any more venom. Temari whispered, her voice frigid as an iceberg. Before I make you, and in the process put you in the same ward as your precious Uchihakan while I'm at it, allied villages be demed. She whispered, her tone ever the tempestuous one. Sakura shivered from the tone, knowing full well she was more than capable of carrying out said threat if need be. Plus, her own abilities were anything but confidence-inspiring. Stay here for the demon to wake up then, I couldn't care less. She huffed again and walked away, leaving an irate Suna heiress behind. Taking deep breaths to calm herself down before she threw a tantrum, Temari sighed. Temari, what's wrong? Turning around with a start, Temari was met with a familiar pair of teal eyes, her eyes softened seeing them. What has you so riled up, sister? A monotonous voice asked. Everything's fine, Gaara, nothing for you to worry about, she assured him half-heartedly. Gaara nodded, knowing full well she was lying, but also knew that she must have had to have her own reasons for doing so and left it at that. Temari was glad he didn't probe any further, even if the thought of ridding the face of the earth from the plague of one bubblegum-haired banshee was much too tempting. She decided that in the end, it just wasn't worth it. Then why are you covered in BLD? He asked, as monotonous and stoic as ever. She looked down to herself, only now realizing how she was appearing to others around her. It's not my BLD. Her answer made Gaara curious. Did his sister kill someone too? Improbable, not impossible, he thought. The idea was tempting though. It's Naruto's. He went stiff as a board hearing that. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is he all right? He asked. Even as cold as he was, even Temari could see the urgency in his eyes. Small wonder for her brother to act that way after what Naruto had done for him, she mused. She nodded an affirmative. Tsunasama is treating him at present. I heard from her his healing is inhumanely fast, and add to that her skills, she'll have him out of harm's way in no time, she assured him soothingly, and it worked. He nodded, trusting her enough on this. We must head back to the village then, he said. Her heart skipped a beat for some odd reason. She didn't want to leave, not yet. The village council has called back all shinobi we have at our disposal at once. They must take a decision on what the next course of action for our village will be. She wanted to argue, not knowing why, but in the end said nothing. She knew full well as to why they, or more specifically he, was being called back. The village was weak and distraught at the moment, so they must have their ultimate weapon at their disposal to show their strength in front of any and all who may think of taking advantage of Suna's weakened state right now. Even if she loathed it with all her heart, it was what it was. Nodding vehemently, she got up and walked out to head to the changing room. She needed to change her clothes with the spares she kept for such times after all, and even if a tiny part of her heart made her glance back again and again back to the operating room behind her, she trudged her way out without another word. Duties came first after all. 6 months later, a small civilian village in the Land of Wind. Walking down the barren streets in the scorching afternoon of this desert village was one Temari Sabaku. In her hands were a bundle of papers, some supply orders she was assigned to get signed by one of their merchant traders. Letting her eyes trail up to the sky while covering them with her hand for a failed attempt at shading them, she sighed. I'm hungry, she whined. It was nearly lunchtime, and apart from some water in the morning, she was apparently running on fumes by now. I need something to eat, and I need it now. Those Dmed merchants did negotiate hellishly if she were to be honest, but she wasn't so inept as to give in to their demands without slicking her way through it. Stopping outside a shop with a start, she saw a familiar crown of golden tresses clad in an orange jumpsuit hauling crates here and there. She smiled, almost going in to go and slap his back in a happy greeting, almost. There was certainly something odd about him, to say the least. Now that she looked a bit closely, his clothes were stitched in several places, and on top of that, they were tattered even more. They were barely even passable for a wage-working civilian laborer, much less a full-fledged shinobi. Dread coiled in her heart like a snake. There was a feeling of melancholy around him. But the thing eating away most at her heart was the one object she couldn't quite see on his person, his headband. Walking behind a corner to an alley, she kept an eye on him from afar. Her hunger lay all but forgotten now. She saw her going up to the merchant, retrieving some coins, which she surmised as payment for his services. As little as it was all she could make of it at present. He walked out into the roads, she followed him, still from afar. He stopped at a ramen stand, and for the life of her she couldn't help the fond smile that lit up her face. That boy could inhale ramen, that much she knew from the time she had spent scouting out the details of all the participating genins 7 months ago. But for some reason or another, he was just staring at it with a faraway look, as if he were troubled. But much to her shock, he walked away from it without so much as a back glance. Even if she wasn't sure of her scouting memories during her time from the Chunin exams, she was pretty damn sure about hearing of his legendary thirst for ramen broth was something else. It had been the talk of the village at that time apparently. He never, and she did mean ever, walk away from a ramen stand even if he was dying, that was absolute. But she digressed, for now at least, and watched him walk up to a fruit stand to buy 2 pomegranates. Then he walked into a store and came out with a sealed bottle of water in hand. She followed him from the rooftops, taking extreme care to not be seen by anyone around her, especially him. Following him into an empty alley, she sighed in relief at how surprisingly shady and cold it was, much to her relief, and watched intently as he leaned against a wall to his back and slid down tiredly. She watched him bite hungrily into his fruit and gulping down half his water bottle afterwards. Sitting still for a few minutes, she eventually saw him lie down and usher into sleep. Deciding she had seen enough already, she walked up to him and shook him awake. Waiting for him to gather his senses, she took this time to run a closer inspection on him while she was at it. Now that she was within arm's length to him, she could see no traces of baby fat that once sat proudly on his cheeks the last time she had laid eyes on him. But seeing his half-lidded baby blue eyes eyeing her in honest confusion, she frowned. "Who are you?" he muttered sleepily. She frowned even deeper and said nothing, letting him see her even closely. But even after a minute, much to her growing ire, he was eyeing her the same way. "I'm sorry, miss, can I help you?" he asked again. Her frown deepened into a full-blown scowl, more so from his lack of energy than his memory gap. The latter only hurt her a bit for some odd reason. She crossed her arms over her knees. "Naruto, it's me, Temari. Don't you remember me, even a little?" she asked. He looked at her oddly as if she were funny. Tilting his head to the side, quite cutely in her honest opinion, he went to shake his head before realization dawned over him. "Ah," he gasped. "You're Gaara's, right?" he asked. She nodded, smiling. "It's been a long time." "That it has," she agreed. She was about to question him a bit more, when much to her embarrassment, her stomach grumbled loudly. In a snap, a pomegranate was in front of her face with its bearer extending his hand to her innocently. "Take it, you seem hungry," he said, in an unusually small voice, she noted. She blushed, taking it from him gratefully. "Thank you," she whispered, biting into it without another thought. She went past the fruit in what seemed like seconds to her. Naruto handed her his half-filled bottle, which she accepted with a grateful nod. "So Naruto?" she asked. He perked up. "What are you doing here all alone? Out on a mission or something?" she asked. He looked down, suddenly finding his lap much too interesting, and shook his head. "I'm not a shinobi anymore, Temari. I was banished from the village 6 months ago," he whispered, his voice downtrodden. It felt as if someone had dropped a house on her heart. She couldn't believe her ears. "What?" she asked incredulously, almost believing he was joking. "Right." He hadn't noticed her question, it seemed, and went on, undeterred. "They banished me from the village 6 months ago after the retrieval mission we did to bring back Sasuke. I guess you didn't hear about it, huh?" he asked. She shook her head in denial. "I'm barred from entering the Land of Fire or any of its allied countries including Wave and Spring, or will face immediate execution for breaking said laws," he whispered, as if he were daydreaming. To say Temari was shocked was an understatement. "Then what are you doing out here, Naruto?" she asked. "Why not join some other village or something?" He chuckled a hollow laugh, devoid of all humor. It made hair rise on her neck for some odd reason. "Abu and all their allied villages are still resentful of Konoha. They would rather see me dead than take me in," he replied, and she could see sense in that assessment. "Kumo, if they somehow found out about me being a Jinchuriki, would rather extract the Kyuubi into one of their own loyal shinobi, killing me in the process to increase their own strengths. Kiri is still in a civil war, so they too want some Jinchuriki of their own for their own reasons. and the smaller villages won't even look at me straight. It causes unrest among major villages if some minor village hosts the most powerful of the 9. A small streak of water lined her eyelashes. Then how have you been getting by, Naruto? What are you doing here? She asked. He smiled and looked down at his lap, unknowingly causing his hair to foreshadow his eyes. By going to ask help from minor villages, I caused word to spread around that a Jinchuriki is roaming free and up for the taking. The Akatsuki was already after me, so I came here one day and went into hiding. I don't use any chakra or techniques here to risk getting sniffed out. The merchants here give me some work every now and then. They are not permanent, just some odd jobs here and there. No one wants a boy with a shady background like me around them for any longer than what is absolutely necessary, I guess. I make 50 or even 100 Ryo 2 or 3 times a week. It isn't much, but I make do by cutting some meals here and there. Us ninjas are trained to survive anyways, and I've been surviving since I was born, so it's fine. He smiled, small drops now estinging down his nose onto his lap. Her own eyes watered. She was barely holding back a choke of her own. Then why did you give me your fruit and water? She whispered, still not understanding anything at all, even if she could make complete sense out of it. He smiled at her, flicking his head sideways to cause glistering drops flick aside from his eyes. I know what being hungry feels like, plus, you're a friend. No one deserves to starve for any reason, no matter who it is. That was all he could say before her slender arms were encircled tightly around his neck. She hugged him. To think he had offered her his food without a second thought when he never had enough for himself. Just how? Naruto stiffened for a moment. He hadn't been hugged like this for years now. Ever since the 3rd Hokage had stopped seeing him as a child, only Tsunade had ever gone and hugged him. But his own will wavered. He hugged her back shakily. Let it out? Her small whisper was all it took to make him shrink in on himself and hide himself in her arms. Finally, the great dam holding back his heart broke. He hadn't cried when his friends and own teachers had reprimanded him for raising a lethal hand against Sasuke, the same person he was supposed to retrieve back safely. He hadn't cried when Sakura, the girl his heart always skipped a beat for, had told him to his face that it was good that the village was finally ridding itself of the demon that had plagued them for more than a decade now, and he just might even do the world a favor and die. But today it was different. The affection behind the hug had made his will waver. It wasn't grandfatherly like Hiruzen used to give him, it wasn't motherly like Tsunade used to glomp him, it was different. And he loved it. It had shattered his iron-strong barriers like glass. He trembled at his own weaknesses now being up for the world to see, or his hopelessness now emitting out of him in spades. He did not know. He hated to do it, but he wanted to let it out. It had been so long, so long. Temari held his trembling form for what seemed like hours before he finally fell unconscious. From trembling, crying, hunger, or tiredness. Did not know. All she knew was that he had needed to let it out, and she was glad it was her shoulder he had trusted to do it on. Lifting him up the same as she had done months ago, she instantly noticed the lack of weight bearing down on her from last time. He was feather light, even lighter than her. She checked into a local inn, placed him on a bed and ordered some ramen from the attendant on his way out. Zipping down the fastener holding his jacket close, she took it off of him gently, being extra careful not to wake him up by accident when he finally looked so peacefully happy. His body showed heavy signs of malnutrition, bone lines were evident everywhere on his torso, but the muscles on his arms were still ripped, much to her surprise. Was it from regular odd jobs without chakra enhancements or plain old buff from demonic chakra coursing in his veins to help him survive his ordeals? She did not know, neither did she want to. She shook him awake after an hour later, when the lunch finally came, and sat by his side. Naruto groggily opened his eyes, feeling a soothing hand brushing his hair lovingly and teal-green eyes looking down at him in what seemed to be in pure adoration. "Temari?" he asked. Sitting up, he looked around and regained his bearings, only to grow even more confused seeing his unusual surroundings. Why was he in a room? Was she here to capture him too? Suddenly, a steaming bowl of ramen was pushed onto his lap, courtesy of a fondly smiling Temari. "Eat up," she said. He perked up in surprise. "I took your lunch, so it's only fair if I pay you back, right?" she asked coyly. He looked at her, his eyes flashing innocent confusion. She folded a pair of chopsticks into his hands and gave them a squeeze of assurance. She whispered softly. He was hesitant. After all, it was just not right to take a full meal in exchange for a single fruit, was it? But he had no idea when he might chance upon such an offer next time. So, thank you, he whispered, and dug in, being extra careful not spill or waste any noodly goodness whatsoever. Temari sat there, her cheek plump in her palm as she watched him eat with gentle eyes. Quite honestly, she was saddened at the look in his eyes. It almost seemed as if that bowl was the most precious thing to him in the world right now, but what burned her the most was that she was right and she knew it. He finished the bowl in no more than a minute. She could see he was still hungry as she had expected him to be, and pushed a new steaming bowl onto his lap. Go on, she said. He nodded, almost going in for another bite before he stopped and looked at the bowl warily. Is it poisoned? He asked. She frowned, not at the small voice he talked in, or even the suspicion he had just forced over her, but from the point that he didn't even seem the least bit concerned over what she was about to answer him. She whispered honestly, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. It isn't poison, Naruto, trust me. He nodded, not meeting her eyes in the least. Her soft voice made his heart twist strangely, and he didn't like it, not one bit. She handed him a glass of water, one that he drank slowly before she wiped off his face with a tissue as if he were the child and she the mother. Involuntarily, a soft yawn snaked past his lips, his eyes drooping from being lounged on such a comfortable bed after sleeping his days away on the rock-strong ground for months on end. Always having to keep your eyes and ears peeled for thugs on the streets, or worse, the people after him, wasn't a thought that was currently present in his mind either. He was just tired. A hand gently pushed down his ear, forcing him to lay down his head on the pillow when a soft sensation ran over his forehead. Sleep now, you need the rest. You're tired, right? A cooing whisper told him. His lidded eyes looked unsure, but the weakness of months and the quiet comfort of bed finally overtook his vigilante senses. The safety of a place away from the harsh weathers of deserts with a roof on top to cover his head made him doze off almost instantly. But what finally did him in was the soft velvet-like hand that was rubbing his sensitive whiskers so tenderly. In a turn of surprise she hadn't expected, like an infant kitten, Naruto curled up into her arms and snuggled himself to sleep. Idiot! She giggled. Leaning down on her elbow, her eyes just fondly watched him sleep in hers like a baby, his soft purrs lulling her own eyes to sleep mere moments later. Naruto woke up, feeling quite possibly the best he could remember as far as his memory served him, only to see Temari cuddled up by his side. Her head was on his knee, both her arms hugging him like a bear while his own arm was wrapped protectively across her waist. He shook her gently. Temari, wake up. Her teal eyes opened, realizing her compromising position. She blinked. Naruto? She asked. He nodded. Had it been anyone else, absolutely anyone else, she would have beaten them senseless while yelling obscenities. But seeing his eyes looking so honestly confused, even more so than her own, it made even her sleepy and extremely volatile senses melt. She sat up and rubbed her eyes off their sleep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, it was unconscious, you know? Naruto mumbled. She nodded, already figuring as much. I know. He nodded back while she yawned sleepily. Plus, I have a habit of cuddling up to the soft toys I have in my room, so I guess I am to blame, she whispered. Realization struck her, horror overtook her entire being, and she jerked awake in disbelief, almost not believing what she had just unraveled to another person who wasn't her sibling. She looked at Naruto and blushed, half expecting him to outright laugh or making fun of her. Instead, Naruto just got up in an uncaring fashion and went to retrieve his jacket from the hanger. I'm sorry I bothered you so much. I must take my leave now. Thank you for the hospitality, Temari. He thanked her. She caught his wrist and pulled him back by her side. He eyed her in confusion. Don't go, she told him. Stay with me tonight. There's enough room for the both of us, see? She asked, motioning her arms around the room extravagantly. Naruto fiddled uncomfortably. He wanted to, Kami knew he wanted to. But was it safe for him? Can I trust her? He thought. But seeing her eyes looking at him in nothing but warmth and concern, his doubts vanished. I have nothing to lose anyways, even if it's a trap, he thought. He was much too tired already of life itself. Committing seppuku in few days had been his plan all along, so what was there to fear now anyways? Even if it was a trap, why not just stay here with her in his last moments? Although it might have been fake, some care and concern in his last moments would be nice, right? All right, he agreed, and she beamed with a happy nod. Are you hungry? Then she asked, and got yet another shy nod. She got up to go out and order for room service before turning around for a moment. Naruto? She garnered his attention. Go and take a shower while I come back. There's some robes from the inn inside, so you can use them for the time being. He nodded and she went out. Walking into the bathroom, he undressed and started working on washing his clothes. It was a force of habit he had from his childhood. Looks like it might die with him, right? The idea itself was laughable, at least to him. Plus, water in the land of wind had always been quite scarce to begin with, so it was only natural that he had retained this habit, he supposed. But walking into the cold shower, it felt heavenly, he had to admit. The soap started lathering away as grime and sand started accumulating down his feet. His hair, still normal length since he sliced them regularly with a kunai, more so to resist the scorching heat in the desert than keep them kempt, his skin shone once more like it had for years in the past. Walking out, he was greeted with a fondly smiling Temari. He looks so much better now, she mused inwardly. Gesturing her hand to the table, both sat on the dining table filled to the brim with food. Filling up a plate with ample amounts of rice before drizzling it with an extra load of curry, Temari gladly handed it to the gratefully nodding boy. Both ate in silence, Temari to gather up her mind while Naruto was much too interested in the food offered to notice her expressions. The attendant came and take the utensils away, leaving behind a couple of blondes shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Temari had no idea how to engage a conversation with him, while Naruto himself had no idea what to say. Had scarcely had anyone to talk to for quite some time, and even if he had, she was a kunoichi while he was no longer a ninja anymore. He had no idea what to say, so he kept silent. Finally, Temari sighed. Naruto? She kept a hand on his lap to calm the surprised boy down. Can I ask you something? She asked softly. He nodded, not seeing any problems with it. Anything, Temari, I don't have anything to hide, you know, he replied earnestly. She smiled, patting his thigh reassuringly. What exactly happened after I left you at the hospital that day? Tell me everything. And so his tale began. Flashback: the esteemed chambers in the Hokage Tower housing the council governing the village. Tsunade tapped her index finger impatiently on the table. Unknown to herself, splinters rose and fell as her nail ground out the wood itself from the inhumane taps she was making on the timber. Even as masked as her veteran gaze was, she had a feeling of foreboding about this. An urgent meeting with these old coots was never a good thing, especially if the smirks that threatened to cover their faces were anything to go by. Koharu, being the most influential one here, decided to start the proceedings. Hokage-sama, we called this meeting to inspect the reports handed in by all squad mates sent to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. Especially the reports concerning Uzumaki Naruto. She started. Bile rose in her throat. This wasn't looking good. I'm sorry, but with my medical duties I haven't had a chance to go over those reports. Even still, what did you wish to discuss? She suppressed her fears and masked her poker face on. Genin Uzumaki used 2 taels worth of demonic chakra, chakra of the 9-tailed fox, and lost control over it to the point of almost killing Uchiha-sama, the victim he was sent to retrieve, his teammate and by proxy a leaf shinobi, all because he wanted to show him who the best among them was. Koharu finished. Tsunade's eyes were downright murderous. I've seen both their injuries, and let me tell you, Naruto's injuries were far more grave than what that Uchiha had. How can you claim he lost control just like that? Where is the proof? She retorted. In a surprising turn of events, that could be attributed to the inherent skills and genius of the Uchiha. No. Asked Danzo. He aced the academy, possesses the revered Sharingan and fully matured it in battle with Uzumaki. Had it been anybody else? He left the threat hanging, murmurs rang reverberated around the quiet chambers like buzzing bees. Tsunade? Hamura fixed his glasses wisely. The council has deemed the boy an advent threat that must be suppressed now, he explained. Seeing almost no rebuttal, instead a handful of smiles, Tsunade bristled. He is no threat. We do not have the Mokutan anymore, neither do we possess the knowledge and sealing abilities of our past 3 Hokages either. Do you truly believe you could suppress the full might of the 9 tails all on your own if need be, Tsunade? Asked Danzo. Tsunade glared, but said nothing. As much as she loathed to admit it, that demed cripple was right, even still. She protested. Genin Uzumaki will be banished. That is the decision of the council, Tsunade. Koharu cut her off. Tsunade, having had finally enough, slammed her hand down on the table with a bang. You make no decisions, fools, she roared. I am the Hokage. Her declaration had absolutely no effect on them. Instead they seemed amused. That may be so, but this? Hamura threw a scroll on the table, unfurling it in front of her. The official seal of the daimyo made Tsunade's eyes go wide. Makes your say on the matter useless, he finished victoriously. Tsunade, barely restraining herself from lashing out and snapping some necks, glared at them. Especially Danzo. You too, Danzo, she asked, her voice incredulous and disbelieving. No one knows more than you how much we need him. She pleaded. The man shifted uncomfortably. She thought she had struck a chord. Be that as it may, a weapon ticking to blow up in our faces is worse than having no weapon at all. We haven't used that resource any time in the past. History serves us well, Heim. He finished stoically. The council and the daimyo himself has deemed Uzumaki a threat to the village. The decision is unanimous. There is nothing you can do. Do not let personal feelings take over, Tsunade. This was precisely why the Nidaime laid down such laws. As much as loved the deceased man, she cursed her granduncle inwardly. The seal is weakening. We will extinguish the threat before it ever comes to be. You have till dawn to let him know, or we will do it for you. That is all we can give you, Tsunade. The council may be dismissed. All elders, shinobi council members and civilian leaders got up to leave. Tsunade's eyes watered. She gripped the parchment in her hands in an iron grip. She felt so helpless that she hated herself for it. Remember this day well? She whispered. Each one of them stopped for a moment before walking away, leaving a sobbing Tsunade behind them. Konoha Hospital like shining fingers. Sun rays peered through the open windows and lit awake the dank white walls with their luster. The gentle click of the door and slight shuffling of footsteps breathed a new life in the silent space. Groggily blinking his eyes open, Naruto yawned. Though laying first glance at his visitor, he grinned. Hey, Sakadash. Slap. Craning his neck around, eyes wide in disbelief. What was that for? He asked. Tilting his head aside, he couldn't quite comprehend the furious expression over his crush's face or why it was there in the first place. I brought Sasuke back like I promised, didn't I? He asked again. Why did you slap me? Brought him back, you say, she hissed. He flinched back on instinct, almost raising his arm up in self-defense. He sat on guard. I asked you to bring him back to me, not kill him in the process, you idiot, she snarled. He sat there, stunned. Naruto himself knew Sasuke couldn't be dead. He had made sure not to land any fatal blows no matter what it caused him in the end, but did she not see the condition he was in when he came back? Or right now, for that matter? My mother and the rest of the village were right. Blinking in confusion, the stumped boy couldn't even make sense out of this conversation right now. You really are a demon. His wounds didn't hurt him as much as her screech her. Words in particular had hurt him. It was one thing to hear it from strangers he didn't know, but to hear it from the girl he adored. Don't worry anymore, my mother is on the council. You'd made sure that she'd make sure to have you levied the highest punishment possible, banishment at the very least. How dare you hurt my Sasuke-kun, you demed demon filth. His eyes were clouded by the time her screeches halted. He couldn't even see her leave the room other than the audible click his door made. He hadn't expected that. And after hearing that venom from her mouth, he honestly felt betrayed. The same thing happened all over again with Ino. She too came to threaten him all the same by naming her father's influential position he was well aware of himself. Shikamaru, too, had come to reprimand him on almost causing their rescued heir to die, thereby making all their life-endangering attempts almost negated. Kakashi had came in to wisely teach him how he should have tried to talk it out with his friends, but more so how ashamed he was that he had openly made the first direct contact on his teammate with a technique as dangerous as the Rasengan. But the cherry on top had been Jiraiya, going so far as to absolving his Toad contract and by effect his apprenticeship for shaming him by raising a killing attack on his comrade, with a technique taught to him by the sage himself. Sasuke had certainly gone through great lengths at concocting this makeshift story, he had concluded, but the delusions his so-called friends had accepted without a grain of salt were the ones that truly baffled him to no ends. Next morning, Hokage office, a warm cup of sake lay filled on her table, but for the life of her, Senju Tsunade had not the courage to muster up and gulp it down her throat. She had called for her Anbu to retrieve Naruto, and guilt and regret were already gnawing away at her heart like lead stakes. A puff of smoke later, standing there with all the conjured-up confusion of the word was one orange jumpsuit-clad, blonde-haired genin, Oba-chan. He whispered, utterly confused. "Why did you call me out so early? I'm still tired from my injuries, you know, can't this wait till tomorrow?" Seeing the innocence still lingering in those azure orbs, she all but muted out his adorable voice her heart couldn't get enough of. Steeling herself, Genin Uzumaki Naruto, registration ID 17782, she said. Naruto straightened up, knowing what protocol had just been initiated with those words. This particular introduction was only used by the village leader in case a matter of utmost importance rose up, one that went as far as to delve out these guarded details known to no one but the Kage and their shinobi themselves. "Hi," he said, his voice serious and lacking of all its usual chirp. "Genin Uzumaki Naruto?" With a sharp intake of breath, she started, "You are hereby stripped of your shinobi status and hereby banished from the village hidden in the leaves for an undisclosed time." But why?" he whispered. "On the grounds of losing control over a power you had no control over, and effectively using said power to almost kill and or cripple a ninja you were sent to retrieve unharmed. You have been deemed a threat to the leaf, and by the order of the Fire Lord himself banished, effective immediately." His eyes welled up in unshed tears, the air itself felt thick and melancholic. "You may not enter the land of fire or any of its allied nations, the spring and wave included, lest you be executed without pending trial. By the powers bestowed upon me by the village laws, please hand over your headband." She pushed her hand forth, not meeting his broken gaze in the slightest. His hands shakily rose up and pulled out the object from his pocket, brushing it with his thumb for a lasting moment while memories of how he had achieved it flashed through his eyes. He placed it on the desk along with another object that made Tsunade's heart shatter in a million pieces. "I won't be needing this anymore either, Tsunade-sama." Pulling back his mask to hide his emotions, the necklace he had won fair and square was returned to its owner with a sad smile. Hearing him call her so formally had been the last straw. Tsunade broke down into a heap of sobbing mess. "When do I leave, Tsunade?" he asked, voice hollow as an empty shell of paper. 2 hours? You have 2? She told him, her voice cracking in choked sobs. Her trembling hands cradled the 2 objects as if they were her own heart, which wasn't further away from the truth as one might expect. "I'll be taking my leave then," he stated. Her eyes went wide. "Wait, Naruto." She blurted out. He eyed her vehemently. Pulling out an old wooden parchment out from her drawer, she handed him the antiquity-looking scroll shakily. "Saui-sensei was supposed to hand this over either when you turned 16 or became a jonin. After his demise, I was entrusted to the task," she told him, watching in slight envy how his eyes glazed over in fondness hearing that name. "It is supposed to contain your parents' legacy. No one can open it besides you. It is linked to your BLD and Chakra specifically." She couldn't say no more, for it was all Naruto could hear before he had snatched it off her palms like a starved predator. "You knew them?" he asked her. She shook her head, almost shivering how icy his voice had been. "No one but Sarutobi-sensei knew of them. He took that information to the grave. That scroll is the last piece we have of their legacy," she admitted. He nodded, clutching the scroll as if it might slip out any which moment now. Clouded hazelnut orbs watched him walk out in pure anguish, all lost to herself and the portraits hanging, staring down on her, from the wall. His feet took him home, eyes as lifeless as the Reaper. Naruto stared at the walls of his apartment with nothing but emptiness. Die demon. For the Yandame/Uchiha. In the end though, he smiled, I guess it was for the better. His words lacked any conviction or even life in general. Before even stepping in, he knew what to expect when the door to his home was unlocked. It was already broken in. Anything of value was stolen, not that there was much of it in the first place, while the rest was demolished in some way or the other. He worked his way around the trashed room, swiping off the trash from the floor to lift up a tatami mat, one he had burrowed in thoroughly for these kinds of emergencies in particular, and retrieved out a couple pairs of clothes and supplies. Leaving the house, not before glancing longingly at the Hokage monument clear in view from his balcony, he made his to the gates only to stop dead seeing the last person on earth he wanted to see right now. He greeted in distaste. Naruto didn't say anything, he breezed past him wordlessly as if he were a mere obstacle in his path. Something Sasuke did not take lightly. Now do you see what you get for trying to deny an Uchiha loser, he snarled. Naruto stopped for a moment too long, inching to retort, but in the end, he walked away without a word. There really was no weight to his words now, was there? You are lucky to be left alive after what you did to your best friend, demon. Maybe the gods above may have seen your diabolical actions and may even enact their judgment on you. A voice he had once adored screeched from behind him. Even as rigid as Naruto willed his heart to be, that one stung. With each step he took away from the village, a piece of his dreams and life died in blissful harmony. End of flashback, and that was when I started my lone journey out in the world before eventually settling here at last. The way you see me earlier is probably what I've lived like since the time I first came here, he told her. She had no words, her eyes looked at him with such love and affection that it made him feel a bit queasy. It was so confusing. If you have any plans to use or even kill me, then you may as well tell me. I promise I won't resist. This snapped her out of her daze. What? She asked incredulously. He smiled softly, closing his eyes in a vain attempt to hide their mistiness. Just let me have a few days of rest, if you can, then I'll come peacefully wherever you want me to. As I said, I won't resist. I was already planning on killing myself in a few days regardless, so if I can be of some use to you, maybe it will have some meaning. Naruto could say no more, his voice cracked and choked. Temari sat frozen in her spot, unable to conjure up a single coherent thought. Disgusted was she with herself that she even had anything to do with that spit hell had spat down on earth, one those beathers called a hidden village, but it was solidified even more so for her that she was even considering on the offer one of those worms had made to ask her out on a date. That Dmed lazy but was one of them too, no matter who or how he may be, and that twisted her mind in ways she absolutely did not longing. But nothing vengeful could make her tear her eyes away from those endless pools of anguish she was presently staring into. Those azure orbs looked so broken and lost. They lacked any of their usual shine or luster, and it all demented her to think that he really did have nothing to live for. She opened her arms a little, motioning for him to come to her. He hesitated, but saw nothing other than warmth and understanding in those teal eyes of hers. On instincts he fell forward, willing himself in her arms for anything she may want. It frightened Temari to her core since she knew this boy never lied, a fact that was laughable for a shinobi even though it made him all the more special in her eyes, so he was only telling the truth about ending his own life. Tears streamed down her cheeks, she sniffled and buried his head in her sissy tightly. Her chin resting on his head, she held his shivering form with a sad smile. She really was glad he was letting down all his barriers for her. I won't ever dream of hurting you, Naruto, she softly consoled him. It only served his wails to get louder and louder. She tried to embrace his head. Okay, trust me when I say this, I'll make it all better. Do you trust me, Naruto? He only nodded, too engrossed was he in absorbing all this affection she was showering him in. It was the only thing he craved for, not money, not luxury, not even food or attention. All that his body craved now was love. He snuggled in her arms, eliciting a giggle from the girl who was more than happy to let him be comfortable and calm himself down. She did not know how long she held him before his cries eventually died down into sleepy little purrs. His body needed all the rest it could get after all those months of strain. She knew that it had to have endured so much just for the primal need of survival. A week could take its toll on a ninja. A month or two was what veterans were hired for. He had endured this hell for almost a year. She pulled him down with her under the sheets, and just for that moment, in her tight embrace, she hid him from the entire world. "Trust me, Naruto, I'll make it all right." Temari was sleeping in her bed as she felt the bed beside her feel empty, and her eyes snapped open as she saw the door to the balcony open and the breeze flowing the curtain inwards as she immediately got out of bed thinking her sun-embraced blonde-haired friend had run off as she stepped into the balcony to see him sitting on the balcony railing reading a letter in the moonlight as she stepped up and sat beside him. He turned to her giving her a small apologetic smile. "I'm sorry I woke you up." He apologized softly and she smiled at him gently and shook her head. "No, I was just worried where you went. So what are you doing out here in the cold?" "The breeze is quite cold tonight," she said, wrapping up the bedsheet that she brought with her a little over his shoulder too. He thanked her and she scooted closer to him as their arms touched a bit, and she stopped as her gaze turned to the letter he was reading. "So who's that letter from you're reading?" she asked curiously, and he glanced at the letter in his hands sadly and answered. "It's from my parents. The only thing I ever knew that they said to me. Their last words. I read it every night for the past 6 months, since there was no one to talk to. I just made it a connection to my parents," he said, and she smiled as she put an arm around his waist and scooted closer to him. "They must have been great people," she whispered, and he nodded with a small smile as he too wrapped his arm around her unconsciously and rolled up the scroll, sealing it as both sat in the moonlight gazing at the moon. "Temari, why are you being so nice to me? What do you want?" he asked in a vulnerable tone, and she put her head on his shoulder, snuggling into the warmth away from the cold breeze. "I want to help you, Naruto, just as you helped me," she whispered, and he was confused and she sensed his confusion as she spoke. "That time when you fought Gaara in the forest, I thought I was done for, as no one who has ever faced my brother in a full possession has ever survived except my father, who had the revered Kekkai Genkai of the 3rd Kazekage to subdue him. But then you came in kicking him away and proceeded to do thing that I had never imagined possible. You took down Gaara at his best and saved the lives of most of your village and mine. And even then you had mercy on Gaara as you knew the pain he endured, and you changed him," she whispered, and he rubbed her arm to make her a bit warmer and pulled her closer as she snuggled and clutched the bedsheet tightly, enjoying how warm he felt. "You don't know how much you have changed Gaara. He no longer kills anyone unnecessarily and suppresses the urges of his bijou. The villagers and shinobi were still wary of him at first, but over the months they saw how he didn't kill anyone and always helped his teammates on missions, and they started respecting him. Ever since he fought you, he has been the little brother that I always wanted. You don't know how much it means to me." She whispered the last part with a hiccup as Naruto rubbed her arm, soothing her. He was surprised that he had changed Gaara so much and was happy that his friend now had the respect of his village unlike him. He smiled a sad smile. He wished his village too had at the very least tolerated his existence, if not acknowledge him. "I'm glad I was able to help you, Temari, though I don't think I did anything that great for you to help." He was interrupted as Temari put her fingers on his lips and smiled at him. "Shush, you don't know how much you have helped Gaara and the village and me. Gaara respects you above all others, even more than a brother would, and you have great respect in the village for changing him for the better." She spoke softly and removed her fingers as his eyes watered. They respected him and admired him, and Gaara saw him as more than a brother there. "Really?" he whispered, and she nodded with a smile as a tear rolled down his eye, and she hugged him close to her, burying his face in her neck as she ran her fingers through his golden locks. "Yes, really. Naruto, come with me to Suna. You can live a good life there. You deserve it," she whispered as he broke off the hug and faced her with a sad smile, shaking his head. "I can't. Temari sand is allied to the leaf. I am not allowed in your village to even step foot in it, let alone live there. Even if the people acknowledge me, your Kage won't be willing to tense the relations between the villages for someone as worthless as me." he said, his hair shadowing his eyes and tears dropping as she put a hand on his cheek and made him gaze into her eyes. You can come, Naruto, trust me. Do you know who the Godame Kazekage is? She asked, softly rubbing his cheeks with both her hands as she wiped his tears with her thumb, and he shook his head softly, and she gave him a small smile as she gazed into his deep cerulean orbs that she noticed gave away his every emotion. He couldn't lie to her even if he wanted to. His eyes would certainly give him away, she thought, gazing in those appealing eyes that were shining with tears. Gar became the Godame Kazekage 2 months ago. The council makes votes on his decisions since he is too young, but his word has a lot of weight in the village now, and the council would love to have a shinobi that is on par with my brother and isn't tied to any village, and neither is he a nuke nin. She spoke softly, and she gazed into his tear-streaming eyes as she saw a spark of hope and the glint that they used to hold before return. Really, do you think he will do that for me? And will your village accept me? There is the law of the Leaf Council too, he said, unsure of what to feel as she smiled at his nervousness. Naruto, Leaf and Sand are just neutral and can have good relations in the future because of the mutual betrayal of Orochimaru that we faced, but the fact that Konoha is still pushing for missions from our clients to make up for the losses is still straining the relationship, and I assure you that the law concerning you hasn't been accepted by Suna, otherwise Gaara would have found out and dismissed it. We didn't even know you were banished like that, or Gaara would have sent search parties for you and brought you under the care of the Sand Village. Trust me, Naruto, you will be accepted there. Believe me, she said softly, and he hugged her tightly, crying happily as he said in between sobs. I believe you, Temari, he said, and she smiled and rubbed his back and ran her fingers through his hair as he stopped crying and looked at her with tired and puffy red eyes and cheeks, and she thought his red cheeks with those whiskers made him look so cute shining in the moonlight as a yawn escaped both of them at the same time, and she giggled. All right, let's sleep and stay in until late tomorrow, we could both use the rest, she said softly, and he nodded as both walked into the room, and Naruto started to walk up to the couch as she caught his wrist and looked at him with confusion. Where are you going? She asked, and he pointed at the couch and she frowned. I'll sleep on the couch and you can have the bed, it'll be comfortable for you that way, he spoke in his soft voice, and she pulled on the bed with her, throwing him in the blanket as she went in and cuddled up to him. No, we can share the bed and I need something to hold on to. Be my pillow, she said, pouting, and wrapped her arms around him, putting her head on his knee as he brought her closer with his arm, and she buried her face in his neck, smiling at how warm he felt. Good night, Naruto, she said, yawning cutely. Good night, Temari, he whispered and closed his eyes as he, after many months, he slept with a smile on his face. Next day at noon, Temari woke up with a yawn as she gazed up at Naruto, who was wrapped with her and was sleeping peacefully, and smiled. She didn't understand why she felt so comfortable and safe to even sleep with him. She had never let her brothers even into her rooms before, let alone stay with her in the same bed. But he had such innocence in him that she couldn't feel an ounce of fear from him. She just couldn't believe that this frail and vulnerable boy with her was the same hyperactive knucklehead that she saw a few months back, and how broken and alone he was, and how his so-called friends had betrayed him. She put her hand on his cheek, rubbing his whiskers softly as he snuggled into her hand like a fox, and she giggled. Naruto, hearing and feeling the vibrations of her giggles, woke up and opened his eyes to see Temari playing with his whiskers and smile a little at her. Morning, Temari, he whispered. Good morning, Naruto, she whispered back with a smile as a knock on the door was heard, and she groaned inwardly and said, Come in, she said as a waitress came in and blushed at seeing the two cuddling, and Temari herself blushed at her implications. She glanced at Naruto, who was looking at her innocently, and she smiled. He didn't even understand what the waitress was staring at. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, but it is almost lunchtime and I was here to ask if you wanted something, she asked, blushing and stuttering, and Temari nodded, not letting go of Naruto in the slightest. She was a proud kunoichi and wasn't embarrassed of anything she thought, though the faint pink blush betrayed her doubts. Yes, we'll have anything you recommend, all right, she said, and the waitress nodded. Well, the chicken pie with potato wedges is our specialty, and would you like something cold to drink with it, she asked, noting it down, and Temari smiled. Yes, that would be great, she said as the waitress nodded and left, closing the door behind her. She saw Naruto with a hesitant expression and was confused. What's wrong, Naruto? she asked softly, and he fiddled a bit more as she kept her hand on his face, keeping her gaze still on him as she looked at him curiously. Temari, I don't have any money, so I won't be able to pay for anything anytime soon, you know, so you don't have to order for me," he said nervously, and she smiled and nodded. "I know, Naruto, and you don't have to pay anything back to me, don't worry about it, alright? After all, there are some perks to be related to Tsukages, you know," she said mischievously and giggled, and he too smiled in relief and nodded as she put her head back on his seat. As an hour later the waitress came in with their food and they had freshened up and ate, as she saw Naruto eating quickly and caught his wrist gently as she gave him a small smile. "Naruto, eat a little slowly, you might choke on it otherwise, and savor the taste, it will feel good, alright?" she said softly, and he looked down depressed and nodded. She was confused as he had stopped eating, thinking she had offended him, and was about to apologize when he apologized first. "I'm sorry, I've always eaten like that, you know. In the orphanage before I was kicked out, if I didn't eat it quickly then the other kids took it away from me and the matrons there would punish me for asking more, so I started eating like that. I thought that was how we were supposed to eat. I never really shared any meals with anyone other than the old man too, and he never pointed it out. Guess he just didn't want to discourage me. No one told me it was wrong until today, you know. I wondered why the girls at the academy would always berate my manners at eating, but now I know. Thank you," he said as a few tears dropped and Temari cursed herself for poking him too much. He was still too frail and not the same strong-willed ninja he was before. She had to keep that in mind and wiped away his tears with the sleeves of her kimono. She smiled reassuringly and spoke. "It's alright, Naruto, it is not healthy for you to eat so fast. So eat a bit slowly, alright, it's better for you," she said, and he nodded and ate slowly, and she smiled as he was now savoring his meal and had an expression showing he loved the taste that he didn't concentrate on before. Both finished as she saw the time and that they could make it back to Suna in a couple of hours if they went fast, and she knew the way around the deserts pretty well, she mused, and turned to Naruto. She saw his clothes and frowned. She knew he had to get some clothes, but the village had way better stores than this village, and he wouldn't get any shinobi-related equipment here either. Plus, she was out of money for now, as the money she had brought was finished with the bills. She hadn't expected to stay in the village for more than a couple of hours, but Naruto was always one to change her life dramatically, she mused, wearing as he was wearing his worn-out sandals, and walked beside her, and they checked out of the inn and started jumping through the rooftops. It had been such a long time since he had done this, and the breeze on his face and the rush of speed felt good again. "Hey Naruto, let's go back to the village, we'll make it there by 4 if we travel at a decent pace, and I know all the shortcuts through the desert, alright?" she said, and he nodded with a small smile as they started running through the desert towards the sand village. They ran for a couple of hours as the walls of the village came into view. "Sunagakure no Sato, Naruto," and Temari walked through the village gates as Temari checked in herself and did it for Naruto as a civilian, since he was technically a civilian for now. They walked slowly through the streets towards the Kazekage Tower as Naruto looked around in amazement. He hadn't been to Suna before and had to admit it felt good to be back in a hidden village with all the shinobi he saw around. Many of the civilians were staring at him and the state of his clothes and the fact that he was walking with Temari, and he looked down trying to avoid the stares and was now feeling conscious of his state of clothes as he walked with his head down, not wishing to see the stares. Temari saw it and scowled as she glared right back at them, and they quickly turned around and went off to finish off their own work. They reached the main square of the village as the Kazekage Tower came into view. Kazekage Tower, Kazekage office. Gaara was in his office looking over at the paperwork that he had been assigned to do with the help of his secretary Matsuri. The council wanted Gaara to have help to learn the ways of the village and how to look over village documents. But Gaara was annoyed at being stuck in the pile of paperwork. For a person who wasn't bound to anything his whole life and then suddenly stuck in a pile of paperwork was pretty difficult. His thoughts wandered around to his sister Temari. He had assigned a simple mission to her yesterday morning and she should have been back by late afternoon, but there wasn't any sign of her yet. He was getting worried and he hated this emotion that he had long since forgotten emerging. The fight with Naruto and his will to protect what was precious had changed him, and now he had become the Kazekage, following in his footsteps. Ironic, he thought that he had basically fulfilled the dream that his brother had dreamed of for so long. His mind came back to Temari and he figured if she didn't return by sunset he would send scouting parties for her. He made the decision in his head. He returned to the bane of his life and started signing the evil papers. These papers had even better replication skills than Naruto did. He mused and got immersed in work. He was broken out of his thoughts as a knock came on his door, and he and Matsuri stopped their scribbling and looked up. He wondered who could be there at this time of the day. Maybe it was Temari, he mused. "Come in," he said monotonously as Temari stepped in, her fan slung on her back as she stepped in, and Gaara smiled a small smile. He was glad that she was all right, but he was stunned as another person he recognized all too well stepped in, and his eyes widened. Blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes, whiskers, and the orange clothes. There wasn't any doubt, but something was off about him. "Hi Gaara, it's been a long time," said Naruto in a small and frail voice, and he frowned a bit. The Naruto he knew was never this calm and soft-spoken. He gazed into his eyes and was stunned as they almost looked dead to him compared to the shine and determination they once held that had inspired him once. He took a closer look at his attire and his frown deepened. They were in tatters, stitched in several places, and were barely hanging on, and his sandals looked too worn out. He saw that there was none of the happiness or the goofiness that he usually held, but the biggest change he saw was the lack of the leaf headband on his forehead. "Don't call Kazekage-sama by his name, commoner. Treat him with the respect he deserves," yelled Matsuri as she saw he wasn't a ninja because of the lack of headband on him and was just a civilian disrespecting the Kazekage. As Naruto took a step back, thinking he had offended them somehow. "I'm sorry, Kazekage-sama," he said in a frail voice and looked down nervously, and now Gaara scowled. Something was wrong. He turned an angry gaze at Matsuri, who was scared from his look. He was rarely ever angry at her. Emotionless, yes, but now she saw he was livid and that he cared for the stranger too much. "Apologize and leave," he said monotonously, and she instantly obliged as she turned to Naruto. "I apologize for my rudeness," she said quickly and rushed outside. Naruto said nothing and just stood nervously as Gaara stood up from his chair and walked up to him as he extended his hand for him to shake. Naruto saw the gesture and shook it gently. "It's indeed been a long time, my friend," he said, and he nodded with a small smile. "Indeed it has, Kazekage-sama," he said softly, and Gaara frowned. "Please do not call me that. Formalities are unnecessary between us. Gaara is fine," he said, and Naruto nodded as he turned to Temari, who was watching the interaction with a smile. Gaara rarely ever let anyone call him by his other than her or Kankuro, for whom he insisted not to be formal ever. The simple gesture showed her how much he respected Naruto, and that made her happy. "Temari, you were supposed to return yesterday afternoon. Were you ambushed?" he asked, thinking she had been ambushed and Naruto might have helped her and came here to drop her off safely. Temari, though, shook her head and looked at her curiously. "No, Gaara, the mission went as planned. Nothing unexpected happened," she said, and he nodded but was even more confused now. "Then why were you a day and a half late?" he asked, and she took a glance at Naruto, who was looking down, not meeting anyone's eyes, and Gaara caught her glance and saw his gesture and was now getting impatient. But Temari spoke up. "Gaara had just finished my mission and was heading back to the village after having some lunch when I saw Naruto there and was confused as to what he was doing there, and I followed him for a little while. I saw him there and got suspicious as to what he was doing, and then..." She spoke as she told Gaara everything, and Gaara listened to every word with his full rapt attention. It didn't show any outward emotion, but on the inside, the volcano of emotions he felt hearing her. Anger, hate, pain, betrayal, anguish. There weren't any negative emotions that he didn't feel, and was almost considering of heading to the gates of the Leaf Village and unleashing Shikaku there. He listened as Temari was on the verge of breaking down as he stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. "That's enough. I've heard all I needed to," he said, and she nodded, rubbing off the tears that were threatening to spill as he turned to his brother, who was still looking at his feet, his hair shadowing his eyes as he hadn't spoken a word to interrupt her. "Naruto, what Temari said, is it all true?" he asked, not believing all of this had happened without him getting the slightest wind of it. Naruto stood in the same position for a moment, and Gaara thought he hadn't heard him and was about to say it again when his words were caught in his throat. Small drops started falling from Naruto's eyes as he cried silently, and Gaara's eyes widened and he got all the answers he needed. Temari, seeing this, couldn't stand it and rushed in and embraced the blonde with her arms around his neck, bringing his face in her neck, and held him tightly as he hugged her back. She held him tightly, trying to take all his pain away, and ran her finger through his golden locks. "Shun Naruto, it's alright, what's done is done, forget about, it's all in the past. I promised you everything will be fine, right?" She whispered, and he nodded in her neck as she broke off after a few minutes. As he calmed down, and Gaara stood there watching the interaction in disbelief. Sure, Temari respected him, but she never showed this soft side of her to anyone, not even to Kankuro and him. She would just scold them a bit and show them that she cared, but that was it. And the many guys who still pursued her as her fanboys, or any guys for that matter, wouldn't even get a second glance out of her. Gaara, though, seeing the state his brother was in, didn't dwell on it for too long. As they broke off and stood close together with Temari holding and squeezing his hand for a bit to reassure him, and he smiled gratefully at her as they turned their gazes towards Gaara, who smiled a little sad smile at the blonde. "I'm sorry, Naruto Uzumaki, I didn't know any of what transpired with you, or I would have taken steps to bring you in or help you in any way I could. Forgive me," he said, and Naruto nodded slowly, giving him a small smile. "It's all right, it isn't your fault, Gaara," he said, and Gaara nodded as he continued. "Now then, Naruto Uzumaki, I Gaara no Sabaku, Godame Kazekage of Sunagakure no Sato hereby offer you to be a part of the Suna shinobi forces. Do you accept?" he said authoritatively, and Naruto's eyes widened and his hands trembled, and he glanced at Temari, who squeezed his hand and smiled and nodded. His eyes watered at both of their acceptance, and he gave a shaky nod. "Hi, I would love to. Arigato," he said in a shaky voice, and Gaara too smiled and nodded as he went back to his desk and sat down on his chair as he took out a Suna headband from the drawer and walked back up to the blonde holding the headband in front him. Naruto teared up and put his heavily shaking hands in front of him and took a hold of the headband with his free hand. He ran a thumb across the shiny metal plate as a tear dropped on it, and Temari took it gently from his hand, and he didn't resist. She smiled at him and fastened his headband on his right bicep and hugged him. "It looks great on you, Naruto. Congratulations," she whispered, and he nodded. "Arigato," he whispered, and she too smiled and nodded. Gaara decided to let him know about the rest of the things. "Naruto, since you are new to the village and don't have a place to stay, you will be staying with me and my family at the Sabaku estate. I will talk to the council tomorrow about your rank and status in the village, but I assure you, you will be given a respectable rank and will be an honorary Suna shinobi, treated equally as any other in the village," he said, and Naruto nodded. Gaara knew the council won't mind a shinobi with the potential Naruto held get out of their hands when they needed the strength to recover. "Alright, Naruto, will I be correct in presuming that you haven't trained at all in the past 6 months?" he asked, and Naruto smiled a small smile and answered him. "No, I have been learning a bit about seals, and since they are not flashy or anything, it was perfect to spend the time I was alone, but other than that I haven't used my chakra or had any form of training. I don't have the edge that I had a few months ago. I would request if I could be placed on the reserve list for a little time," he said in his small voice, and Gaara nodded. "I'll take it up with the council tomorrow, but don't worry, even if you are on the active list, I'll have you on simple missions until you are back to the strength that you find acceptable. I will take care of your monetary needs until you are fine to fend for yourself," he said, and Naruto nodded gratefully. He didn't want to go on a mission and endanger anyone because he wasn't ready. Temari took this time to say what had been on her mind ever since she left the village. "Gaara, I would like my mission pay now, if you don't mind. I want the money, there's something I need to do and I need some money, or I'll have to go back to the estate to get some," she said, and he nodded but was confused as to what was so urgent, but decided not to question or pry into her business. He took out the mission scroll and put a stamp on it as he handed it to Temari, and she took it. "There's the mission scroll you were assigned. I have stamped and signed it. Give it to Matsuri on the way outside and she'll hand you the money," he said in his stoic voice, and she nodded and took Naruto's hand, pulling him outside with her. He was confused where they were going but just went along with her. As they stepped outside, Temari walked over to Matsuri's desk and handed her the scroll as she looked over it and took out the required money. "Here you go, Temari-sama," she said, and Temari took it with a smile as she walked out, pulling Naruto in tow, who just followed her. As they walked through the streets, quite a few of the people turned their heads to see Temari walking with a boy hand in hand. Naruto saw the looks and knew they were wondering what a girl like her was doing with someone like him. Temari, I don't think we should be holding hands. People are staring and it wouldn't look good for you to be seen holding hands with someone like me? He said in a quiet voice so that only Temari heard him as she stopped and looked at him with a blank face. I couldn't care less what those idiot gossipers think, and I would be with you over any of them any day of the year. She set her hands on her hips and he nodded with a small smile as she took his hand and they started walking towards their destination. Temari didn't want to let go of his hand. It was big, rough, and strong in her opinion, which wrapped her hand up completely, and his hold was still so gentle that she felt safe. Ever since her mother, no one had held her hand when walking, and she liked the warmth that she felt holding his hand, though she won't admit it out loud. They walked through the shopping district and then came up to the busier parts of the village as they stopped in front of a shinobi equipment store. Temari ushered Naruto in and he nodded and opened the door and went in first with Temari following in close behind. He entered, his gaze wandered around the store as it had been a while since he had seen a shinobi store and he was transfixed by it. He walked over to the wall that held several weapons and glanced at the sword section as he walked over to the custom-made Chakra metal kunai and his hand shot forward to touch it, but he pulled it back. It looked very expensive and he didn't want to offend the store owners. A man came up to him as he had seen him looking over the weapons and he had seen the way he looked at the kunai and waked up to him. His clothes were in pretty rough condition, so he guessed he was here to look over since he wouldn't be able to afford the pricing of his store since this was the best shinobi store in Suna. Can I help you, young man? I'm afraid I don't think you'll be able to buy anything here. I don't mean to sound rude, but my store is quite expensive. He said politely, and Naruto nodded and smiled at the man, who was surprised that he didn't mind what he said. I know, sir. I don't have the money anyways, I was just looking at these, I'm sorry. He said, and the man nodded and gave him a smile at his politeness. He liked the kid but was intrigued by his eyes that showed him he had been through a lot. Temari came up after handing her fan at the counter for maintenance and saw Naruto talking to the store owner and caught the last part of the conversation. Hideki, he's with me, she said, and the man turned to her surprised and smiled brightly. Temari-sama, what can I help you with today? He asked, and she smiled and pointed to Naruto. As you can see, Naruto here is in need of some clothes and equipment and he has just joined the village as a shinobi. So I want some clothes and other equipment for him put on my account. Alright, she said, and the man turned to Naruto surprised as his gaze turned to the headband on his bicep when he looked closely, and he apologized to him as Naruto waved it off. Temari, this place is quite expensive. We should go to somewhere more cheap, you know. You don't have to spend so much on me, he said softly out of the earshot of Temari, and Temari just put her fingers on his lips, quieting him down, and smiled at him. Hush, don't worry about it, now let's go and get you something to look as good as me. Alright, she asked playfully and pulled him in the clothing section as Naruto saw that there were only bright colors in there and that the darker colors were quite rare. He guessed it was because of the climate there. He saw Temari going through clothes with a female attendant with a glint in her eyes and smiled a bit seeing her so happy. He decided to let her choose his clothing since he was well aware that his choices weren't the best, and this was the first time he had been in a shinobi store and treated so nicely and not being ripped off. Temari saw him standing off in the side looking at her and grew confused as she walked up to him confused. What's the matter, Naruto? Why aren't you looking through the clothes? Don't you like this store? She asked, and he just shook his head. No, I don't have a good choice with clothing, so I guess I'll go with your choice of clothing for now if that's alright. He asked, and she smiled brightly and nodded. You just leave it all to me and I'll be back with the best clothes for you, alright, she said, and he nodded as she hurried back with the attendant and was going through piles of clothing. He never knew Temari loved to shop so much, but he guessed it must be something all girls love. Finally, after an hour of searching, Temari returned with some clothing and pushed him in the changing room, and he changed into what she had given him. As he came out, Temari's breath was caught in her throat as the attendant too was blushing like a tomato and staring at him. Naruto came out wearing a simple white t-shirt with a cut sleeves, blue mesh underneath for protection that were showing his ripping muscles, and sky blue baggy briefs with lots of pockets for utilities. He was wearing the same sky blue colored shinobi sandals and sky blue fingerless gloves with metal backplates. She had chosen the color that was closest to his eyes to complement them, and he grew nervous with their staring and fiddled around. The colors and the light airy materials would help him in the heat of the desert, she mused. Do you like it?" he asked nervously as both girls broke out of their stupors, and Temari smiled and nodded and had a faint pink blush on her face, and the attendant too nodded and stuttered out a yes. Who knew Naruto could look so nice with some nice clothes without orange, she thought as she picked up a new beige kunai holster and a white kunai pouch and some medical bandages to tie it up and to wrap it on his legs and forearms to protect them from the sun. She picked up 2 sets of standard kunai and shurikens and brought it up to the counter. The shop owner came and noted everything down and nodded, saying he would send the 4 separate sets of clothing to his home, and Temari said to deliver it to the Sabaku estate. The man was shocked but nodded and asked for any customizations, and Naruto asked for a pen and paper. The man nodded and handed it to him as Naruto drew the Uzumaki spiral and the Namikaze symbol of a lightning bolt in a circle and asked for them to be stitched on the sleeves, and the man nodded as he asked for his shirt and got it done in 15 minutes, handing it to him, and said he would have it done to the rest too. Naruto thanked the man and Temari and both smiled. Temari was pulling Naruto through the streets, and many more of the heads of the villagers were turning as they were surprised to see the princess of Suna pulling a blonde shinobi whom none of them recognized but saw the Suna headband and were confused. Many girls were looking at Naruto and blushing and then whispering amongst themselves while the guys were looking on in jealousy. Naruto was nervous since it did remind him of the stairs back in Konoha, but he reminded himself that this wasn't his Bardage village now. They walked towards the clan grounds of the village and then to a really large estate. Temari took Naruto in the house as he marveled at the great house and was amazed that it was only for 3 people. "Alright Naruto, this is my house and now yours for the time being. Let me show you around, alright?" she said, and he nodded, following her around as she showed him a large living room and then took him into the large dining room that was attached to the kitchen. She then took him to the first floor, and as they climbed up the stairs they came to a hallway as Naruto saw many rooms down the hall, and Temari spoke up, pulling him into a room with a king-sized bed, a big closet, a dressing table with a huge shelf besides it, and an attached bathroom. He was transfixed that he was going to live here. It was as big as his old apartment in the Leaf, he mused. "And Naruto, this is your room. The room besides you is Kankuro's and the one in front of his is Gaara's, while mine is at the end of the hallway to the left." She chirped happily, and he nodded with a small smile as he and Temari started walking down towards the living room as Naruto sat down on the armchair while Temari plopped down face first on the cushion over the couch. "Man, I wish we could have something to eat just now. The restaurant takes 2 hours to deliver and I hate to eat there with all the people staring at me all the time," she murmured in the pillow as Naruto smiled a little. "Then maybe I could make you something," he asked softly, and she looked at him surprised with a raised eyebrow. "You could cook?" she asked in a surprised voice, and he nodded, getting up and walked into the kitchen as Temari sat on the stool besides the counter as Naruto started to pull out a pan, knife and the ingredients that were available. She watched surprised as he washed his hands and then the vegetables and then started cutting them like a professional. He tossed the piece of steak that he found in the fridge into the frying pan as he started to make a sauce to go over it in the other. As soon as the aroma began to spread, Temari's stomach growled and Naruto turned to her and smiled as she blushed in embarrassment. "Wow, you really know how to cook. I can tell from just the smell. The only one that could cook amongst us is Kankuro, and that too is just average," she said as she remembered the few times he cooked, and it didn't leave a good taste to remember ever, so she always preferred to order food home. "Here you go," he said, keeping the plate in front of her as he sat in front of her, pulling a stool himself, and sat down in front of her. Temari looked at her plate and the smell was just amazing as she took a fork and cut a piece as she put it in her mouth, and her eyes shot open as her mouth exploded with flavors. She immediately dug in for some more, smiling as Naruto saw her and smiled a bit that she liked it and ate slowly himself. Ayam had taught him how to cook, though he always ate at the stand as it gave him company and he didn't like always eating alone. As Temari finished and cleaned her plate, she sighed in relief as she turned to Naruto with a smile. "You're a great cook, Naruto. This beats the hell out of that restaurant's food any day," she said happily, and he smiled as he picked up the plates and went to wash them as Temari leaned against the counter besides him. "I'm glad you like it. I can make you dinner every night if you'd like it. It's the least I could do," he said, and she beamed. Eating food like that every day was heaven. "That would be great, Naruto. Now I don't have to eat Kankuro's bland dishes anymore." she said, scrunching up her nose, and Naruto laughed a little at her expression and she smiled. His laugh was soft, but at least he was coming out a little. Naruto himself felt good. It had been a long time since he had laughed. You should laugh and smile more, Naruto. It suits you better, she said softly, and he smiled a bit. Yeah, maybe I might have some things to be happy about here, he whispered, and she smiled and nodded. Both went into their rooms as they changed for the night and went to bed. Midnight. Temari was trying to sleep and was hugging her bear, but was missing the warmth of Naruto as she wrapped her legs around the bear, hugging it tightly to her tea as she scrunched her eyes, but the sleep won't come to her eyes. She was sleeping in just her t-shirt and her white cotton panties. She didn't like to be in much clothes, but she was annoyed that she couldn't sleep now. She turned around a couple of times in her bed, but the sleep just won't come. She got up and decided to get some water. As she passed by Naruto's room, she heard sniffing and she stopped dead in her tracks. She opened the room of his door with a click and went in. As she came close to Naruto's bed to see him trembling and crying in his sleep, as she sat down beside him and put her hand on his forehead and ran her fingers through his hair as his trembling calmed down a little. "Sure, Naruto, it's all right. Sleep," she whispered softly as she laid down beside him, when he suddenly wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close to him. She let out a small eep and was blushing because of the clothes both were wearing. He was in his boxers and a t-shirt, and she too wasn't faring well. But she loved the warmth that he emitted and wrapped her arms around his waist slowly and softly and put her face in the crook of his neck as she closed her eyes, and Naruto calmed down and fell into a deep slumber. She too fell asleep from his slight breathing with a small smile. Morning. Temari woke up from a deep sleep that took all of her stress of the constant missions she had been on away. She felt 2 arms wrapped around her waist and something strong but still warm on her back, and then she felt the face of Naruto buried in the back of her neck and blushed as memories of last night came back, and she tried to scoot out of his grip to avoid the embarrassing position Naruto would wake up in, but he pulled her closer and buried his face in the back of neck a bit more as her blush intensified. She decided to sleep a bit more and closed her eyes and got comfortable and prepared for the embarrassment to come. Downstairs, an exhausted Gaara and Kankuro came in and sat down on the couch. "Man, that mission was tiring. I hate border security," whined Kankuro, and Gaara nodded. He didn't have the same problem as Kankuro since he didn't sleep, only meditated, but last night he had to do some official paperwork that to be sent in the morning, and he too was exhausted. "Hey, where's Temari? She's usually up and about now," asked Kankuro, and Gaara nodded himself, wondering the same thing. "Yes, she must be sleeping in," he said monotonously, and Kankuro got up and walked towards the stairs. "All right, I'll wake her up, make us some breakfast and then sleep," he said, and Gaara nodded. He followed him as he too had to get something in his room. Kankuro walked to Temari's room and knocked as he got no answer. He knocked again a couple of times and called her but got no answer. Gaara walked out of his room and saw him standing on her door. "What's wrong?" he asked stoically, and Kankuro turned around. "Temari isn't answering the door, should we? Go in," he asked nervously, and Gaara went in deep thought for a moment. Temari didn't like anyone coming into her room, especially in the morning, and would chase them to death. But he had his sand and was safe. But Kankuro? "Yes, we should," he said, and Kankuro nodded and opened the door as both peeked in to see the room empty and grew confused. Then an idea came to Gaara's mind. Naruto was living here too. He must be in the guest room and know where she was since he was the last one to meet her. "Kankuro, I have an idea," he said, and walked towards the guest room with Kankuro in tow, who was confused but shrugged and followed as Gaara opened and entered the room, and Kankuro behind him, and stopped dead in their tracks as they saw Temari, but were shocked as they saw her snuggled with Naruto. Kankuro's jaw dropped to the ground and started muttering incoherent words, pointing his index finger at the blondes in bed as Gaara's eyes too were wide for a few moments. Temari was sleeping with her back against his settee as he had pulled her closer with his arms wrapped around her waist and his face buried in her flowing blonde hair. Temari, hearing Kankuro's babbling, fluttered her eyes open and saw her brothers standing there and expressions of disbelief on their faces, and she blushed a faint pink blush with the position she was in. She turned around in his arms and put her hand on his cheek, tapping it lightly. "Naruto, wake up," she whispered softly, and he snuggled into her neck. She blushed a deep crimson and was glad her face wasn't visible to her brothers. Smells nice," He muttered and went back to sleep. Now Kankuro was pale as a sheet as he knew Temari was going to kill him and prayed for the blonde's afterlife to be good. Gaara too was worried for his friend as he knew how Temari reacted to someone who got in. With her in the same room, let alone the same bed, even if by accident. He had to save Kankuro the last time he tried to wake her up and was beaten to near death as Temari assumed he was a pervert without even giving him a chance to explain and had gotten the beating of his life. "Naruto, wake up please," she whispered softly again as Naruto's eyes fluttered open and he gazed into Temari's appealing teal-green eyes and saw that she was a bit red in the face. "Temari, what are you doing here? And why are you so red? Are you sick?" He asked sleepily and put his forehead against hers to check her temperature and saw that she was a bit hot. All the BLD in Temari's body rushed to her face as she gazed into his cerulean orbs that were looking at her with concern. "Temari, you should stay in bed today. I'll make you something to eat. You look a bit sick," he said in concern, and Temari saw his innocence and all doubts in her mind vanished about him trying something with her. "What are you doing here anyways, Temari?" he asked, and she smiled though still had a faint pink blush on her face. "I walked past your room last night and you were trembling and crying in sleep from a nightmare. So I rubbed your head to calm you down, but you pulled me close in your sleep," she whispered, and he nodded. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and she shook her head. "It's a light, you were in your sleep and I came into your room, so it's all right," she whispered, and he nodded, letting her loose as both sat up. "I'll go make some breakfast. You get fresh all right?" he said, and she nodded as he stood up and saw Gaara and Kankuro standing there with stupefied looks on their faces. He smiled a bit as he walked past them. "Morning, Gaara, Kankuro," he said, walking past but got no answer and thought they were a bit sleepy and walked down the stairs. Temari saw their faces, and after a few moments Gaara broke out of his stupor. "I approve," he said monotonously, pulling Kankuro out by the collar of his catsuit as Temari's blush returned full force at the insinuation as Gaara closed the door, and she stood up and went to her room to get some shorts as she too headed down after getting her face washed. She walked down the stairs as again a wonderful aroma hit her nose, and she walked into the kitchen and saw Gaara, who was staring at Naruto while Kankuro was drooling from the smell, and she looked at him in disgust. "Close your mouth, Kankuro, I will be getting the first plate anyways," she said as Kankuro glared at her. "And who said that?" he retorted, and Temari smiled a little too sweetly at him. "I did. You have a problem with that?" she asked sweetly, and he gulped and shook his head as she sat down with a smile. It was great to not eat Kankuro's disgusting miso soup and rice in the morning, she thought, as Naruto kept 2 plates with fried eggs, caramelized bacon, toasts and milk as she snatched one plate while Kankuro went for the other, but San took it before he could get his hands on it. "Hey, that's not fair," he yelled indignantly, pointing a finger at Gaara, who ignored his rant and took a bite as he spoke. "We are shinobi. Nothing we do is fair," he said stoically while Kankuro fumed. He turned around feeling a tap on his shoulder as he saw Naruto handing him a plate, and he took it with a smile. Temari dug into her plate and her tongue was in heaven. It had been a last great couple of meals, she had to admit, and he was a damn good cook. "Naruto, you are a great cook, and this is 1,000 times better than that stuff Kankuro cooks and calls food," she said, eating happily as Naruto sat in front of her with a smile and ate. "Indeed," said Gaara, and kept eating. "Hey," yelled Kankuro as Temari giggled at their antics and saw Naruto eating his food slowly, not interested in their conversation, and smiled sadly as she too concentrated on eating. Kankuro had been told about Naruto by Gaara when he went to report his mission, so he didn't want to probe the troubled blonde too much and decided to stay quiet. Naruto finished his breakfast at the same time as Temari as he took her plate. She tried to protest, but he took it anyways and went to the sink to clean them up. Temari followed him to the kitchen as Gaara and Kankuro were left alone. "She's different around him," suddenly Kankuro said, and Gaara nodded. "She is. And I approve if they get close. Naruto is better than any of the people in the village after Temari, and I trust him with her, and I know Temari won't do anything to break his heart or betray him. She is too strong-willed for that. They are good with each other, and I would like it if they got together," he said, and Kankuro was surprised. Gaara was protective of Temari and had scared many guys who tried to approach her due to her status away, and if he approved of Naruto then that was good since he himself trusted the blonde. And from what he saw in the morning there was a chance they could get together, he mused. He wanted to tease Temari about it but knew better than to aggravate her and be at the receiving end of her battle fan. In the kitchen, Naruto was going through the dishes that were used for cooking and the ones he and Temari used as Temari was drying them off, and she decided to ask him something to start up a conversation. "So, Naruto, what have you planned for the day?" she asked curiously, and he thought for a moment and replied. "I'll start my training today. Get my body up to speed and work on my taijutsu. Then meet up with Gaara in the afternoon for my registration and getting whatever rank I'm given," he said, and she nodded, happy that he was going to get back in shape. She knew the kind of a ninja he could be and how he lashed back to protect someone when backed up into a corner, as she had witnessed it firsthand, and was glad he was a Suna shinobi now. "If you want any help or a sparring partner, I'll help you, all right?" she said, and he nodded gratefully. "Thank you, but for now I'll have to train myself back to the way I was and then surpass the strength I had. I had many weaknesses in the past that I have had a lot of time alone to think about from the experiences of my previous battles. I'll work up those skills too and not rely on the Kyuubi's chakra any longer," he said softly but with a bit of determination in his voice, and Temari smiled at seeing the spark reignite within him. "All right, tell me when you are ready. I'm looking forward to that spar," she said, grinning, and he smiled a bit and nodded as he finished and washed his hands as he went to his room to get ready. He showered and changed into the clothes that Temari bought for him yesterday and unsealed the wooden box his parents had left him and picked up the lid as he gazed at the scrolls in it. He had just read some of the books that were sealed in a scroll by his mother from the Uzumaki clan, but he didn't ever look into all the scrolls his father left him or the scrolls on the adamantine chains and kenjutsu that his mother left him, since he believed his days as a shinobi were over. But now was the time to open them, he mused as he picked up the scroll on his father's taijutsu style, the hummingbird style used with the speed and agility with quick blows that all the Namikaze clan members were naturally entwined to. He always wondered how he was so quick that he could outrun the Konoha Nbu after his pranks when the old man sent them to catch him, but he used to run them to the ground for hours before the old man himself or Irika-sensei would catch him. His heart ached as he thought of his deceased grandfather and how much he fought for him against the council for him. The only one to care when he was a child if he lived or not, and he knew that the monthly stipend that he got after he was kicked out from the orphanage was from his personal accounts, since the council would never approve a monthly stipend for him. He walked into a training field at the estate and found a stump nearby to practice his katas on as he read the exercises and stretches written on the scroll and started going through them. He read through the basic katas and started going through them for a couple of hours when he was finally convinced he had done enough exercises till noon, and went through the katas until lunchtime. Kazekage Tower Council Chambers. The council structure of Suna was very different from that of the council that Konoha had. Where Konoha had a shinobi council, a civilian council, and an advisory of the elder council of the Hokage, Suna used a council comprised of 10 people, all high-ranking shinobis of the village or war veterans with plenty of experience and wisdom. Gaara came in through the door as the ANBU guarding him closed the door and vanished into the walls. Gaara sat at his seat on the round table as everyone started wondering why he had called an urgent meeting. Gaara, seeing their confusion, decided to explain. "As all of you must be wondering why I have called you here, I'll get straight to the point," he said, and everyone nodded. They knew he liked to talk direct to the point, and they respected that aspect of his not beating around the bush. "You all must be aware who Naruto Uzumaki is, I presume?" he asked, and they all nodded, knowing the guy who defeated Gaara in the Sandsound invasion on the Leaf and their most promising genin, as their reports had said after the invasion. Naruto Uzumaki was banished from Konoha 6 months ago, and the council there ordered all of its allies that if he stepped foot in their territory he was bound for execution, he said as the council became deathly silent until Baki spoke up. "Why would they do that? He was one of their promising and loyal genin, if what we saw in the Chunin exams was any indication." "What did he do?" he asked, and Gaara nodded, agreeing with his assessment. "He captured Sasuke Uchiha when he turned on the village to leave for Orochimaru, but the battle caused the Uchiha many injuries, for which the council decided to take out its hate on him, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, by banishing him. All of his friends and teachers turned on him, reading the false report of the Uchiha, and the presence of the Biju's chakra only solidified their false assumptions." He spoke calmly and whispers broke out. "Those fools, We should look for the boy. He could become a shinobi of the Sand Village, and the whole village respects him already, and he even spared you Kazekage-sama during the invasion, and you respect him as a brother as I've heard. Another councilman said, and Gaara smirked. Looks like it won't be as strong as he had presumed. He could be a strong shinobi for our village, and his loyalty is unquestioned according to reports, and we have no such orders from the Leaf Village, and neither have we signed any strong mutual treaty with the village yet, due to their unreasonable demands. Chio said, and Gaara nodded and smiled as all the councilmen were curious why he was smiling. There is no need for us to find him, he said, crossing his fingers in front of his mouth and closing his eyes as the whole council protested and shouted, but he cut them off. Because he is already in the village, he said as the whole room turned deathly silent and curious looks were sent at the Kazekage. Temari found him in a small village near the Sand Village and convinced him to come here. I've already assigned him in the roster and given him his headband, and the only thing left to do is to assign him a suitable rank, for which I am here for your recommendations, he said stoically, and they all murmured amongst themselves before Ebizo spoke up. After his performance in the exams and in the invasion, I say Chunin for now is a suitable rank, if I may suggest Kazekage-sama, he said, and the whole council agreed, and Gaara too nodded with a smile. Then Naruto Uzumaki is hereby granted the rank of Chunin, he said, and they all nodded with a smile. I have decided to put him on the reserved list for the time being, as was his request to me, he said, and they were confused and waited to hear his reasons. He hasn't used chakra and hasn't trained in the past 6 months to hide himself completely from the enemies that would have chased after him, and has lost his edge. He has requested for an indefinite training time until he finds himself back to his strength for training. And I agree with him. Does the council agree? He asked, and they all nodded. It made sense, and he would only get stronger if he trained nicely. Then the council is dismissed, he said, and they all left with smiles on their faces at the new addition in their shinobi forces. Gaara was glad they saw reason, and him being a Jinchuriki that had a completely stable seal only warranted the council to trust and respect him more. And add to that the fact that he was completely free, he was waiting to be taken in. He was only sad that he didn't find him earlier. Kazekage Tower, Kazekage office. Gaara was going through the documents and mission scrolls when a knock was heard, and he knew who it was. He had been waiting for his friend. Come in, he said, and in walked the mop of sun-embraced blonde hair, and his eyes went wide. He had to say that Temari wasn't wrong when she said he looked great in his shinobi outfit. He too had to admit he looked like a serious shinobi in those clothes, and the scratches he had on his skin and the little dust on his clothes was clear indication that he had been training strong, and his posture was now a bit straighter than yesterday. He noticed and motioned for him to take a seat, knowing he would be tired a bit. Naruto, the council has made its decision and has agreed to accept you as a shinobi of the Sand Village by unanimous voting in your favor and come to a decision on your rank. After seeing your performance at the exams and in the invasion, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Chunin, he said, handing him a light beige-colored vest that he took with a small smile, and his eyes watered. He was nervous that the council might not accept him, but now all his doubts had been blown away. He wiped his eyes and thanked him, and Gaara nodded, taking out a form. Naruto, here is your registration form. You must know what all you need to fill. Name, clan status, rank, parents, and a signature to pledge your allegiance to Tsunegakure no Sato. There's no need for a photograph. I have one already that was taken when you were training, so you won't have to waste time with it, he said, and he nodded, taking it, and started filling out all the details truthfully. He handed it back to Gaara, whose eyes widened as he dropped the paper from shock and pulled out an old bingo book and opened up 2 pages and looked at him, then back at the book and then again at him, and sighed. I can't believe no one in your village has noticed it until now in all these years. I myself feel stupid for not noticing it. Do you wish to tell the village? He asked, and Naruto shook his head with a small smile, glad he didn't doubt his claim. No, I'm not ready to defend myself if someone comes after me. Maybe when I'm a bit stronger. I don't care for fame either. I just want to take up my father's name, he said, and Gaara smiled sadly. You could have hidden it from me until you were ready. Why did you tell me then? He asked, and Naruto smiled a small smile. You are my Kage now. I am loyal to the village, but first and the foremost to you. I won't lie to you, he said, and Gaara smiled. His loyalty to the village was unquestionable, and this was the proof. Very well, this registration form will be misplaced for the time being until you are ready to reveal it. I am glad you trust me with this, and one more thing, your request to be put on the reserved roster has been approved. You'll be reinstated when I feel you're ready or you request yourself. Here is your monthly stipend, you'll get it from me personally until you are back on missions. He said, calmly handing him the envelope, and Naruto took it gratefully. Gar didn't want to tell him it was from him and not from the village, as he didn't want him to waste his time on D-ranks for money, and he had plenty from the Sabaku fortune. Arigato, Gaara, he said, and Gaara nodded as he turned to leave, and Gaara spoke up. Naruto, what do you think of Temari? He asked as Naruto stopped holding the knob to the door as he turned his head to show his one visible eye deadly serious. He didn't understand why he asked that, but he would answer him nonetheless. My life belongs to her. I would have died had she not pulled me out of my dark time. She is probably the only one I keep above this village and you, he said, and Gaara nodded as he opened the door and left. A smirk found its way on Gaara's lips as he started going through the documents again. Nighttime, Naruto was sitting on the roof of the Sabaku estate gazing at the stars and the moon, as had become his habit over the last 6 months of sleeping alone in the alleys on the streets. He felt comfort in the silence and the twinkling of stars and the cool breeze blowing against his face as he sensed someone behind him but knew who it was as a small smile graced his lips. Hey! Temari softly said, sitting beside him in her usual white battle kimono with a fishnet wrapping on her right thigh and left calf and her headband on her neck, as she brought her knees to her settee and wrapped her arms around them. Hey! He said softly, and both sat in comfortable silence, gazing at the sky as Temari spoke up. I heard you were made Chunin. Congratulations? She whispered, and he nodded gratefully with a small smile. Arigato, I owe you a lot, Temari. I owe you my life. He whispered, staring at the sky, and a small smile graced her features as Naruto turned his head towards her, his eyes glazed with tears, and she gasped as he continued. I finally belong somewhere. People don't hate me here, they don't throw me out of shops, they don't wish death on me, but I'm a part of the village here. Today I felt like I had someplace to belong and maybe a chance for acceptance. For the first time in my life I was happy, he said through sobs, breaking down a bit as Temari brought him close to her and hugged him. She was happy that he had some of his shine returned to his eyes. How much he craved for just being accepted, she thought, cursing the Leaf Village inwardly and running her fingers through his golden locks. Shu, everyone will respect you here, and I have always accepted you, Naruto, and I always will, she whispered, and he nodded as she wiped away her tears as the smell of something cooking reached their noses, and Temari scrunched up her face in disgust. That idiot Kankuro is making something again. He'll eat it alone. I swear I'll die before I have another bowl of his disgusting miso soup again, she said, and Naruto laughed as she leaned her head on his shoulder and scooted closer to avoid the breeze as Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him as a rosy pink blush adorned her cheeks, and she smiled and melted in him, taking in his warmth that blocked the cold breeze. Don't worry, I'll make you something after Kankuro and Gaara are done finishing their dinner, all right? He said softly, and she smiled and nodded on his shoulder. Thank you, I love it when you cook, you know, she whispered, and he put his head on hers, both gazing at the stars, smiling. I know, he whispered back. Both of them entered an hour after Gaara and Kankuro had finished with their dinner, and Naruto cooked her up some curry and rice, and to her surprise a caramel pudding that she devoured much to his amusement, and he gave her his portion too, seeing her happy face as she ate it and sighed contently. Naruto started going back to his room when he saw Temari stop behind him fidgeting, and he was confused as she was looking down fiddling with her kimono. He put a hand on her cheek and brought her face up to meet his eyes as he looked at her, concerned. What was wrong? What's wrong, Temari? He asked, and she looked in his eyes, looking at her in concern, and had a faint blush on her face as she decided to make her embarrassing request. I kinda wanted to ask you if we could share the same bed. I like it when someone holds me. I haven't had anyone since my mother and have always slept alone. So I was thinking if you wouldn't mind. She stopped as Naruto chuckled softly, and she looked at him hurt and averted her eyes, thinking he was making fun of her as a tear rolled down her eye. She had told him her problem and showed him her vulnerable side, and now she felt stupid. Temari, look at me, he whispered softly, and she didn't meet his eyes as he put his other hand on her cheek, forcing her to look at him as he gave her a small smile. You didn't even have to ask, he said softly, and her eyes widened as she hugged him tightly, and he hugged her back, chuckling softly as she punched his easy, muttering baka, and smiled, burying her face in his ear. Go on and get changed into something comfortable, all right? He whispered, and she nodded and went to her room to get changed into her t-shirt and some skin-tight shorts that she wore in the nights. Last night had been embarrassing enough to sleep with him in her panties, and she was at least going to wear something comfortable and respectable tonight as she opened the door and blushed seeing him in his boxers and t-shirts. Naruto, are you going to wear that to sleep? She asked, and he looked at himself confused. Is something wrong with it? He asked innocently, honestly, not understanding what the problem was. And no, it's nothing, she said, blushing a faint pink blush, and he shrugged as both got into the bed, and she laid her head on his easy, wrapping her arms around his weight as he pulled her closer and took in the scent of her hair. She smelled like desert lilies, he mused, and both cuddled up as Temari sighed in satisfaction. Naruto was glad too, since the last 2 nights he had slept with her there were no nightmares to haunt him, and he had slept peacefully as both of their eyes drooped heavily and Temari yawned cutely. Good night, Naruto, she whispered softly. Good night, Temari, he whispered back, and both fell into a deep slumber, the peaceful silence of the night and the cool breeze coming through the window claiming them as both slept, enjoying each other's warmth. Temari woke up to see the peacefully sleeping face of the whiskered blonde on her side, cuddled up to her, and smiled as she buried her face in the crook of his neck, and he held her tightly closer to him, and she felt so safe in his arms. Kankuro was gone for a patrolling mission early this morning, and Gaara always left early so she could sleep in as she closed her eyes and snuggled into him. She was suddenly woken up by a knock to the door of the estate as she growled and got out of bed, and Naruto woke up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. She got to the main door and opened it up in an annoyed manner when she saw Lady Chiyo standing there. Lady Chiyo, this is a surprise. Is there something wrong? She asked politely, and Lady Chiyo smiled, waving her off. No, Temari Haim, I just wanted to meet this new Chunin that I heard about yesterday at the council. Naruto Uzumaki was his name if I remember right, she said, and Temari looked at her surprised. She had thought of many reasons for her visit, but this surely wasn't one on her list, she thought. What do you want with Naruto, Lady Chiyo? She asked politely, that held a cautious tone to it, and Lady Chiyo chuckled, slightly confusing her. Can't we go in and talk about it? My old legs get tired very easily now, you know, she said playfully, while Temari blushed in embarrassment. Of course, where are my manners, please come in, she said politely, ushering her in, and picked up her headband from the drawer in the table at living room and tied up her hair in a high ponytail as she offered Chiyo a seat, who sat there with a smile. I'll go and get Naruto, she said, and Chiyo nodded and smiled, sitting there as she went upstairs to go get Naruto. She entered the room to see Naruto come out, wiping his face with a towel, and smiled at her. Who was it, Temari? He asked softly, and she gave him a smile. It's Lady Chiyo. She is one of the 2 honorable elders of the village and is highly respected. She wants to meet you, she said, and Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. Me? What for? He asked in a confused voice, and she shrugged. Lady Chiyo is a strange woman. She will only talk to you about what she wants. Let's go, she said, pulling her with him by the hand, and Naruto just followed her and sat on the armchair to see a pretty old lady looking at him, surprised at first and then with fondness, and he grew even more confused. I'm sorry, Lady Chiyo, but I don't really know you, so may I ask what you wish to see me for? He asked, and she smiled at him, picking up a biscuit on the table as she spoke. Straight to the point and not wasting any time, just like an Uzumaki, she said cryptically, and Naruto grew uncomfortable hearing this. Temari saw his uneasiness and herself grew confused by what she said. Naruto got up to leave the room and calm himself down. I'll go make us some tea. I'll be right back, he said, but was cut off as Chiyo spoke up, cutting him off. I had my suspicions, but you really are his son. The same hair, the same eyes, and her face. Now I have cleared all my doubts, she said as Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, and Temari grew scared as she saw a dangerous glint in his eyes. I don't understand what you mean, he said in an all too calm tone, but Temari sensed the low warning tone in it and glanced at Chiyo, whose smile was getting wider by the minute. Please, you know absolutely what I mean, Naruto-kun. Don't play dumb with me, she said happily as Naruto calmed himself down and went through hand seals and put his palm on the ground as seals covered the room and then disappeared. Privacy seals and of such high level with only hand seals. You are a true Uzumaki indeed. She said happily as Naruto turned his full gaze at her and Temari grew uncomfortable at the situation that was unfolding. Who told you? He said in a tone that meant business and Temari turned to Chiyo who had her usual smile on her face and motioned for Naruto to sit down and he did so hesitantly beside Temari who was looking at him with worried eyes. Naruto, what's going on? She asked in a soft and worried tone and he sighed and sat down beside her wrapping an arm around her shoulder bringing her close as she leaned in and put her head on his shoulder and he sighed knowing he had to tell her now though he wanted to wait a few days to tell her. Is it right to tell her Naruto-kun? Chiyo asked and Naruto glanced sharply at her and she flinched back. Do not wish to tell me who I could and could not trust. It is my secret to tell and I do not mean any disrespect but it is my decision. He said calmly and she nodded with a smile. Temari, she's talking about my parents. She knew them. He said and she turned to him with curious eyes. You never told me about them after that night I asked about that letter. She said and he nodded with a smile. But how does she know them and who are they? She asked and he turned a glance to the smiling Chiyo. That I wish to know as well. He said and her smile dropped as she spoke up. I met them during the ending of the Third Great Shinobi War. They were great people, the only ones I respected from the Leaf after the events of the Second Great Shinobi War. Your mother was a great person, Naruto-kun, and a good friend of mine. She had the fiery red Uzumaki hair and the temper to go with it that only your father could handle. Your father, though I didn't know him closely, was one of the most honorable people I met and I respected him a lot. Both were the last of their clans and when I heard the name Uzumaki and that you were in the village I had to meet their son. Not many remember their clans since they were almost extinct after the Second Great Shinobi War. She said fondly and Naruto smiled as Temari put a hand on his cheek turning his face towards her. Naruto, who were they? She asked softly and Naruto put a hand over hers and sighed. Their names were Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the heiress to Yuzushiogakure. My father Hiwayas. He choked a bit as she rubbed his cheek and looked at him warmly. Who is he, Naruto? She asked and a tear dropped from his eye. Minato Namikaze. He whispered and she thought for a bit. She had heard that name before but where? Then realization came across her face and her eyes widened. The yellow flash, the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. She asked in disbelief and he nodded, then she said solemnly and he nodded as tears streamed down his eyes and she hugged him bringing his to her teeth. Oh, I'm so sorry, Naruto. She whispered running her fingers through his hair as he sobbed and she put her chin on his head cooing him. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't want to bring back bad memories, I just came to see her son. Chiyo said in an apologetic voice and he shook his head wiping his eyes. Don't be, I'm glad that I met someone who knew them personally. If you don't mind, can you tell me something about them? He asked hopefully and she nodded with a smile. Of course, Naruto-kun, today I have a council meeting unfortunately but hopefully tomorrow you can come to my house. Temari knows where it is. She said and he nodded gratefully. That would be very nice, Lady Chiyo, I am really grateful. He said and she nodded and turned to leave and Temari and Naruto walked back to the living room and sat down on the couch in silence as Temari broke it. Naruto, does Gaara know? She asked and he nodded and she looked down. Then why didn't you tell me, Naruto? Don't you trust me? She whispered and he immediately sat by her side pulling her in a hug. No, Temari, don't say that please, I trust you more than life itself. I was going to tell you that night but I didn't have the courage to tell you that night. I was scared, frightened, and so lost. If it weren't for you I would be dead. He was silenced as Temari put her fingers on his lips and didn't let him finish. Shouldn't ever say that, Naruto? She whispered and he nodded holding her to his tea. When will you reveal it to the village? She asked and he smiled. He too wanted to take up his father's name soon but the time wasn't right yet. I'm not strong enough to protect myself if someone came for me to get revenge on my father and they might use anyone close to me as leverage if they fail. I can't let anyone else be in danger because of me. He whispered and she nodded in his ear. I'll keep it a secret until you're ready, trust me? She whispered and he nodded. I trust you, Mari-chan, more than anyone in the world. He whispered and she blushed a faint pink blush and looked up. What did you call me? She whispered, and he realized what he had called her and looked down, not meeting her eyes. He remembered how Sakura used to hit him and curse him when he had called her with an affectionate name, and she too hated it, he realized. I'm sorry, don't mind me, I didn't mean. He started nervously babbling, not wanting to lose her friendship too, but was silenced as Temari put her fingers on his lips and gave him a heartwarming smile. Hush, I don't mind. In fact, from now on call me that, all right? She said softly, and his eyes watered. She didn't mind it, he thought, and she pulled him into a hug. Arigato, Mari-chan. He whispered, and she nodded, running her fingers through his hair, and had a faint pink blush, liking the way he called her so affectionately. You never have to thank me, Naruto-kun. She whispered, and he nodded and looked up at the way she had called him, and she sensed the origin of his confusion and answered. You didn't think only you can call me like that, right? She asked playfully, and he smiled, shaking his head. No, Mari-chan, you can call me whatever you like. He said in a small voice, and she put a hand over his cheek and rubbed his cheek as he leaned into her touch. He was never close to anyone, and no one showed him any physical contact, and he liked it, he thought. Naruto-kun, you don't have to be scared of talking to me like that. Speak what you want with me, all right? I won't get angry, I promise. She said softly, rubbing his cheek, and he nodded. She wanted him to get out of that shell he had reseated himself into. He nodded, smiling gratefully as he went into the kitchen, and both had breakfast and sat in a comfortable silence before Temari spoke up. Hey Naruto, you know how to play shogi? She asked suddenly, and he looked at her surprised, then shook his head. No, no one really played with me before, but if you explain the rules I might be able to play. He said in a small voice, and she nodded and beamed. No one liked to play shogi with her since they thought it was boring, and she always won. She got up and walked up into her room and went through her closet, finding what she was looking for, and came down to the living room with the board and laid it in the middle of the couch as both sat in front of each other. Alright Naruto, this is a strategy game just like a real battlefield. It requires strategy. Now I'll explain the pieces and rules, alright? She said, and he nodded. Kankuro came back from patrolling along with Gaara for breakfast to see Temari and Naruto ready to play shogi. Hey Naruto, you don't have to play with her, it's no fun, she always wins. He said, and Temari smirked. That's because you're too dumb to play a mind game instead of those dolls. And my mind is one of the best strategic minds in the village, you idiot. Temari said tauntingly, and he fumed at the insult. Temari, you shouldn't underestimate your opponent, said Gaara stoically, and she looked at him with a smirk. Please Gaara, no one has ever beaten me in shogi, and I just explained the rules to him. She said smugly as Kankuro spoke up. Yeah, Gaara, the kid won't win. I hate to say it, but I bet he doesn't win even if he played 10 games, said Kankuro, and Gaara's lips twitched upwards. I'll take that bet. I bet 500 Ryo on Naruto, he said monotonously, and Kankuro looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A light, it's your money if you want to lose it so badly, you're on, he said with a smirk as Naruto glanced at him nervously. Gaara, Temari's right, it's my first time playing it and I'm no good at strategies and you can lose a lot of money, he said nervously as Gaara put a hand over his shoulder. Uzumaki, if there's one thing I know about you is to never count you out. You have a knack for pulling the unexpected, he said, and Naruto nodded hesitatingly. Alright Mari-chan, let's play, he said softly, and she nodded with a smile. Kankuro raised an eyebrow at the affectionate name and saw that she didn't mind it. Maybe he should try it too. Yeah, Mari-chan, win me some money, he said with a perverted chuckle indicating something, and Gaara took a step back and the temperature in the room dropped as Temari's bangs shadowed her eyes. What did you just call me? She asked sweetly with a very sweet smile as Kankuro started sweating. A moment later his screams were heard in the village as Temari beat him to an inch of his life with her battle fan, and Naruto and Gaara decided to do the intelligent thing and stood back. Shouldn't we help him? Naruto asked Gaara nervously, who looked at him incredulously. You want to risk getting that? He asked in disbelief as Naruto glanced at Kankuro. Not there, not there. Oh my jewels, he shouted as both Gaara and Naruto winced, and Naruto walked up to Temari and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and put his chin on her shoulder, calming her down. Mari-chan, that's enough. I think he has had enough. It was just a joke, he said softly, and she put down her fan and smiled as her anger died down and turned her eyes to Kankuro was hiding behind Gaara's leg. Alright, but if you call me that again or give any insinuation like that, chuckle," she said, leaving the threat hanging in the air, and he nodded furiously. All of them sat around the board as Temari made the first move as Naruto asked her to, and he instantly moved his piece. This went on like this for an hour, as she would think furiously for a few moments and Naruto would instantly move his piece. Temari was getting frustrated as Naruto moved his next piece instantly and captured her king. "That's checkmate, Mari-chan," he said softly, and she gave out a frustrated cry and Kankuro's jaw dropped to the ground and Gaara smirked. "Arg, how did you do that? You have no strategy, you move your pieces instantly without thinking the moves ahead, and this is your first time playing it. How did you do that? You are so, she said in a frustrated tone as Gaara finished her sentence. "Unpredictable," he said calmly, and she nodded, slumping in defeat as she looked at Naruto with curious eyes, who was grinning. "Wow, Mari-chan, that was fun and you are good, you almost got me a couple of times. We should do this again sometime," he said in a happy voice, and she smiled. Her anger died down seeing him happy, and she nodded with a smile. Gaara put his hand in front of Kankuro, who grumbled and emptied his wallet in his hand, and Gaara counted the money slowly to infuriate him, and he fumed. "All right, I'm going out to train," he said, and they nodded as he walked out and went towards the training fields. Time skipped 2 weeks later. 2 weeks had passed and Naruto had been training strong to bring his body and taijutsu to a good level. He had played shogi several times with Temari in the night, with each time him winning or losing when Temari tricked him to look at her or somewhere else and would change the pieces, and both would laugh after a few moments of staring blankly at each other, with Naruto tackling and tickling her as she begged for him to stop, and both would roll on the bed and fall asleep laughing and in each other's arms. He had visited Lady Chio a couple of times, and she had told him all about his parents and how they were in life and how much she loved his mother and respected his father, though resented Konoha as a whole all that much. She had started giving Temari medical lessons when she went with him, and he found out that Lady Chio was one of the best medic nins and poison experts in the elemental nations, second best only to Tsunade, as was seen in the Second Great Shinobi War, where she bested her poisons every time she came up with a new one. Naruto was going through his father's taijutsu katas, and suddenly a gust of wind came towards him as he jumped back and saw Temari standing there, one hand on her hip and the other on her fan as she stood there grinning. A blush crept across his face as he saw her new attire. She wore a blue battle kimono with a deep neck cut which was mostly covered by the ANBU armor over it, and a red belt tied on her waist flowing in the air, and a dark blue skirt with slits on both sides showing of her toned creamy legs, and the usual fishnet she wore on her legs. She wore her now black headband on her neck with black shinobi sandals to match them. Search for the pic of Temari at the end of part 1 on Google or Narutopedia. Naruto thought he hadn't seen a kunoichi look this deadly and appealing before. "Hey Mari-chan," he said softly, and she walked up to him and stood before him. They had sparred a couple of times in taijutsu before in the past weeks and found out that it was her weakness, which she was now trying to get fixed by learning her family's style, which was a defensive style, as her family has always relied on some form of long-range offensive style before, and it was created to work out their weakness at close combat. "Let's have a spar, all right?" she said, and he nodded as both took a few steps back as she opened her fan to the first moon and blew it towards him as Naruto jumped sideways and put his hands in a cross-hand seal. "Ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu," he yelled, and created 30 clones who divided into 3 battalions and covered her as they were about to charge. She opened up the fan to the third moon and channeled chakra to her fan as it hummed and glowed. "Wind style. Wind scythe jutsu," she said, opening her fan completely and crouched down SWNG her fan at a 270-degree angle, taking out all the clones, and her eyes widened. The real wasn't amongst them. She tried to turn back, but an arm wrapped around her waist and held her loose to a strong zizi from the back as a kunai was on her neck. Naruto pulled her closer, her whole body pressed against his as he whispered, "Yield, Mari-chan." He whispered in her ear, sending shivers down her spine, and she turned around in his arms and gazed into his cerulean eyes as she tripped him and disarmed him, pinning him on the ground as she had a leg on either side of his waist and her face in front of his. "You lose, Naruto," she whispered softly in his ear, and Naruto gazed into her eyes and whispered breathlessly before he leaned up and captured her lips. "Hi, you win," he said before capturing her pink and soft supple lips as she was wide-eyed for a moment before she relaxed and returned the embrace, putting her hand behind his neck, deepening the embrace. She had a mischievous thought as she liked his bottom lip softly, and he gasped as she took advantage of it and pushed her tongue into his mouth, exploring it. Naruto was stunned as she did that, but after a moment he relaxed and massaged her tongue softly, letting her do what she wanted to as she kept exploring his mouth, and was grateful that he was just gently massaging her tongue and letting her do what she wanted, not pushing her for anything. They broke off after a couple of minutes as Temari was flushed with a scarlet blush on her face, and Naruto had his eyes glazed for a moment before he brought her head down, putting it in the crook of his neck and holding her against him. Her body pressed tightly against his as he had her wrapped around him. Temari just wrapped her arms around his waist and sighed in content with a smile, closing her eyes as she snuggled into him. Both stayed silent as Naruto took of her bands, holding her hair and letting it flow freely as he ran his fingers through her silky blonde hair and took in her scent that he loved. He admitted that he had developed feelings for the kunoichi, and this wasn't the petty stupid crush he had back in Konoha. This was something more. He rubbed her back as she snuggled into his neck, and he smiled. He liked holding her close to him. It just completed him, but it was wrong. She didn't deserve someone like him. She was a princess of the village, and any guy will be happy to be close to her. She deserved someone better. He had to stop before anything else happened. "Mari-chan," he whispered, and felt her breath on his neck as she embraced him a little on his neck. She softly ummed, and he ran his fingers through her hair. "We should stop this," he whispered, and her eyes snapped open as she gazed into his eyes with hurt in her eyes as her bottom lip trembled. Her eyes watered as she thought of why he had said this. "You don't like me? Am I not pretty enough? Or am I too strong-headed for you?" she asked in a hurt tone, and his eyes widened and he averted his eyes. "No, it isn't you, it's me," he whispered, and now she was confused. "What do you mean?" she asked softly, keeping a hand on his cheek, forcing him to look at her as she saw a tear roll down his eye. "You are a princess of the village. You deserve someone better, not someone like." He was cut off as she crashed her lips on his, and he melted in her embrace. She gave him the most passionate embrace she could muster as she broke off, both breathing strong. "I really like you, Naruto. I haven't felt this way for anyone before. I trust you, and when you hold me I feel safe. I don't even let my guard down in front of my brothers, but with you it's different. I don't know what it is, but I want you to hold me forever. I can't sleep without holding you, and when I'm with you I feel vulnerable, but the simplest of those touches you give me to reassure me, I feel like I can do anything. You cook and take care of me like a princess, and I like those small things that you take care of for me. You never even look or glance at me in an indecent way, and I love that innocence behind all the pain and sorrow in those deep blue cerulean pools you look at me with. Please, Naruto, just tell me this, do you like me too?" she asked softly, rubbing his whiskers as he said nothing for a moment before he flipped her around and crashed his lips onto her, answering her with the passionate embrace he wanted so much. He liked her bottom lip gently, and she opened her mouth, giving him access as she put one hand behind his neck, pulling him closer, deepening the embrace, and the other grabbing his hair as he explored her mouth, and she massaged his tongue softly. He loved how soft her tongue was and how she had given her access as he explored her cavern bit by bit and broke off the embrace as she whined a bit at the loss of contact, but he embraced her jawline softly and she ummed and breathed hardly. He went down to her neck as she turned her head away, giving him more access as she held his head closer, and he embraced and liked the soft skin of her neck. He pulled off the ANBU armor and threw it aside and pulled her blue kimono a bit sideways as now she was a bit worried what he wanted to do. He sensed her tension and started embracing gently and softly on her neck, going upwards. He embraced, nipped, and liked her neck, gently working his way to her ear as he nibbled it softly, getting another soft from her lips. "Don't worry," he whispered softly in her ear, and just like that all her doubts vanished. He won't do anything to harm her in any way, she thought as he embraced her lips softly and pulled away as she tried to deepen it. He embraced her jawline, gently moving down, and embraced and liked her neck gently and softly, and she loved his gentle touches on her sensitive skin, and slowly, he pulled the blue part of the kimono he went for earlier a bit sideways and got access to her collarbone as he put his lips down on the creamy and soft skin of her sweet spot as he liked and embraced it. And her breathing was now becoming so strong, Her C-cup burst, heaving up and down heavily. She felt herself getting wet and her panties were feeling drenched as Naruto picked her thigh up, touching and softly rubbing the fishnet-less thigh softly and gently as he captured her lips, and this time both took out their tongues at the same time, battling for demps as Naruto broke it off after a few moments and again gently put embraces on the other side of her neck as she turned her head the other way, giving him full access, and he pulled her kimono sideways and liked and embraced her collarbone gently and softly. She was breathing erratically now, and her ems and gasps becoming faster and louder as they filled the training field, and Naruto felt his hand on her inner thigh that he was massaging softly, feeling the soft and creamy skin of her inner thigh, was now feeling drenched. She was so close to her orgasm, and Naruto gave her the final push as he bit down strong on her neck, giving her a hickey as the dam broke from the pleasure and pain as she came strong. "Naruto," she said loudly and breathlessly, miming his name as her orgasm came, and Naruto liked off the bit of BLD from her neck, embracing it, gently easing off her pain as she brought his head up and pecked him with her now swollen pink lips, and brought his head to the crook of her neck and closed her eyes, running her fingers through his hair as Naruto snuggled into her neck and pecked it, pulling the strand of hair aside, and closed his eyes as both breathed strong and were now exhausted. A moment later, Temari started giggling like a schoolgirl, and Naruto glanced at her curiously, seeing the state she was in and her scarlet blush on her cheeks. He himself was having trouble fighting of the blush. Her hair was disheveled and her silky blonde hair now flowing around with her kimono loose down to the edge of her births and showing off bits of her pink BR. Her skirt was up and showed him her drenched pink panties, with his hands still on the inner side of her thigh as she looked at him lovingly with her arms around his neck, and he asked her what she was giggling about softly, and she answered, "That was my first time embracing anyone, and I have to say not many girls can say that their first time embracing was that amazing," she said softly and playfully, and he chuckled softly and pecked her lips and buried his face in her neck, taking in her scent. It was his first time embracing, actually being this close to a girl, and the spark that he felt was something out of this world as a question came out of his lips unconsciously. "Temari, will you be my girlfriend?" he asked softly, and her eyes widened in surprise, and Naruto quickly continued, not wanting her to think he was forcing her into anything. "It's alright if you don't want to. I don't know a lot about relationships or dating, but I wanted to, you know." He was cut off as Temari captured his lips and stopped his babbling and looked at him lovingly as she broke off. "Of course I will, you idiot. I don't care about the way others go about dating, but you're mine now and I'm not letting you go," she said softly, and he pecked her lips gently as he looked at her with all the love he could muster. "And those soft pink lips now belong to me and I'm not letting you go," he said softly, and she smiled as she held his face to her neck, and both fell asleep from the soft breeze of the few trees in the training field, and the shade of the tree they were under gave them a lot of comfort. Naruto woke up a couple of hours later to see himself wrapped in Temari's arms, who was sleeping soundly, and saw that it was nearly sunset as he embraced her neck, gently getting a soft from the sleeping girl, and pecked her lips as she opened her eyes and smiled at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing into his eyes lovingly. "Hey handsome," she said softly, and he smiled. "Hey appealing," he answered softly, and both leaned in and embraced each other passionately and broke off with a trail of saliva, and both looking flushed and breathing heavily and gazing at each other in love as the orange light of the sunset fell on the field, making it a truly majestic sight. And just as the sun dipped, both leaned in for the final embrace of the evening and broke off as the sky now had little light, and broke off from their embrace as Naruto's lower lip bled a bit from the bite Temari gave him as she embraced the bit of BLD away, and both got up. Temari fixed her clothes and pulled on her ANBU armor and tied her red waistband, which flowed with the breeze, and put her hair in a single high ponytail that came to her waist, since it wasn't now divided into the usual 4 pigtails. Both started walking out of the fields as they came into the shopping district of the village, and Temari put her head on his shoulder and wrapped her body against his arm, and Naruto wrapped his arm, pulling her closer, and both walked slowly, gathering glances and whispers all over the village, not caring in the slightest as they went home. They put off their shinobi equipment, and Temari dropped her ANBU armor, now only in her slit skirt and blue deep neck kimono. Naruto started making dinner, and she stood beside him, leaning against the counter as he stood beside her ready to start chopping the vegetables when she spoke up. "Do you need any help?" she asked, looking down, fiddling with her feet, a faint pink blush on her face, and he raised an eyebrow. He knew she didn't know how to cook but wanted to be close to him and smiled as he caught her wrists, spun her around as she squealed and held her back against his sissy with his chin on her shoulder and put the knife in her hand as he put his hands on hers and started chopping. Temari had a scarlet blush on her face and loved being so closely held against him. "You're an even better cook than I am," he said softly and playfully in her ear as he put her hand on the handle of the pan, putting the cut vegetables in the boiling water for the soup, and she elbowed him, giggling as he prepared the tempura for the shrimp in the same way. Gaara and Kankuro came in the kitchen and watched with stupefied expressions at the couple that were giggling and cooking, lost in their old world. Kankuro's jaw was on the ground as he was pointing his finger at them, and his jaw moved up and down but no words came out. Gaara came out of his stupor and smirked. "Guess they finally got together," he said as he looked at them in disbelief, and both walked beside the couple, gaining their attention as both Naruto and Temari smiled at them, and Temari had a blush on her face. "What have you done to my sister? She never acts this nicely to anyone," Kankuro said stupidly as the temperature in the room dropped, and Gaara took a couple of steps sideways from the now shaking boy. "What did you just say?" she asked sweetly, and Kankuro turned pale as a sheet and started apologizing and holding his hands in front of his jewels, but she didn't want to have any of that. She tried to get off Naruto's hold, but he just held tighter and nibbled her ear, getting a soft and gently embraced her neck softly at several points, gaining a couple of more soft as she held her head sideways, giving him access and her anger forgotten. Naruto stopped and put his chin on her shoulder, their cheeks touching as she put a hand on his cheek and smiled. He said sorry, and he didn't mean it. "Mari-chan, you can forgive him, can't you?" he asked softly, and she nodded, rubbing his whisker marks, and melted in his arms as he rubbed her stomach softly. "All right," she whispered with closed eyes, and Naruto smiled and glanced at Kankuro, who was crying anime tears at being saved, and Gaara was smiling. "Take care of my sister Uzumaki," said Gaara, and he smiled and nodded as all of them had dinner, with Temari being pulled on Naruto's lap and both feeding each other, and went to their rooms. Naruto changed in his usual night clothes and got in bed as Temari came and got in bed with him in her usual nightwear, and he switched off the light, only moonlight coming in through the window as they embraced passionately for a few moments and broke off, breathing heavily as Temari put her head on his ihi and closed her eyes, with Naruto running his fingers through her free-flowing blonde hair, and both had smiles on their faces with blushes on their cheeks. "Good night, Naruto," she whispered, closing her eyes. "Good night, Mari-chan," he whispered and closed his eyes, holding her tightly as she snuggled into his neck, and both fell into a deep slumber, enjoying each other's warmth. Naruto opened his eyes as the rays of sunlight flickered over his eyes, and a groan escaped his lips as he tried to move but couldn't. He looked down at his ihi to see the familiar mop of sandy blonde hair that he loved so much and smiled. He put his hand gently over her head and started running his fingers through her long blonde hair, tucking in a lock of hair behind her ear as a small smile graced her lips, and she snuggled her face in the crook of his neck and embraced it softly in her sleep, making him chuckle. He saw that she was in a deep slumber, but he had to wake her up and get started on his training. Over the past month since they were together, they hadn't been able to spend much time together since Gaara had her doing missions continuously, with her being called the Wind Emestas of the Sand for her impeccable record in missions. Naruto was happy that she had been promoted to Jounin yesterday, since the forces needed some high-ranking and skilled shinobi in the higher tier of the shinobi forces, and with her strategic mind along with the respect she held in the village, both due to her performance and her name and status in the village, her promotion was unanimous in the vote done by the village council. He brushed the locks of silky blonde hair falling on her face and brushed them off as he leaned down and captured her small and soft pink lips in her embrace. Temari was in a deep sleep when she felt something pressed against her lips and opened her eyes groggily to see, but the sensation on her lips told her what it was, and she wrapped her arms around his neck as she now lay on top of him, and he had one hand buried in her hair and the other soothingly rubbing her lower back just above the waistband of the panties that were the only thing covering her at the moment, apart from the loose t-shirt she wore to sleep. She loved those gentle touches he gave her and make her melt in his arms, but would never do anything that would take it too far. She trusted him so much that over the past month she had become comfortable enough to wear just a t-shirt and panties in her sleep, and never once had Naruto gave her even a wrong touch that would make her feel uncomfortable or tried anything to fool around. Flashback. She still remembered last night, She had been dead tired by the continuous missions that had been straining her and had come home in the evening dead tired to see Naruto just come back from his own training in the same condition as her. He had still cooked her dinner with her favorite side dish and had asked her to come to the room early and get changed just in a towel. She was stunned by his request but had agreed with a smile. The trust she held for him didn't make her doubt him in the slightest. She got into the room to see Naruto in the bathroom and got out of her clothes and wrapped a small towel on herself and lied down on the bed on her stomach, her face in the pillow dead tired. She was barely hanging on to consciousness and was about to fall asleep any moment. She didn't even sense the bathroom door opening and Naruto coming out and sitting down beside her on the bed. She shivered as she felt Naruto's breath on her neck, as she felt him give him a small embrace on her neck and let out a soft and smiled. She suddenly felt something wet on her shoulders and looked up to see Naruto rolling up his sleeves and looked at him curiously. "So what are you about to do, Naruto? Why did you ask me to remove my clothes and get here only in a towel?" she asked softly, and he smiled as he embraced her on her cheek softly and nibbled her ear as she let out a soft and whispered, "Marihime, you have been so stressed over the month and your body needs time to rest. I'll take off your stress tonight." He whispered and shivers ran down her spine as she gazed into his cerulean eyes, gazing at her lovingly, and nodded. She felt him rub the wet substance all over her uncovered shoulders when he started applying pressure and working out the KNKS in her shoulders. She immediately understood he was giving her a massage and let out a soft as she felt her tense shoulder relaxing. She felt him rubbing her shoulders gently when all of a sudden he would squeeze her strong and she would let out a soft Naruto, you did not have to do this?" she said between as she felt his breath on her neck and felt him embracing the sensitive skin on her neck, squeezing her arms hardly under him as he nibbled her ear, and she let out another soft "You don't seem like complaining," he whispered and started pulling down the towel gently to her waist as she got up a bit to let him, and he pulled it down until it reached her lower back and still left her but covered, and started massaging her back with the massaging oil, sometimes gentle and sometimes harder on the tense muscles where she would let out a soft Naruto, she whispered in and he brought his head down to listen to her closely. "Yes, Haim," he whispered gently, and she smiled. "You scare me sometimes, you know that, she said, and let out a soft as he pushed his hands on a pulled muscle and working out the pain. "Why is that, Haim?" he asked softly, and she smiled at the concern and affection in his voice. "The amount of control you have over me with just a touch or whisper is, oh right there, too much," she said softly, and he rubbed the part she responded to. "You make me come without ever even touching, the wrong way, and just with, gentle embraces and touches. If you want, that I would give myself to you anytime, right?" she asked between soft and gasps, and he smiled and brought his lips to her neck, embracing her neck softly, and then embraced her softly on the ear, squeezing her forearms tightly as she let out a soft "I would never touch you in any way you don't want, Haim, and I would die before I force you into anything like that," he said softly, and she smiled and got up, covering her by crossing her arms and holding the towel as she embraced him gently on the lips. "I know," she whispered softly, with one hand rubbing his cheek and the other holding the towel. Naruto smiled and turned her around, gently laying her back down in the previous position as he started on her thighs and calves, and her soft and gasps filled the room again. She was grateful, since she knew how tired he was from all the body conditioning and pure high-speed base taijutsu he was practicing every day, and still did this for her. He stopped after 15 minutes and covered her with the towel again, and saw that she was just about to sleep. "Not now, him, just hold on a bit longer for me, alright?" he said softly, and picked her up bridal style, carrying her into the bathroom as she saw the bathtub filled with water and herbs as he put her down in the warm water, and all the muscles in her body relaxed, and she let out a content sigh. She was thankful for the bath he had prepared for her and would never tell him, but her orgasm came twice in that massage he gave her, and now she was feeling exhausted and was barely able to stand. All the oil was washed off from her body as Naruto came in 15 minutes later and picked her up from the bath that was beginning to cold as she wrapped her arms around his neck and knew she was making him wet, but he didn't mind the slightest. He put her down behind the changing wooden panel and wrapped her up in a big dry towel and handed her a t-shirt and panties and stood at the other side of the panel. She dried herself off and put on her t-shirt and panties, and now her legs were trembling from just standing up. Naruto, I'm done. She whispered, embarrassed that she couldn't even stand up without help, and her legs were now numb from the pleasure of the massage and the orgasm she had. Naruto came and picked her up bridal style, and she snuggled into his, wrapping her arms around his neck as she yawned cutely, and Naruto put her on the bed gently and tucked her in the blanket, giving her a small peck on the lips as he walked back, but Temari gripped his wrist. "Where are you going?" she asked, and he smiled. "Well, I'll be back after a shower and change of clothes, all right," he said, and she softened her hold and nodded. "Hurry up, all right," she said in a pleading and small voice, and he bent down and gave her a gentle embrace on the lips as he put a strand of hair behind her ear. "I will, just give me 15 minutes," he said, and she let go with a nod as he went into the bathroom and showered, changing into his night clothes, and came out after 20 minutes and gently got into the blanket, switching the lights off as Temari wrapped herself around him and yawned as she embraced his neck and buried her face in it. "You're late," she said in a mock-angry voice, and he smiled. "I'm sorry, but I just missed a precious 5 minutes with an angel. Can you blame me?" he asked softly in a playful voice, and she smiled. "And just who might this angel be?" she asked softly and equally playfully. "Well, she just has these appealing blonde hair, teal-green eyes that hold all the warmth in the world, and soft small pink lips that just belong to me," he said softly, and she let out a mock growl. "Well, mister, you're not getting out of your punishment so easily," she said in a mock stern tone, and he smiled mischievously. "Is that right?" he asked playfully, and embraced her nose and started embracing her all over the neck, and she giggled, feeling ticklish. All right, I forgive you now, stop," she said in between giggles, and he stopped and gave her a smile. "See, now that wasn't so strong now, was it?" he asked, gently cupping her cheek as they put their forehead together, gazing into each other's eyes lovingly. "Arigato," she whispered, and he smiled and embraced her forehead, wrapping her up in his arms, and put her head on his ear. "Sleep now, you're tired, you need the rest," he said softly, and embraced the top of her head, running his fingers in her hair as she yawned and her eyes drooped heavily. "Good night, Naruto," she whispered as sleep claimed her. "Good night, Mariheim," he whispered, and his own eyes closed as he gave into his own exhaustion. End of flashback. She was broken out of her thoughts as both broke the embrace, and both had their foreheads touching and were gazing at each other lovingly. "Morning, Naruto," she whispered. "Morning, Mariheim," he whispered, and she smiled as both sat up with Naruto leaning his back against the headboard of the bed, and Temari put her head on his shoulder and wrapped her arms around his waist as he brought her closer, pulling her close to him with her waist. Temari stretched her muscles a bit, and they felt like they had just been rebuilt, and she felt that she could take on anything. She gazed at Naruto's face and saw that he was tired. His eyes showed her what he was feeling, and she felt guilty that he had done that last night for her even after his own exhaustion. Then an idea popped into her mind. "Naruto," she whispered, and he looked down to see her drawing circles on his ear. "Yes, he asked, and she looked up to see his eyes looking at her with the same innocence he always had. "Take the day off today. Let's celebrate my promotion. We have to have our first date too, you know," she said, and he put his finger under her chin and embraced her lips softly. "All right," he said, and she beamed. Both got up and went downstairs to see Gaara and Kankuro eating a widespread breakfast, and Naruto was confused. Why were they eating breakfast they ordered from the outside when they liked his cooking? Gaara caught his questioning look and spoke up. "We thought you might be too tired to cook, so we ordered from the outside," he said stoically, and Naruto nodded as both Temari and Naruto took their seats. "Yeah, after all those noises we heard last night, we thought the both of you might be too tired," said Kankuro, giggling perversely as Temari had a scarlet blush on her face and her eye was twitching dangerously at his insinuation. She glanced at Naruto and saw his head tilted to the side in confusion and looking so innocent that she resisted the urge to yell kawaii and glomp him. She turned to Kankuro and decided to explain before Gaara spoke up. "Uzumaki, you didn't hurt or force her, did you? If you weren't gentle to her last night, I swear," he said as sand swirled behind him, and Naruto was even more confused. He was quite gentle in his massage in his opinion. "I was quite gentle, I think. Did I hurt you, He asked innocently to a tomato-red Temari who knew he didn't get what he was saying right now, and she decided to clear it all up before Naruto made it all worse, but when she saw the innocence in his eyes, she just put a hand on his lap and he was silenced as he waited for an answer, and she took deep breaths to calm herself down. Listen, Gaara, last night Naruto just gave me a massage, nothing else. You are misunderstanding it, she said, calming herself down, and Gaara's eyes widened before he understood his mistake and nodded. I see, he said with a small smile. He should have known those two weren't like that, but Kankuro decided to add his own 2 cents unfortunately. Oh yeah, massage, what kind of a massage? He asked, giggling perversely as the volcano named Temari exploded. Kankuro was heard all throughout the village as his screams were heard all throughout the village. Naruto was thinking of calming down Temari, but Gaara put a hand over his shoulder and shook his head. Then he tried to think what the misunderstanding was all about. Hey Gaara, what did you two think we were doing last night? He asked innocently, and Gaara answered. We thought you two were having section, he said stoically, and Naruto became as red as a tomato. Oh, he said intelligently, and knew Kankuro was now all on his own. Temari wasn't going to stop until she was done with him. Both Gaara and Naruto ate, ignoring the screams of the puppeteer, as after a few moments Temari came dusting off her hands, leaving an unrecognizable Kankuro behind, and ate happily. Temari, I have an idea for the date if you would like to hear it, Naruto said shyly, and she smiled. He was a great and cheerful person ever since she had broken him out of his shell and back to his happy self, but was now a bit calmer than before. No one knew it except her. But he was a shy boy when it came to romantic stuff, and she knew he didn't have any idea what dating was, but was still attempting to do it for her, so she nodded. All right Naruto, you surprised me today, all right? She said, and he nodded, happy that she trusted him to plan the date. All right Temari, get ready, we are going to spend the whole day together on our date, he said happily, and she smiled. Gaara too smiled seeing his sister and best friend so happy, and he admitted that they made a fine couple. Naruto prepared the food for lunch and put it all in a basket and sealed it in a scroll as he dressed up in his usual clothes and waited for Temari to come down. He heard footsteps from behind, and his breath was caught in his throat as he saw Temari come down. She was wearing a thigh-length white silk kimono with blue desert lilies embroidered on the bottom, and had her hair done in a loose bun with a sunbon needle holding it, and her 2 bangs loose from her usually tied hair framing her face. She was wearing blue shinobi sandals and no makeup, not that she needed it in his opinion, and was gazing at him with curious eyes and a faint pink blush on her face. So how do I look? She squeaked out timidly, and he walked up to her as she was looking down, too embarrassed to look at him. He brought her chin up and captured her lips in a small embrace and nibbled her ear, getting a soft and smiled at his ability to make her so sensitive to his touches. For a moment there you took my breath away, he whispered, and she blushed a scarlet red blush and buried her face in his shoulder, too embarrassed to look at him, and Naruto chuckled softly and wrapped her up in his arms as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Baka, she whispered, and he chuckled at her embarrassed voice. Really, so I am a baka to think my Haim is so pretty, he asked playfully, and she punched his eye and looked at him, trying to glare but failing with the blush present on her face. Yes, you're still a baka. But you're my baka, she said softly, and buried her face in his neck as she knew he was smiling at her blush, and she was too embarrassed to show it to him. I should wear something nice too. I didn't know we were supposed to dress up for dates, he said, and she looked up at him with a smile. She knew all about his social problems, and never once had she minded it in the least. So what if he didn't do the things that usually couples do? His innocent eyes and loving heart made it all up for it, and even beyond it, in her opinion. No, I chose your clothes, remember, you look handsome enough as it is, I don't want to beat the girls off of you, she said happily, and he grinned foxily at her. Why, afraid someone might steal me? He asked playfully, and she looked at him annoyed. As if, let those slots try, I'll beat them out of it with my fans, she said as 2 fans appeared from her loose kimono sleeves, and he smiled. She was a true kunoichi, always ready for a battle, not like those fangirls he saw in his old village. He embraced her neck gently, liking and embracing her sensitive points as her breathing became erratic, and she let out a soft and he smiled, pecking her lips as he brought his mouth to her ear. You're the only one I want to hear those soft from my Haim, he said softly, and she hugged him tightly, expressing how much she cared for him and loved him. He wrapped his arms around her as she melted in his arms. "Alright, let's go Mariheim, we still have that date, you know?" he said, and she nodded as both left the Sabaku estate and walked through the village. Temari was wrapped up against him with him holding by her waist and her head on his shoulder. Most of the shop owners smiled and waved at them since they were the most popular couple in the village, and almost everyone knew about him now due to Temari. Temari, who already had a fan club in the village, had less boys chasing after her since they knew she only had eyes for Naruto and none had the ball to stand against her brother. Naruto apparently had his own little fan club, which annoyed Temari to no end since she had found a couple of girls flirting with him, telling him how good his exotic features were. Naruto, being the ever-oblivious one, thought it was good to be praised and was thanking them, not understanding they were flirting until Temari had scared them off and had scolded him lightly like a mother would with her hands on her hips, and he had apologized saying he didn't know. She couldn't even stay mad as she had looked at his innocent eyes apology and had forgiven him, instantly hugging him saying it was all right. "So where are we going, Naruto?" she whispered, and he smiled, holding her waist tightly and embraced the top of her head as she snuggled into his shoulder. "That's a surprise, Haim, but I think you'll like it. I found it myself last week and it's a great place," he said, and now her curiosity was raised as they walked towards the residential area of the village that was still scarce and was mostly for sale to new residents, and walked into a clearing. Suddenly Naruto stopped and got behind her, and as she tried to turn, but he held her close and in place by her stomach and put another hand on her eyes as she smiled, already knowing what he was doing. "What are you doing, Naruto?" she asked, and he answered as he put his head on her shoulder, their cheeks touching, and Temari leaned in to make their contact closer, and he smiled as their cheeks were now together. "Walk with me, Haim, I want to surprise you," he said softly, and she nodded as he started to walk slowly with her to a part of the clearing. As they walked slowly, and Temari stumbled a few times, giggling as Naruto kept her in place. She noticed that suddenly she felt the air quite colder and a lot less dry as she smelled the smell of wet muddy soil and trees and heard the sound of water falling, and stopped as Naruto held her closer and nibbled her ear softly as she giggled, and he whispered, "Alright Haim, we're here. So are you ready?" he asked, and she nodded with a smile as Naruto put his hand out, and she opened her eyes slowly and her eyes widened as her heart skipped a beat. She put her hands over her mouth in surprise. She saw that they were in a strange cave, which was as big as the Sabaku estate, and there were trees in here and greenery like she had never before seen in Suna. There was a small waterfall coming from a crack in the cave which led a small stream through the cave. She saw many small white tiger cubs playing as a small cub came near her legs, rubbing himself against her, and she picked him up softly, cradling him in her arms as he looked at her with wide, curious eyes, and she embraced his nose as he purred softly and nuzzled in her arms. She smiled, brushing his soft fur as it walked up her arms and shoulders and wrapped itself behind her neck, and fell asleep as she giggled at the cute little cub. She turned to Naruto, who was standing watching the interaction, with a smile. "Where are we, Naruto? How did you find this place?" she asked in a trance, and he smiled. "Well, that cub that you have on your neck sleeping is Kiara, my personal summon of the White Tiger clan. A week ago I tried to summon to see if I could still summon the toads and landed in the realm of the White Tiger clan. Their leader Lord Fenrir accepted me as their summoner and came to see where I lived. He could become small like a normal tiger and walked around the village outside of the view of people and said that this place was too barren for the summoner of the prideful White Tiger clan. He came with me here and saw this small barren hill, then asked me to break the hill at a certain point. I smashed a Rasengan and the opening to this cave opened up. We came in to see this big round barren cave, and he reverse summoned the elder tigers here who used their skills with nature chakra that they said they would train me in the future, and changed it into this. I opened up some holes restricted by environment seals that only let sunlight come in, and there you have it," he said, pointing to the cave with his arms, and she looked around at the majestic place. "I have talked about it to Gaara, and he has bought this place for me, and I'll pay him back after I collect enough money. This place is restricted by heavy Uzumaki barrier seals attuned only to mine and your chakra, and I will build my house here to live here and raise my family here. Most probably with you." He whispered the last part out very slowly, but Temari heard it and smiled as she hugged him tightly. "This a great place to raise our family here one day, Naruto," she said softly, and he looked at her with wide eyes. Are you saying that you want to raise a family with me? He asked in a really nervous and hopeful tone, and Temari smiled. She had never felt this sure for anything but knew that he was the only one she would spend her life with. Yes, Naruto, you're the only one I would want to spend my life with, that is if you would want to, she said in a questioning tone at Naruto, who was staring at her as she rubbed his whiskers when he suddenly wrapped his arms around her and embraced her passionately. Their lips moved in a synchronized manner as Naruto liked her bottom lip softly, and she opened her mouth as he explored her mouth, and she massaged his tongue, letting him do what he wanted. He broke off the embrace after 2 minutes as both were breathing heavily, and she saw tears streaming down his eyes when he suddenly captured her lips again, and she ummed as their tongues battled for depths and held his golden hair as she pushed her tongue in his mouth and he massaged it gently, and they broke off. She saw he was still crying when he embraced her in the tightest hug he had ever held her in, and sobbed as she held him and ran her fingers in his hair, trying to calm him down. Why are you crying, Naruto? What's wrong? She asked softly, gently cradling his head in her knee as he spoke in between sobs. Do you really mean it? You want to have a family with me? He asked softly in between hiccups, and she smiled as she embraced his tears away and nodded. He smiled as he buried his face in her knee, and she held him tightly. Now she understood. He was finally happy that someone accepted him and was willing to give him the one thing he craved for most in this world: family. Naruto felt he had achieved something in his life he had never thought was possible for him before. Someone was willing to spend her whole life with him and accepted him completely, knowing everything about him. I love you, Mari-chan, he whispered softly in her ear, and she smiled and embraced his forehead gently and gazed at him lovingly. I love you too, Naruto, she whispered as a tear of her own rolled down her eye, and she gave him a smile with a gentle push on his lips, with her own pouring all her heart into it to let him know how much she loved him. The boy who had captured her heart in such a short time, who she trusted with her life and soul. Both sat down by the small stream with their feet in the water, holding each other as every now and then one would embrace the other, and were lost in their own little world as lunchtime came and Naruto unsealed it as they sat underneath a tree and Naruto unsealed the food. She smiled as she saw all of her favorite things being pulled out, from tempura fried lobster cutlets, white crab soup, and some cold strawberry-flavored milkshake, for which she asked how it was still so cold, and he answered, grinning. The beauty of sealing was the answer she got. It must have cost him a lot, she mused, and both ate as they spent their time making small talk with 2 or 3 makeout sessions every hour and didn't even realize when it was night. They took some food from the restaurant and went straight to their room as Naruto sat with Temari, her back against his knee and his arms wrapped around her stomach. Both were reading a small book on a simple romantic couple and eating the food they brought with them slowly as Temari turned the page when Naruto said he had read it. Occasionally Naruto would embrace her neck or nibble her ear softly, getting a giggle or a soft out of her. As they finally finished the small book, Naruto spoke up. You know, they weren't nearly as romantic as us, Haim, he said, and she giggled as she turned around and sat on his lap, her head resting on his shoulder as he had one arm wrapped around her waist and one playing with her free-flowing hair. Really? She asked playfully, and he smiled at his mischievous girlfriend and started embracing her all over her face and neck, making her giggle from the ticklish embraces he laid on her. All right, you're right, we're more romantic than anyone, so stop please, she said as tears came from her eyes from laughing as he stopped, and both rested in each other's arms as Naruto pulled up a blanket up to their necks and Temari snuggled into his arms, burying her face in his neck, embracing it softly as she yawned cutely and closed her eyes, sighing happily. Today was the best day of my life, Naruto, she said softly, gazing into his eyes lovingly. Mine too, Haim, he said softly, returning her gaze, and pushed his lips to her, gently embracing her lips as both broke off and closed their eyes, snuggling into each other's arms as Naruto switched the lights off. Good night, Mari-chan, he whispered, embracing the top of her head and closing his eyes as he pulled her closer by her waist. Good night, Naruto, she whispered, giving him a soft embrace on his neck and snuggling her face into it as she closed her eyes, and sleep claimed the both of them. Tsunade was sitting in her office going through paperwork and had black rings under her eyes from the lack of sleep she had from the stress that had accumulated on her over the years. She was the one who was hit the hardest with Naruto's banishment in the whole village. She had resorted to sake as her relief, but that too only temporarily resolved her pain. She had turned vicious towards the council, especially the esteemed elders or the mummies as she liked to call them. She had tried to change the opinion of the council, but they were firm on their opinion. Along with the fire daimyo's support, only the feudal lord had the power to overturn the decision for Naruto, but she knew he wouldn't get his hands into such a trivial matter. She was broken out of her musings as Shizune came in saying the council was called. She grit her teeth knowing that those dead weights on the face of the earth would do or say something to completely destroy her already stressed situation. Hokage Tower Council Chambers. The Konoha Council was called as the clan heads sat to the right side of the table with the civilian council to the left and the clan elders at the front. They were all murmuring on trivial things as Tsunade entered and took her seat at the head of the table with a stern expression on her face. "All right, who has called this meeting and why? And trust me, there better be a good reason for this or else I won't be really happy," she said in a cold tone as both sides of the council gulped from her tone and glanced at each other to see who had called the meeting. "We have called the meeting, Tsunade," said Koharu, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the old coot. "It's Hokage-sama to you, esteemed Elder Ko. Remember that or Anko will remind you to know how to address your superiors personally. Now may I know the reason for this urgent meeting that you have called us here for?" She stated coldly, and the council was silent as everyone knew how vicious she had turned after the banishment of the demon brat. Koharu sweated at her tone and threat and nodded. "My apologies, Hokage-sama, but we have some important information and some situations we would like to address with you," said Koharu, and Tsunade nodded, motioning her to continue on as she spoke up. "As you know, Hokage-sama, since the last year our alliances with the Wave and Spring countries have been in turmoil for the past 2 years, and now they have finally broken all alliances. As the 3-year trade alliances with them came for renewal, they completely rejected them and have allied themselves to Suna now completely, and they have said to have gained an even better alliance contract than us," said Koharu as Tsunade raised an eyebrow at her words. "Oh, how so?" asked Tsunade curiously, and Hamura spoke up this time. "Earlier in our alliances we were allied only for mutual trade contracts. It was a give-take sort of a relationship. They supplied us with their resources and we compliantly to the contract supplied them with the native resources of the Land of Fire," he said, and Tsunade nodded, already knowing it, as he continued. "But their alliance for Suna is completely different. Since Suna isn't as rich in the native plantations that we possess, they have decided to give their own resources in return," he said, and Tsunade looked at him confused. "And what is the problem with that?" she asked, and Koharu replied. "Since Suna is mainly rich only in metals or precious stones, they have put in the alliance to give those to them at a lesser price, getting their resources in return for the reconciliation," said Koharu, and Tsunade understood everything. Suna gained resources and even managed to sell them their own, while the Leaf only exchanged them at the exchange price laid down in the alliance, which gave Suna the deal in which they could manage their own prices, which meant Suna had complete control. Hamura, however, continued. "Moreover, Spring and Wave have put a term in the alliance that Suna will provide them with the military might they need, making them the only village that gets their contracts for missions as well as the other employers who they work with. The daimyo is pretty angry at losing such precious alliances with us, and after hearing the benefits of the alliance that he could have gotten, and is demanding answers." Hamura finished, and Tsunade had to say that it was quite a great deal. Suna must have had a good negotiator to pull off such a great deal. "Well, that is bad news that we have lost such great allies for trade alliances, but it's nice that they haven't been lost towards one of our enemy villages. Any idea on why they would have decided to end an alliance with the Leaf?" she asked as the elders glanced at each other for a moment before shaking their heads, and Tsunade had her eyes narrowed. They knew something but weren't telling her, so she decided to ask about dismissing the council when, much to her ire, her least favorite person on the council spoke up. "Actually, Tsunade-sama, there is one more issue we would like to discuss," said Danzo, and she motioned for him to continue on. "We have come across some information about the new security system employed by the Sand Village," he said, and her eyes narrowed. "And how exactly would you have come across some top-secret information about a village's internal security system?" she asked, and he cursed under his breath. He had slipped up and now she was on to him. "That's not important, the issue at hand is," he said, and she motioned for him to continue as he had dodged a bullet, but she kept it in her mind to look into the matter later. They have acted a new barrier system that is in many ways similar to our own. He said, and the clan heads protested that they must have stolen it from the leaf, but Tsunade told them to calm down and listen to the man as Danzo continued. It couldn't have been stolen from us since it is a much better system than us, he said, and the room became deathly silent. Their internal security system was the best, and the leaf prided themselves in it. If Suna had created an even better security system, then that was news to the world about the might of the village. Our system only tells us if a shinobi has entered the village or not, but their system allows them to instantly become alert in case of a breach and locate the intruder, since the whole village's people's chakra signature has been added to the system, making it almost impossible to breach Suna. They have made their village into a fortress. They can see the world, but the world can't see what's going on inside their village. Their system is unbreachable, he said, and the whole council was at a loss for words. It was truly a remarkable system to have for the village, making it impossible for any spies to get in. Moreover, in the previous few years their quality of sealing equipment has increased dramatically. Their exploding tags are much more powerful than before, at almost thrice the strength of our own. And their other sealing equipments too have increased in their complexity much more dramatically. He finished, shocking the council once more. Looks like this is all the work of someone who possesses excessive knowledge of fuinjutsu, said Shikaku, and everyone nodded in agreement. But how Suna was never known for its sealing arts. Lady Chio was their last seal emster, and she doesn't even hold a candle to Mr. Jiraiya in sealing, and he is just a level 8 seal MSTR. Plus, where did they gain the knowledge of such high-level fuinjutsu to train such a great seal said Hayashi, and everyone nodded again. To make that much of a difference in such little time was unexpected and the work of a true seal. But how could it be? Our seals were handed down to us by Shodame-sama himself, said Shikaku, and Tsunade snorted as everyone looked at her curiously. Please, my grandfather wasn't a seal MSTR at the level to create such high-quality seals that have been handed down to us, she said, and everyone was confused, and Tsunade continued. All of our complex seals were handed down to us by my grandmother Mito Senju, formerly known as Mito Uzumaki of the once great Uzumaki clan of Yuzushigakure no Sato. The barrier system was a gift from the elders of the Uzumaki clan as a tribute to the alliance formed between Konoha and Yuzu through the marriage of my grandparents when the two royal families joined together. The symbol of a spiral we wear on our backs is the clan symbol of the Uzumaki clan to honor the alliance formed at the foundation of Konohagakure no Sato. It has all been recorded and kept safe in the Senju history archives. She finished, and everyone was stunned that what they all believed all this time was wrong. Wait, then why don't we know about all of this? Asked an angered Hayashi, and Tsunade smiled sadly. During the start of the Second Great Shinobi War, Yuzu was attacked and destroyed by a joint effort of Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa due to the fear of the Uzumaki clan and their prowess in fuinjutsu. They sent for help to Konoha, but we didn't have forces to spare, and until the time help reached, Yuzu was already in ruins. The whole village was wiped out. My grandfather and granduncle, feeling the shame at not being able to save their family, were so guilty that they removed all records of the clan to forget the shame that Konoha felt at the time. I know it since the Senju and Uzumaki were cousin clans tied through BLD, and all records are kept in the Senju family archives. She finished, and all of them sat silent, taking in the information, as not even Danzo knew the truth that the Uzumaki and Senju were that closely related. Hey, wasn't Naruto an Uzumaki? Was he related to the clan? Asked Shikaku as he remembered another Uzumaki before him. Kushina was her name if he remembered right, he thought, and Tsunade shook her head. His heritage was known only to the Sandaime, and he took it with him to the grave. Only Naruto himself knows of it because the Sandaime left him a sealed wooden box telling him about it, which I handed over to him at the time of his banishment. It could just have been a way for the Sandaime to honor the once great clan or something else. We shall never know, she said sadly as the memories of him returned to her and her heart ached. She missed her idiotic blonde and his ever-present smile. Shikaku was remembering the tomboyish red-haired girl and remembered who she was always around with. His eyes widened suddenly, blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes. No one else had those exotic features. So that's why he chose him to seal the QB. He was his own son. Tsunade saw the expression of realization, shock and horror on his face and was curious as to what had a Nara so worked up. "What's the matter, Shikaku? You have something to say," she said, and Shikaku stared at her for a few moments before he sighed and shook his head. "No, Tsunade-sama just remembered something about my wife," he said as several clan heads snickered, and Tsunade knew he was lying through his teeth immediately. Shikaku knew that anything about it now was a waste of time. The boy was most probably dead by now, since there had been no news of him in the past 3 years, and the way of his banishment left very little chance for his survival. They had driven away the prince of the village with such royal BLD without even realizing it. He decided to drop the moot point since it was too troublesome for now. "So, Tsunade-sama, what are we going to do about it?" asked Hamura, and she looked at him confused. "Do about what?" she asked curiously, as the elders were shocked. "About Suna, of course. Something must be done about them," said Koharu, and she was even more curious now. "I'm sorry, I don't really follow you," said Tsunade, and now they were flabbergasted. "What do you mean they are getting too powerful? We must do something," said Danzo in outrage, and now Tsunade was enraged. "We will do nothing of the sort. They are the only major village which is completely neutral to Konoha, and the Kazekage is coming in a few days to make the final negotiations of the alliance propositions with us that the Suna Council has been delaying for the past 2 years. Now that I know their strength and the alliances they hold, I want to make this work even more," she said calmly, and the whole council nodded as all of them except Tsunade were thinking of ways to get their hands on the power that Suna now held and to forge an alliance with them that was solid enough to last and get them something in return. "I have an idea for the alliance to work and last long, Tsunatama," said Danzo, and she grimaced inwardly, already knowing it to be something ugly which would make her throw a fit, though urged for him to go on. "Why not forge an alliance the same way your grandfather did with Yuzushiogakure no Sato?" he asked, and she rose an eyebrow at that. "A political marriage?" she asked, and he nodded. "But for that to even be considered, both parties must have important figures of their village to be married." "Who do you have in mind?" she asked, though she already had an idea who it would probably be from the leaf. Danzo smirked as he answered. "Why not propose a marriage between Sasuke Uchiha, the last Uchiha and Sharingan holder to the leaf, and Temari no Sabaku, the daughter of the 4th Kazekage and the sister to the 5th. It should hold the alliance firm, and we benefit with a strong kunoichi from the sand with royal BLD, and she would be a perfect bride for Sasuke, as he too desires a strong and powerful wife to rebuild his clan," he said, and she nodded, though Mabuki Haruno was seething at the idea of someone other than her daughter marrying the last Uchiha and losing her chance at gaining respect in the village. "But why would they even consider sending her to our village? What do they gain in return?" she asked, and Danzo answered. "They get a strong alliance and the support of the leaf, the loyalty of the Uchiha clan, as well as the hand of the Uchiha heir in marriage. That should definitely be enough for them to be convinced, and we even say that she gets dual citizenship to both villages so that she could go back to her village anytime she pleases. And imagine if any of her children manage to get the power of the Jiten Kekkei Genkai that runs in the BLD of her family, we might get the Kekkei Genkai that 3 of their Kazekages are feared for. And that, coupled with the Sharingan, will make the Uchiha clan even stronger than before," he said, and the whole council agreed, seeing the advantages they would gain as well as the Kekkei Genkai they might get. Tsunade, though, scowled at the idea of breeding children for Kekkei Genkai, though knew that it was a political matter and her own opinion didn't matter. "Alright, I'll talk to the Kazekage on this matter, along with the rest of the matters concerning the alliance, and we'll see what comes out of it," she said, though she inwardly wanted to castrate that cripple for even suggesting such a disgusting thing. "Alright then, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" she asked, and they shook their heads. "Then the council is dismissed," said Tsunade, and they all left. Tsunade walked into her office and plopped down in her chair and poured herself some sake. "Tsunade-sama, what do you think would happen with the Sand Village?" asked Shizune, as she knew why Tsunade was drinking sake at this time. The issue of Naruto that was picked up at the council was always a difficult thing for her. "I don't know, Shizune. I haven't met Gar at all in the past few years. Their village was always sending a delegation in his place, and ever since Temari quit being the Konoha Suna official ambassador, the talks for the alliance have been pretty much at a stall, but with this meeting the issue will be made clear once and for all. Plus, The upcoming Chunin exams are being co-hosted by the leaf and the sand. The first 2 phases will be in the leaf with the third part being hosted by the sand. This will give us the time to complete the talks, she said, and Shizen nodded as she went about to get the work of the office done. Tsunade wondered where her blonde little Gaki was, or if he was even alive. She had sent several ANBU over the years on his trail, but all had returned without a trace, saying he was now most probably dead or captured by some enemy village and most probably have his beast extracted and his body experimented upon. She wasn't ready to believe that her Naruto could be dead, and a tear rolled down her eye at the guilt she felt at not being able to do anything for him. Konoha no Sato barbecue place. The Rookie 11 were gathered at the barbecue place along with their friends and were sitting there, but there was only one person missing from the group, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke had gotten even more of a loner ever since he was brought back by Naruto and had his curse seal removed by Jiraiya even after many of his protests. Shikamaru was sitting there with a thoughtful expression on his face, and Ino decided to question it. "What's the matter with you, Shikamaru?" she asked, and he looked at her surprised, not even noticing that he had spaced out and sighed. "Nothing, just thinking about the delegation that is about to come from the sand. This year Leaf and Sand are co-hosting the Chunin exams with the first 2 parts here while the third part is in the sand. Just wondering who will be in charge of it from their village," he said lazily, and she smirked. "Why want that sand princess Temari to be the one?" she asked in a sly tone, and he threw her a glare. It was a touching point for him, and everyone knew he liked her, though she hadn't responded to any of his advances at all, and that confused him to no end. "You know that she doesn't want anything to do with me, Ino. She made it pretty clear the last time we met a couple of years ago," he said somberly, and she nodded sadly, remembering how he was burnt off when he tried to ask her the reason for her rejection, and she had all but given him the cold shoulder. She decided to change the topic and turn to her friend Sakura, who was just quietly playing with her own food. "So Sakura, has Tsunade-sama agreed at taking you on as an apprentice?" she asked, and Sakura frowned. "No, she has told me that she won't take any apprentice from the Leaf Village since she doesn't find anyone worthy enough in her eyes, and told me to continue working at the hospital on my own," she said, and Ino nodded. Everything she spoke was getting everyone in a bad mood. She mused. "Hey, have you heard about the broken alliance of the Wave and the Spring Villages?" asked Niji, and they all nodded as Sakura grimaced and put her spoon down as Hinata looked at her confused. "Sakura-chan, is something wrong?" she asked with her usual stutter, and Sakura looked down at her plate. "Yes, it is most probably due to Naruto," she said in a low voice, and everyone was saddened at the way they had treated him all those years ago. None of them other than Sasuke and Sakura had wanted the boy to get banishment for his mistakes. Everyone knew how much Sakura missed the blonde, especially after her last encounter with Sasuke. No one knew the details of what had happened, but Sakura had lost her crush and had been depressed about Naruto leaving and had regretted her words to him that she spoke at the time of his leaving. She missed the blonde and his cheerful attitude, as he always tried to cheer her up when she was down by asking her for a date, and then would even take her lashing just to make her feel better. She despised her own fangirl attitude that she held all those years ago, and when she came off her high from Sasuke and her fantasy world, he was long gone and missing from her life. Hinata too missed the blonde and wished she had the courage to go against her father and at least meet him one last time before he had left to confess her feelings for the blonde. Everyone else too regretted their last words to the blonde boy and wanted him to come back, though knew there wasn't even a chance of that since he was most probably dead now. Sakura had asked Tsunade if she could go and find him, but had gotten a serious lashing being asked if she hadn't already done enough, and now she couldn't leave him in peace even after he was gone. She had cried and ran to her home and had kept herself locked up for 2 days before returning to duty. Shikamaru regretted his last words to his childhood friend and thought of how stupid he was to take out his frustration on him, even though he brought Sasuke back. Sasuke had all but cut off from the group, saying they only tied him down and had a foul mouth and an even more arrogant attitude since the villagers treated him like a prince to keep him loyal to the village, and had Kakashi now as his personal trainer. He had been promoted to Jounin himself, giving him even more arrogance than before, as the council wished him to be as loyal as he could and give him the facilities he needed with the rank of Jounin. Tsunade no Sato. It was a bright and usually hot day in the Sand Village as Temari walked through the village in her usual attire. She was wearing her purple battle kimono and dark purple skirt slit from both sides, showing her toned thighs, one of which had fishnet covering it, with her other calf doing the same, and was wearing an ANBU armor over it with a scarlet sash on her waist. See story icon for reference. She was walking to the weapons shop to get her battle fan back from maintenance when she felt two arms wrap around her waist and a pair of lips on her neck as she ummed and melted into the loving embrace of the man she loved so much. "So where are you going, Haim?" asked a husky voice nibbling her ear, and shivers ran down her spine as she turned around and gazed into those loving cerulean pools that she loved so much. She wrapped her arms around his neck and softly pressed her lips against his, not caring the least about the people watching her as she broke the gentle embrace off, rubbing his whiskers with her hand softly as he leaned into her hand, making her smile. Naruto stood there at 6 feet, taller than her by 4 inches, and a lean athletic build, with his hair shadowing his eyes, giving him a mystifying look. He was wearing a light gray cut-sleeves shirt and a white full-sleeves jacket open in the front with blue ANBU breathes, and fingerless gloves with metal back plates and matching sandals to go with them. He wore his beige hip pouch and white kunai holster in the usual way, and the Suna metal plate stitched on the jacket on his right arm under the Namikaze symbol, and the Uzumaki swirl on the other arm. The most striking feature were the blue flames at the bottom of his jacket that accentuated his clothes. Temari traced her hands on his firm vis and put her head on it as he wrapped her up in his arms, and she melted in the embrace, and he disappeared in a water shunshin. He came back up to the top of the highest tower nearby and sat her down on his lap in the shade, and she snuggled in his arms. "Miss me, Haim?" he asked softly, brushing her hair as he opened them of their bindings to let them flow freely and ran his fingers in them, and she nodded, hugging him. "You were supposed to come back last night, and here you are coming half a day late?" she said in a mock-angry tone, and he smiled and embraced the top of her head softly. "I'm sorry, Haim, but there was a problem in the barrier and I had to go check it up. Some idiot tried to improve it but instead ruined the stability of the seals. As soon as I left, I came to you without reporting the success to Gaara," he said softly, making her smile as she looked up and pecked him happily. "Well, you did the right thing. I have to go to Gaara too, so let's go together," she said, and he smiled and nodded as he embraced her neck and pulled her kimono sideways, liking her collarbone that she was so sensitive to, and she ummed softly, running her fingers through his hair. "Naruto?" she ummed, and he smiled and gave her a gentle embrace on her lips and fitted her kimono properly, smiling at the pretty pink blush she had on her face. She started to tie her hair again as he caught her wrist, and she looked at him confused. "Let them flow in the wind, Haim. You look pretty that way," he said softly, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, making her blush intensify as both stood up. He wrapped her up in a hug, and both disappeared in a swirl of water, going to the Kazekage Tower after heading to the weapons shop and having some lunch at his house with his Haim and have some alone time. Kazekage Tower, Kazekage office. Gaara was going through the paperwork and was frustrated to no end. Ever since some idiot tried to show his sealing prowess with modifications to the sealing barrier and had disabled it. The council was in an uproar, and every 10 minutes some official would come and ask him about it, and it was now getting frustrating. He had sent Naruto to deal with it, since he was the one who designed it from the ground up, and he was supposed to report to him 2 hours ago, but there was no sign of him, and he wasn't with the barrier team either, and he was dealing with those idiot counselors and paperwork and was almost considering killing the whining fool in front of him with his sand. "I'll send a message as soon as Naruto is done with the barrier repairs," he said calmly, hiding his frustrations, and the man smiled and left after thanking him, and another knock came to the door and his eye twitched. If it was another man who was here to whine about the barrier who had nothing to do with the DMN thing, then there will be BLD come in, he said stoically, and in walked Naruto and Temari as he saw his sister's hair opened and flowing and her lips were a bit swollen, and turned to Naruto, who apparently had some pink lipstick on his neck that he hadn't noticed but put it aside, knowing what the two had been up to. "Uzumaki, you were supposed to report to me 2 hours ago after you left the barrier team. I have sent 3 ANBU teams for you, but there has been no news." He was cut off as the ANBU teams appeared in the office and bowed to him. "Kazehama, looks like Naruto Uzumaki has left the village. We couldn't find him anywhere," the leader said, and his eye twitched as he pointed to the man standing in front of him, who had an amused smile on his face while Temari was giggling. Anbu smartly vanished the office as sand had appeared where they were a moment ago, and he turned to Naruto, who still had that infuriating smile on his face that made him restless. "Where were you, Uzumaki?" "I have been answering those DMN Council fools about it for the past 2 hours who apparently had nothing to do with this matter, and you have apparently left the barrier team on time but are coming 2 hours late. So I ask again, where were you?" he asked, annoyed, and Naruto put his finger on his chin in a thinking pose. "Well, let's see, I was coming to you when I met Haim and we caught up with each other since I had not been able to meet her last night," he said calmly, pointing to Temari, making his eye twitch. "Then we went to get her fan from the weapons shop, then we got hungry and I made us some lunch and we ate, and then, well, we had some alone time." He finished, making Temari blush as she traced her finger on her lip, thinking of the makeout session they had. Gaara's eye was twitching dangerously as he listened to his lame excuses for coming this late for a report. "So you were doing all those things while you had to make an important report to me, am I right?" he asked, and Naruto nodded. "You do know that reporting to the Kage of the village after a mission is mandatory?" he asked sarcastically, making Naruto smile. "So I've heard," he said nonchalantly, making Gaara's fingers twitch, and he had to control the urge to punch him with a sand fist but knew he would never catch him in time, and he sighed, pinching his nose in frustration as Temari giggled. "Uzumaki, I swear you'll be the death of me someday. So I assume the problem was fixed?" he asked hopefully, and Naruto nodded with a smile, making him sigh in relief as he turned to Temari for the important matter he had to discuss with her. "Temari, I'm sorry, but there is a mission of negotiation I have that you won't like," he said, and she looked at him confused. "You will be coming with me to Konoha for the final negotiations on our peace treaty. You are the best negotiator we have, and your knowledge in politics is unparalleled as shown in the previous 2 alliances," he said, and her eyes widened as she turned furious and was about to retort when Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a smile and shook his head. "Haim, don't let your personal feelings come in between. What's in the past is done. Plus it is only a one-time deal, right?" he asked Gaara, who didn't answer, making him raise an eyebrow and Temari's anger to rise. "Well, she has also been appointed as the liaison between Suna and Konoha for the upcoming joint Chunin exams," he said, and she looked at him incredulously. "You can't be serious," she shouted, and he nodded, showing his firm resolve. "It is the order of the council and your Kage. You cannot refuse this mission," he said, and her eyes widened as she stormed off the office, slamming the door behind her, making him wince, knowing he would pay for playing the rank card later, and turned to Naruto, who was looking at him with confusion. "Gaara, you shouldn't have forced her like that. We could have convinced her peacefully," he said, and Gaara shook his head. "No, it was the only way. Anyways, I wanted to take you as my personal bodyguard, but we couldn't let you come to Konoha, and at least one of us must stay in the village as we don't want it to appear too weak, though I trust you with my life the most, my friend. So I'll be taking Kankuro instead, and I hand over my military powers to you while the diplomatic powers are handed to the council. The whole council has agreed to my decision as well," he said, and Naruto's eyes widened. To give him military control of a shinobi village was essentially naming him a temporary Kage, and the whole council trusted him enough. Gaara saw his face and smiled a bit as he stood up and put a hand on his shoulder. "Uzumaki, we both know you have always been the stronger of the 2 of us, and you have gained a lot of influence and respect in the council over the years with your contributions to the village by giving us your clan's seals and helping us forge alliances, and your loyalty to me still remains unquestionable. Let's see how you do as a temporary Kazekage in my absence. I couldn't find a better person to hand the power of the village in my absence. You are my right hand and my brother in all but BLD," he said, and Naruto was stunned at the trust and acceptance the village and Gaara showed him and couldn't find the words for the situation that had arisen now. He couldn't comprehend the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, and his mind was spinning. Gaara squeezed his shoulder, making him look at him, and gave him a curt nod. "Don't worry, Uzumaki, you are only in charge of the shinobi, and the rest of the affairs will be handled by the council. It is only for a few days. I know you'll do fine. You have never disappointed me, and I know you won't this time too. Now go and check on Temari, I am worried about her," he said, and Naruto nodded, immediately forgetting all about the situation as his thoughts turned to his love, and he rushed out of the office to find his Haim. He forgets all about the pressure of being a temporary Kage because Temari is troubled. "That idiot never ceases to amaze me," He thought returning to the bane of his life, paperwork. Naruto got out of the Kazekage Tower and started searching for Temari. He looked everywhere from the Sabaku estate to all the spots she hung out at and was now getting worried. He frantically searched for her everywhere as the sun was going down, and now his heart was racing fast, thinking something might have happened to her. He rocked his brain for where she might have gone off to when his brain suddenly clicked, and he rushed to the cave where he took her for his first date and rushed there. He entered the cave and started looking around as he saw her there sleeping, leaning against the tree with Kiara sleeping beside her, and sighed in relief. He slowly walked up as Kiara heard footsteps and opened her eyes to see her summoner, and he put his finger to his lips telling her to stay quiet and sat beside his princess. He gently put his hand beside her head and put it on his lap as she wrapped her arms around his waist and snuggled in his stomach in her sleep, making him smile. He saw the tear marks across her cheek and knew she had been crying as he ran his fingers through her hair and gently laid an embrace on top of her head, and she smiled in her sleep and snuggled further. He kept rubbing her head for an hour as her eyes fluttered open, and she saw that she was sleeping on something very comfortable and warm and knew what it was as she tried to get away by sitting up, but Naruto pulled her to his lap and gripped her tightly, burying his face in her neck as she struggled in his grip. "Let me go," she said angrily, and he embraced her neck softly, making her struggle a bit less, and started laying embraces and liking her sensitive skin softly as her struggles ceased, and she tilted her head sideways and pulled his head closer by his hair. "Let me go, Naruto." She ummed and tried to resist half-heartedly, and he smirked, pulling her kimono sideways and bit her collarbone, gently drawing a bit of blood as she gasped, "Naruto?" She ummed in pleasure as he softly liked the mark clean of the bit of blood and laid soft embraces up her neck, going to her ear, as she pulled his head closer, letting him have the access he needed, and he gently embraced and liked her ear, nibbling it softly, getting another soft from her appealing pink lips. "I'm sorry, Haim," he whispered and buried his face in her neck, taking in the scent of her hair, and she smiled as he took her anger away and ran her fingers through his hair and closed her eyes as he held her tightly close to him. "If you didn't agree with me, at least don't agree with him," she whispered softly, and he nodded and softly embraced her neck, making her smile. "I know, Haim, but it was an order from the council. You would have had to do it either way, so I tried to convince you. I wasn't going against you," he said softly, and she smiled and nodded. "I know, I just got angry thinking of that stupid village and needed to vent my frustrations," she said, and he nodded as she saw the state his clothes were in since she left him and was confused as to why they were in such bad shape. "Why are your clothes that way, Naruto?" she asked, and he sighed tiredly in her neck. "I was worried sick about you, Haim," he said with a sigh, and she was confused as he continued. "You ran away angry, and I knew you were about to cry, and that was why you ran away. I searched the village top to bottom for 2 hours and still didn't find you. I was scared something had happened to you." He whispered and tightened his hold on her, making her gasp at her stupidity. "This was the last place left, and if you weren't here I would have torn this village apart top to bottom to find you," he whispered as she felt a tear on her neck and knew she shouldn't have run away like that. "Don't run away like that again," he whispered, embracing her neck, and she nodded. "I'm sorry, I was just too," she said, but was cut off as he pressed his lips on hers in a gentle embrace and gave her a smile. "I know," he said softly, putting a lock of hair behind her ear, and she smiled and nodded as he suddenly lifted her hand and embraced the back of it and looked at her curiously. "Haim, do you love me?" he asked, and she was confused at the sudden question but answered nonetheless. "More than you could ever know," she whispered softly, rubbing his cheek as he leaned into her touch, making her smile. "Do you trust me?" he asked, and she answered wholeheartedly. "More than I trust myself," she whispered softly, and a small smile lit up his face. "Will you be with me?" he asked, and she smiled. "I'm already yours, my ball of sunshine," she whispered, and he smiled, genuinely happy, and suddenly slid a platinum ring in the shape of a 9-tailed fox with a red ruby in its eye in the third finger in her left hand, and she gasped as she looked at him with tears in her eyes as he gazed at her lovingly. "Then marry me," he whispered, and she threw herself in his arms as he caught her in his arms, and she cried in his ear. He smiled softly and rubbed her back gently, trying to soothe the hysterically crying girl. "And here I thought you would be happy for getting the ring," he said playfully, and she giggled as she hit his lightly and grabbed his collar of the jacket and smiled. "Baka, shut up and embrace me," she said, and pulled him to her as she captured his lips and pushed her lips to his with all her might. She liked his bottom lip softly, and he opened his mouth and she pushed her tongue in, exploring his caverns completely, and Naruto saw that she was trying to show what she felt and let her do what she wanted, and gently massaged her tongue with his own, and she ummed in the embrace as she put her hand on the back of his neck and pulled him close to her, deepening the embrace. Naruto's eyes glazed as he had never felt her embrace him so passionately before, and as she broke off he saw her tongue a bit red with blood and trace his finger on his lips, seeing she had bitten him slightly, and saw her breathing, gazing at him lovingly. She dove on again. This time she caught his bottom bleeding lip in her own and see on it softly, making him grunt in pleasure as she broke off after a couple of minutes as he brought her close and put her head on his and his chin on her head, running his fingers in her hair as she sighed happily. "Do you think I proposed a bit early?" he asked nervously after a few minutes of happy silence, and she looked at him with an amused smile as she wrapped her arms around his neck, and their faces were inches off as he tried to lean in, but she would lean back equally, making him growl as she giggled. "Well, that's a really interesting question after proposing me, you know," she said playfully, and he blushed in embarrassment as she giggled. "Why did you ask? Are you having any doubts?" she asked, knowing that wasn't the reason and knew why he was asking it, but wanted to hear it from him. "No, it isn't that, but you know, Kankuro told me that in a relationship first the couple, you know." He trailed off, blushing, and she giggled at his shyness. "Have section?" she asked playfully, and he blushed and stuttered "Hige," making her giggle. "Well, when have we been a normal couple? You had an extreme makeout session and gave me the best first embrace a girl could ever ask for, and asked me to be your girlfriend before you took me to my first date that was equally as romantic as I could hope for, where I told you that I wanted to have a family and spend my life with you. So I guess 3 years of dating and proposing without having SEC is not that unusual, and EC isn't the only thing in a relationship. Love, our bond, is the strongest thing we need," she said softly, and he nodded, seeing her point as she continued. "And we could, you know, have SEC if you want. I have already told you I'll let you have me anytime you want. So want to do it now?" she asked playfully, and giggled as he turned bright red and pecked him, rubbing his whiskers softly. "You are too innocent for your own good, Naruto, and way too easy to tease," she said, giggling, and he smiled as he embraced her lips softly and sensually, laid embraces on her jawline and the sensitive areas of her neck, and nibbled her ear softly, earning a soft from her. "Still think I'm too innocent?" he asked huskily, and shivers ran down her spine as he pinned her to the ground with one of his knee on her thigh to raise it up, and his hands holding her wrists as he looked at her disheveled hair and kimono and the way her fishnets were giving a view of her drenched panties. He lowered his head to her ear and whispered, "You're already this wet, Mari-chan. You really are a naughty lily of the desert, aren't you?" he whispered, and she ummed as he embraced her ear softly and rose up, gazing at her vulnerable position lovingly, and she wriggled her wrists, knowing he won't go any further as he let her go, and she brought him in a hug and held him tightly as she cried, and he was worried. "What happened, Haim? Did I hurt you?" he asked, concerned, and she cried harder as he turned her around, so she laid on his seat and hugged her tightly, rubbing her back gently. "Shoo, what's wrong?" he whispered softly as she looked at him, sobbing. "I know you only hold back because of that thing I told you 1 year ago, don't you?" she asked in a sob, and he smiled as his mind went to that night of the festival in the village. Flashback: Naruto and Temari were sitting on the roof of the Sabaku estate as they had just returned from the annual festival in the village, and were sitting there cuddling in their traditional kimonos, looking at the fireworks. "Naruto," she whispered, and he looked at her, embracing her head softly. "Yes, Haim?" he asked, and she looked at the fireworks as she spoke. "You know, I always had a dream that I haven't told to anyone," she whispered, and he looked at her curiously. "What is that, Haim?" he asked softly as he put her head on his knee and sat her on his lap as they sat in the shower of fireworks. "I've always wanted to get married to a man that would love me as my brothers would give me away to the love of my life, and we will have that special night that I have waited for on our honeymoon," she whispered, and he smiled as he imagined her dream with him being the groom. "That's a appealing dream, Haim," he whispered softly, and she nodded as he embraced her on her lips, cupping her face as the last of the fireworks went off and they got lost in the moment. End of flashback. He cupped her face, embracing her tears away, and smiled at the lovely crying girl. "Look at me, love. He whispered, and she caught his loving gaze that made her heart warm, and she smiled a bit, still sobbing. "You know that I love you, right?" he asked, and she nodded as he rubbed her nose with the sleeve of his jacket, making her giggle. "Do you know why I gave you that ring tonight instead of a special date I had planned?" he asked, and she shook her head and was surprised that he had a special date planned for her, but it was just like her cute baka to do something like that. "This ring," he said, embracing her finger and the ring as he looked at her, "is a promise," he said, and she tilted her head to the side cutely, and he smiled as he pecked her lips. "That ring contains my Hiraishin marker, the fastest and the most sophisticated one I have ever created. It took me a year to finish engraving such a complex seal in such a small ring. Just channel a bit of your chakra in it and I'll be there in a flash to get you. It also acts as a beacon due to the little demonic chakra I have put in the diamond, thus it has turned into a BLD red color and lets me know where you are at all times so that you don't run off on me again, and it has BLD seals so no one can remove it from you other than me or you and force you to remove it if you are in trouble. As long as you have that ring, I'm always with you. That ring is the pinnacle that I have achieved with my sealing. My masterpiece that I created for my Heim. No one has ever come close to putting so many complex seals and synchronizing them perfectly in such a small object before. As long as that ring is with you, we are one," he said softly, and her eyes widened as she pulled out the ring and gazed at the seals engraved so finely and lightly that they weren't visible if she didn't look closely and saw what the ring meant to him. It wasn't a piece of expensive jewelry, it was a promise as to how much he loved her. He put his hand on the ring and slid it back as he cupped her cheek and brushed it softly. "SEC doesn't matter to me, Heim. I'll die a virgin if it means having you in my arms," he whispered, and she threw herself in his arms and cried, whispering, "I love you," again and again. He sat up and channeled a bit of chakra to his palm as a bit of moisture from the air came to his hand, making it wet, and he wiped her face and cleaned it away of her tear stains, and she pouted like a child, making him smile. "Let's go home, Heim, and I'll make you dinner, all right?" he asked, and she nodded as she walked a couple of steps when he suddenly swept her legs and caught her in his arms, making her squeal in glee as she wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled in his tea. "I never said you'll be walking home," he said playfully, and she giggled. "You spoil me too much," she said playfully, and he smiled as he pecked her softly. "My princess deserves the best," he said, and she giggled. "Charmer, don't use flattery, I'm already your fiancé now," she said, and he chuckled. "Hey, fiancé does have a CC feel to it, you know," he said, and she laughed, hitting him in the tizzy as he jumped up on a branch. "Wife has a much sexier feel, you know," she whispered softly, and he nodded as he embraced her forehead gently. "It does, Heim, and you'll be called that soon if I have anything to say about it," he said softly, and she smiled and nodded as he jumped through the roof with her in his arms at blinding speeds, and she squealed happily as the air hit the both of them, and they laughed happily as the people saw the blonde blurs and smiled, knowing the happiest and most mischievous as well as popular couple in the village. The whole village knew the story of an unknown ninja who came to the village, becoming the right hand of the Kazekage and stealing the heart of the princess of the village and melting the ice princess's heart to only him. He walked into the Sabaku compounds and put her down as they walked in happily to the house and to the dining room to see Kankuro and Gaara sitting there, and Gaara gazed at her curiously as he saw she didn't even spare him a glance as Naruto sat on the table and sat her on his lap as both giggled and whispered, making small talk to each other out of their earshot, and he coughed a bit, getting their attention. "Temari, for what it's worth, I don't want this any more than you do, and I'm sorry, but we have to think of the village," he said, and was cut off as she spoke up. "It's all right, Gaara, I understand," she chirped happily, and he rose an eyebrow as both he and Kankuro glanced at each other, knowing something was up if she forgave him so easily, even if Naruto had talked to her. "Are we missing something, guys?" asked Kankuro, and Temari smiled as she glanced at Naruto, who nodded, embracing her cheek, and she put her hand on his cheek as both of their cheeks touched, and they looked at them happily. Temari raised up her hand and showed them the finger with the ring as their eyes widened and jaws dropped to the ground, and she giggled at seeing their reactions. "Guys, I'm engaged to my blonde Teddy here," she said softly, pecking his cheek, and he smiled as he put his head on her shoulder and held her tightly. A moment later, Gaara broke out of his stupor and smiled brightly, nodding. "I'm happy and approve this engagement wholeheartedly, and I'm sure the village will love to see their favorite couple get together." he said, and she smiled and nodded as she turned to Kankuro, who was rooted and absolutely still, and Gaara shook him as he looked at him like a robot. "Huh?" he replied intelligently as his brain fried from the overload of the news, and he fainted, and Temari and Naruto laughed wholeheartedly, and Gaara shook his head, face palming. "Great, you broke him," he said, and they laughed harder as Gaara turned to Naruto and motioned for him to stand up, and they stood in front of each other as his face turned serious and he gazed into his eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki, I trust you to keep my sister happy, or friend or not I will crush you with my sand," he said as Temari blushed in embarrassment and Naruto chuckled. "Don't worry Gaara, you know how much I love her," he said, and Gaara nodded and smiled at his honest answer and raised his hand, and Naruto shook it, showing the faith Gaara put in him. He walked into the kitchen as he started to prepare the dinner when suddenly Temari wrapped her arms from behind him and hugged him tightly, making him smile. He brought her hand up and embraced it softly as he asked, "You want something special for tonight's dinner, Mari-chan?" he asked, and she nodded with her face in his back, and he smiled. "It wouldn't happen to be one of the cinnamon apple pie or the chocolate truffle cake that I've just put in the oven now, would it?" he asked playfully, and she turned him around and glared at him. "Are you trying to make me fat, mister?" she asked in mock anger, and he smiled as he pushed her against the counter and sat her on it as he held her when she wrapped her legs around him, and he smiled as he rubbed her stomach. "Now a fat and chubby Mari-chan will look so cute. Of course I'm trying to make you fat. After all, then I can have more of my Haim to embrace, you know," he said playfully, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and put her forehead against his, giggling. "Flatterer, I know you always know how to get away with me. You are the only one who could say he wants me fat and live without being slashed by Kamatari," she said, and he chuckled as he rubbed her stomach softly, and she blushed a bit, feeling warm and wanted him to go a bit down in her spread legs. He leaned to her ear as he whispered, "Not yet, Haim," he said huskily, and she blushed a scarlet at his amused smile, thinking how he read her mind when he ran his hand up her thigh, massaging it, and slowly got on the inside of it and near her panties as her breath hitched, and she ummed when suddenly he stopped and pulled back and pecked her, moving back to the oven, leaving her blushing and wet, chuckling as she grinded her teeth at his teasing and pranking, but melted when he showed her the 2 pans in his hands with the desserts, and her mouth watered as she moved forward with a spoon and plate, and he held it back, making her glare. "Payment for the chef first time," he said, and she pouted as she pressed her lips to his fully and his bottom lip softly, and took the pan from his hand and cut herself a big slice with the knife, and smiled as Naruto wrapped his arms from behind her and put his chin on her shoulder. "Won't my Haim share it with her fiancé?" he asked in mock hurt, and she giggled. "All right, but get the rest of the dinner and we'll share it, but Kankuro gets no dessert," she said, and he chuckled as Kankuro yelled about being unfair from the dining room. They ate and laughed as they talked, and Kankuro and Gaara smiled at the way their faces were glowing with happiness and how their family was growing. After a great fight between Kankuro and Temari on dessert before she bashed his head with her fan and ate it with Naruto, while Naruto secretly passed a share to Gaara, who took it gratefully, we find our couple in their room with Naruto in his shirt and boxers and Temari over him, embracing him passionately in just a pink t-shirt and white panties, as he had one hand on her waist and one buried in her hair. She took out her tongue from his mouth as both breathed and had their lips swollen from the long make-out session as she lied, completely pressed on Naruto. She breathed heavily, listening to his heartbeat as she felt his strong member near her thighs, and grabbed it as Naruto grunted in pleasure when she rubbed her hand over it, and Naruto caught her wrist as she looked at him, biting her lip, knowing how much he was holding himself back. "Why are you holding so much back, Naruto-kun? I can take care of it and we won't go all the way, you know," she said desperately, and he smiled and shook his head as he brought her hand up and pecked her softly. "Because Haim, I'm not sure if I would be able to stop if we get going. You are too appealing, and our little fun session make me strong to control as it is," he said, and she blushed. "Then don't stop," she started as he pressed his lips on hers and smiled. "Haim, stop it. I told you that it's not about C, and I know that isn't the matter, so what are you afraid of?" he asked softly, rubbing her cheek as she bit her lip and averted her gaze as he pulled her face back to him and caught her gaze, piercing her to the soul with his stern gaze. "I'm scared," she whispered, and he was confused as she continued. "What if some other girl in the village comes on to you, and why, she said as she broke down, and he hugged her close and rubbed her back softly. "Haim, have I ever even looked at any girl that way except you?" He asked softly and she shook her head sobbing. And I never will, said as she looked up listening to his confident voice and the power those eyes held. Even if you don't want to be with me, there is no other, he said as she pressed her lips on his, cutting him off, and cried in the embrace but didn't let go. He hugged her and rubbed her back softly. I will never leave you. You're the only one for me, she said with a sniff, and he smiled. And you're the only for me, Haim, he whispered, making her smile. Now sleep, tomorrow you have to leave early and travel to the Leaf, so rest now, he said softly, embracing the top of her head as she fell asleep in his arms, lulling to his heartbeat, and cuddled up to him as he held her close and slept with one thought in his mind. You really don't understand how much you mean to me, Haim. I love you with my life, he thought as sleep claimed him, and he spent the last night together with her before she left. Next morning Naruto opened his eyes as the light hit his eyes and saw his princess lying on his knee and her silky hair flowing wildly, and smiled as he shook her a bit and she ummed. Narkun deeper, she ummed, and he blushed at her words and shook her more before he heard some more ms and lost his control, making her dream a reality. She woke up and looked up at his eyes and blushed as she realized it was only a dream, and was surprised as Naruto chuckled. Was I any good, Haim? He asked, and she blushed a scarlet, turning into a tomato, and he laughed as she hit him with her pillow, saying, pervert. He stopped her and pulled her in for a chaste embrace as she ummed and looked at him lovingly. Morning, Mari-chan, he whispered, and she smiled and nodded. Morning, Naruto, she whispered, and he embraced her head as she sighed happily. He sat up as she cuddled in his lap, and he hugged her close to him. So today's the day you go to the Leaf, he said, and she nodded, not liking the fact one bit. Want to take a bath together? He asked, and she smiled as she looked up, pressing her lips to his, and nodded with a blush on her face. He filled up the bathtub and stepped in the water wearing his swimming trunks as she entered the bathroom and dropped the towel she was wearing to reveal a white bikini, and blushed a pretty pink as she stepped in the water and sat with her back to his seat as he wrapped his arms around her naked stomach, and she melted in his arms and the warm water taking off her tiredness. He embraced her neck softly, liking and grazing his teeth on her skin, and she ummed softly as she grabbed his neck from behind and tilted her head, letting him do what he wanted. He stopped as he brought the hand shower over them, and she turned around, tracing her hands on his ripped muscles, and he traced his hands on her hourglass figure as both made out heavily and walked out with smiles and blushes on their faces. She still couldn't believe how he could just resist taking her to bed every time they made out, and stopped just as he started to give in to the lust just because he wanted her to let her have her dream. She gazed back as she saw him wearing his breathes and was looking for his shirt when she hugged him from behind, surprising him, and he turned around as she buried her head in his naked titty and traced her soft hands over his toned and non-buffy, and he held her, not understanding what had gotten into her. I love you, she whispered, and he smiled, brushing her slightly wet hair with his fingers, and embraced her top of the head. I love you too, Haim, he whispered, and she smiled as she pecked him and got off to dry her hair and get ready with the equipment as he did the same. So why aren't you coming with us? I mean, Gara trusts you the most, and I thought you would be his choice even if we were going to Konoha. He could have gotten you an ANBU mask, she asked as she brushed her hair and was tying it. Ogar didn't want to leave the village weak and unguarded with him gone, so he handed over the military power of the village to me after the council agreed on it, he said simply, and she turned around stunned and narrowed her eyes at his back as he was checking his equipment, not noticing her ire. And why didn't you tell me this earlier? She asked neutrally, though was getting angry that he hid such a big fact from her. Ogar told me after you left the office yesterday, and I was so worried about you that it slipped my mind. Then we had our moments and I forgot, he said, chuckling sheepishly, and she smiled, shaking her head at the idiot blonde. That baka forgot that he was almost a Kage because he was worried about me. He really is an idiot, but he is my idiot, she thought, fondly smiling as Naruto came behind her and helped her tie her sash on her waist and embraced her neck softly. So what are you smiling about, Haim? He asked, and she smiled, turning around in his arms and looked at him lovingly. Oh, nothing, just a baka that I love so much, she said playfully, and he chuckled. Then I wouldn't know him now, would I? He asked, equally playfully, making her giggle. No, you wouldn't, she said as she pressed her lips on his as he tasted her vanilla-flavored lip gloss, the only makeup she wore, and smiled as he nibbled her ear, making her You taste absolutely delicious? He whispered, making her blush as she punched his tea, and muttered baka, completely embarrassed, making him chuckle as they got down to see Gaara waiting downstairs with Kankuro all ready to leave. Let's go, he said, and they nodded as they walked out, moving slowly to the gates, walking as Temari was wrapped up around his arm as he had his arm wrapped around her waist and her head on his shoulder, drawing many stares from the villagers as they went on without a care in the world. They reached the gates as the couple raised an eyebrow to see the council, the ANBU commander and the Jounin commander there waiting for them, but figured that they were there to see Gaara off and smiled at them, who nodded back. Temari let him go as she stood beside her brothers and gazed at Naruto, sadly not wanting to leave. Naruto saw her expression and walked up as a crowd of shinobi of all ranks built up to see the important figures of the village standing there. Naruto saw her expression and walked up to her, confusing everyone greatly as he wrapped his arms around her and embraced her passionately, causing all of them to blush and look away as he broke off to see a blushing Temari, but she was smiling, not embarrassed at the public affection, and her eyes locked on her lover. He raised her left hand and embraced the finger with the ring and gazed at her, giving her a signal to the ring as he whispered softly in her ear. Remember, if you ever need me, I'll be there in a flash, the village BGMI. He whispered, and she blushed, embracing his cheek, and nodded with a smile. Gaara coughed, drawing his attention as Chio and Ebizo walked up to him, and he nodded his head in respect, and they smiled fondly at the boy they loved so much. Honorable elders, if you would do the honors, said Gaara respectfully, and Naruto was confused as he gazed at them, and his and everyone's eyes widened as they took out a kaya hat with the kanji for wind on it, and Temari put her hands on her mouth in shock as every shinobi's eyes widened in shock. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara no Sabaka has named you his temporary replacement until the time he, the Godame Kazekage, returns. Do you accept to protect this village in his stead with your life? She said seriously, and he was stunned as he answered unconsciously. I stuttered, and she smiled as she put the hat over his head and his jacket flowed in the wind as all the shinobi kneeled down, and Ebizo spoke up. Then we name you the Kazekage of Sunagakure no Sato until Godame Dano returns. All say for Lord Kazekage, he said, and they all shouted in unison. Kazekage-sama, said all the shinobi, and his eyes watered as he saw Temari trying to kneel down and caught her shoulders as she looked at him confused. No, you are my partner in everything, never bow to me even if I'm the Kazekage for now, Haim. Neither should any one of you, please stand. Respect is earned, not forced. Kneel when I do something truly honorable for this village, he said softly, and her eyes watered as she nodded, and all shinobi smiled as their respect for their temporary kage increased tenfold. She embraced him and whispered in his ear. Looks like your old dream came true, Naruto, but the kanji is wind instead of fire. She whispered, and he nodded as she stepped back with her brothers and looked at her love standing in front of the shinobi forces like a commander, and couldn't be happier as she saw his hat shadow his upper half of the face and the way his jacket flowed and the confidence with which he stood, while the shinobi looked at him in admiration, making her smile. He really was a born leader. Gaara and Kankuro too had similar thoughts as Gaara spoke up. Take care of the village in my stead, Kazekage, he said, and Naruto smiled and nodded. Don't worry, no harm will come to it as long as I breathe. I give you my word, Gaara-dano, he said, and Gaara nodded with a smile. The wind hat looks better on you than the fire one, blondie, Kankuro said, making them all chuckle while Temari bashed his head in. He's the Kazekage, you idiot, show him some respect, she hissed as they all laughed harder as Kankuro cried and she reprimanded him, and Naruto gave her an embrace, hiding her face beneath his hat, making them all narrow their eyes trying to peep in. Take care of yourself, Haim, and call me if you need anything, he said, and she nodded, pressing her lips on his one last time as they left and waved back at the new Kazekage and got lost in winds of the desert out of their view. The three-man squad from Suna came up to the gates of the village after 3 days of traveling and walked to the village hidden in the leaves. They saw Tsunade there standing with a team of ANBU behind her waiting for them. They stopped in front of them as Tsunade smiled at the three, who gazed at her neutrally. Welcome, Kazekage, it has been a while. I hope the trip was peaceful, she asked, and he nodded. It was fine, Hokage, and indeed it has been a long time, he said, and she nodded as they walked towards the Hokage Tower and watched the villagers go about as it was still early in the morning. Well, would you like to rest at the Leaf Dragon for today and start the talks tomorrow, Kazakadano? Asked Tsunade politely, and he shook his head. No, we are well rested from the previous night and the whole day is free. Plus, I want to get back to the village as soon as I could, he said, and Tsunade was confused as to the hurry and saw Temari too wanted to return if what her face told her was anything to go by. Plus I know that idiot will do something reckless in my place. He is a trouble magnet after all, and the more time he has the more paperwork I'll get for fixing his troubles. He thought and sighed but smiled, thinking of his brother in all but be. So Temari, you must want to meet your friends after all this time. I remember you making a lot of them when you acted as our liaison for the first year, she said with a smile, and Temari showed no signs of happiness. No, not really, she said, and now Tsunade was getting a bit confused at the tense environment building up and decided to make the rest of the trip in silence. Hokage Tower Hokage office. They walked into the Hokage office as Gaara and Temari took a seat in front of Tsunade and Kankuro stood at their backs on the ready for any attacks. Tsunade saw it and smiled at his professionalism even amongst allies. Suddenly the door to the office opened and in walked the people she wanted the last to be seen and cursed them to hell but offered them a seat beside her as the esteemed elders of the council sat beside her. Koharu gave them a grandmotherly smile as they remained neutral. Welcome, Kazakadano. I was thinking that we might discuss some of the finer points of our alliance before we go to the council chambers so we can save some precious time, she said, and Gaara nodded, not seeing any harm, and knew the huge council of the Leaf wasted a lot of time in discussions. Kazakadano, first I must say the Leaf really appraises your newfound quality of sealing equipment and the new and strong way that you hold the village so strongly in front of the world under your reign. For a newly appointed Kazakage and one such young as you, it truly is impressive, said Hamura and Temari, and Gaara saw where this was going and he decided to entertain them a bit. Yes, well, I found a newfound prodigy that Temari one day brought in, and he joined our village since he had training in the shinobi arts but wasn't allied to any village, so I let him join. He already possessed the skills of a chunin and quickly went up the ranks, gaining a lot of respect and influence in the village. He is my most trusted shinobi, and I can safely say in a battle he would best even me, and is a dear friend of mine and very close to my family. He is a true prodigy in the art of sealing and has provided us with various new seals and modified our existing ones to beyond the skills of perfection. As of this moment as I speak, I have named him my temporary replacement until I return to the village with the complete backing of the Suna Council, he said, and all of their eyes widened at finding such a diamond being found roaming around and then becoming such a strong shinobi to the point of him trusting the boy so much that he made him the temporary Kage in his stead. The boy must have undying loyalty as well as a true prodigy, they mused. Who is this shinobi you speak so highly of, Kazakadano? He must be something special to do so much for the village in such little time, asked Danzo a bit too curiously, making his eyes narrow at the crippled coot. Oh, he's something all right, thought Temari with a blush as she traced the ring on her finger happily. Tsunade caught her blush and her eyebrows rose in surprise. Well, looks like the desert princess has a crush on this mysterious shinobi. That certainly would make the talks interesting, she thought with a smirk, and turned to Gaara as they waited for his answer. I don't see this as being important to the talks of the alliance. I guess we are getting off track, he said stoically, making the elders scowl, while Tsunade smirked at his skillful dodging of the questions, knowing how much this boy intrigued those coots and how Gaara was taking her revenge on them. As Koharu was about to get some more information on him, but Tsunade cut her off. You're right, Kazakadano, let's get on with the talks, she said with a smile, making them all smile and the elders to scowl. Kazakadano, our villages have been old comrades in arms, and the invasion was just a ploy on our common enemy's plot, so we hold no grudges, started Hamura, and Gaara nodded gratefully that his father's mistakes were forgotten and they were willing to move on. So we have found a really nice and old custom used for holding strong and stable alliances that has been with us for generations now, he finished, and Gaara looked at him curiously, motioning for them to go on. A political marriage, Danzo said as Gaara thought about it for a moment, and Temari too knew that it had been done in the past several times to strengthen ties. Her father too had told her that one day she might have to go through with it, but luckily she found her blonde-haired idiot, she thought fondly. Yes, I can see the point in that, though there must be people of great importance from both sides, and I don't think that a girl from the Leaf will be willing to settle down with me, so I guess that I wasn't your choice. He asked, and they all nodded at his assessment, and he nodded back. Well then, who did you have in mind? He asked, and the elders all nodded to Tsunade, who sighed as she flared her chakra, and an Anbyu appeared with Sasuke coming behind him and stood behind them smiling smugly. Gaara raised an eyebrow to Tsunade, who just gave him an apologetic glance, and he was confused as to why he was called in the middle of such an important talk. I'm sorry, but I thought we were having important political talks, so why have you allowed him here? He asked, pointing to the Uchiha who had that arrogant smirk on his face. Well, Kazekadano, as I'm sure you already know, this is Sasuke Uchiha, the most promising upcoming jounin we have and the last Uchiha of our village, said Koharu with pride, and he raised an eyebrow at Tsunade. He is your most promising upcoming jounin, Hokage-dano? He asked apprehensively, and Sasuke's smirk died down a bit. Why, is there something wrong with that? He asked rudely, and Gaara gave him a stern glare, making him shiver from the bloodlust in his eyes as he turned to Tsunade and gave her a stern look. I would suggest you teach your most promising upcoming jounin the manners to talk to the Kazekage of the Sand and remind him. He may be the last Uchiha, but I am the Kazekage, and he must remember the ranks carefully, he said, and she nodded apologetically and turned to the arrogant Uchiha with a glare. Sasuke Uchiha, mind your place and do not forget who you are talking to. Do not speak unless you are spoken to. Am I clear? She asked coldly, and he nodded with a grunt, and she turned back to Gaara. I apologize for his behavior. I assure you he didn't mean anything by it, she said politely, and Gaara nodded with a small smile. Looks like the standard of your village's elites have fallen, Hokage-dano. To think he is your most promising jounin, he said, and she said nothing, knowing Sasuke wasn't the strongest, and if her blonde Gaki was here he would have kicked his butt to IWA and back, though let the thought slide as she didn't want to show her sadness of losing him to them. Why does your village have anyone better than me, an Uchiha and born elite at my age? He asked smugly, and Tsunade glared at him, but Gaara answered before she could say anything. Actually, yes, Uchiha-san, we do. Our most promising jounin is stronger than I am and is so respected and looked up to in our village that he is currently acting as the Kazekage in the village in my stead until I return, he said, and Sasuke ground his teeth at the humiliation he felt at being outdone, while Temari and Kankuro smiled proudly. Really, this young shinobi is so young, Kazekage-dano? Asked Danzo, trying to get some more information, and just got a nod of confirmation, making him scowl that he wasn't giving away anything else. So coming back to the talks, Kazekage-dano, we propose a marriage with Sasuke as the groom from our village, seeing his talents and bloodline as well as the respect and influence he holds from our village. Plus, he is the personal apprentice to our elite jounin Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, said Koharu, and he raised an eyebrow at her. So I suppose we are supposed to send a bride, I guess, since he wants to rebuild his clan, if I know him right, unless... He let the thought hanging as Tsunade and Temari giggled while Kankuro coughed from behind, though it sounded more like laughter. Sasuke clenched his fists and fumed and seethed on the inside at the insults he was getting. I'm not gay, he said in a low growl, and Gaara nodded. Yes, of course, so I guess you have already had a bride from our side in mind, unless you want me to go through some files, he asked, and they smiled, shaking their heads, and Sasuke glanced at Temari, who didn't spare him a glance, making him scowl. No, there is no need for that, Kazekage-dano, we have already thought of it, and Sasuke too has agreed to the choice and likes her very much, said Koharu, and he nodded, motioning for her to go on. We have decided for a marriage with a complete alliance between Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf and Temari no Sabaku of the Sand, she said as their eyes widened, and Gaara was shocked at their choice, while Temari clutched her fists in anger and barely controlled slapping the Uchiha to take his dirty glance of her that he was giving her, making her growl. She is directly related to you as well as the Yondaime Kazekage and is one of your top kunoichi. Both have high standings in our villages and will help solidify a great alliance. She was cut off as Gaara raised his hand. I'm afraid that won't be possible, so I suggest you think of something else, he said stoically, as Temari didn't say anything from the anger she felt at their disgusting proposal for an alliance. What? But how could you refuse such a great proposal, Kazekage-dano? We have offered the hand of such a great shinobi and the last of our noble clans. And he too wants a strong kunoichi like her in marriage, then what's the problem? Cried Hamura in disbelief at the direct rejection, and Temari spoke up in a low voice. It's because I'm already engaged, she said, and their eyes widened as she showed them the ring and turned to Gaara, who nodded, though Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the peculiar design of the ring, though said nothing as she recognized the design. Surely it could be reconsidered. I mean, it's only an engagement, and for the good of the village's relations it could be broken off. I mean, Sasuke is an eligible candidate too, you know, said Koharu, and she ground her teeth at their proposal, and Tsunade too was growing irritated at their hunger for power now. Gaara was a waiting volcano about to erupt as he spoke calmly, bottling up his emotions and the bloodlust he felt at the Uchiha eyeing his sister hungrily. Give me a day to consider it and let us talk about it. We shall continue this tomorrow. I am tired now and will take the council meeting tomorrow, he said, trying to end the meeting before he blew up and went shikaku on the village, and they nodded with smiles plastered on their faces. There was no way he could refuse the precious Uchiha in marriage, they thought. Yes, of course, take all the time you need, Kazekage-dano. We shall continue this tomorrow, said Tsunade, and he nodded as he and Temari got up and walked out of the office. They walked through the village in silence and reached the hotel. As soon as the door to the room behind them closed, Temari swung her fan at Gaara as his automatic sand defense stopped her attack, and he turned around seeing her furious face. You think I'll break of my engagement with my Naruto to marry that BSTRD Uchiha? I'll beat you and that arrogant Bizudasuna, and I can't even imagine what Naruto would do after he hears you are considering that disgusting plan. She hissed in anger, and he clutched the fan with his sand and pulled it off her grip, making her growl as he spoke up. I'm not considering anything. You will not be married to anyone but Uzumaki as long as I breathe. He spoke stoically, and her anger died down as she looked at him surprised. Then why did you tell them you would consider it and not outright refuse them? She asked in confusion, and he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had no idea how Naruto kept her so controlled while she was so impulsive without him, and that was what made the proposal all the more stupid to him. Outright rejecting such a great proposal without even considering it sends a wrong message to them, he said, and she was about to retort as he cut her off. And if I had stayed 5 more minutes with that BSTRD eyeing you like that, there would have been only one Uchiha left alive in the elemental nations. And trust me, he isn't loyal to the leaf right now, he said, and she saw the bloodlust and killing intent at the way he said the last thought and smiled as her anger died down, and she hugged her baby brother and he hugged her bad awkwardly, still a bit uncomfortable with NTMT contact. Thank you, Gaara, you are a good little brother, she said happily, and he nodded with a smile as they sat on the bed, and Kankuro spoke up. They are pretty interested in our blonde Gaki, he said, and Temari giggled as Gaara nodded with a smile. So what do you think he must be doing right now? He asked, and Temari smiled sadly as she missed his hugs and embraces already and wanted to hold him to her, though Gaara smiled. I bet he must be having fun taking care of all the paperwork for me and cursing me for giving him the hat for a few days, he said, as in Suna a certain sleeping blonde sneezed as he saw his shadow clones doing piles of paperwork that would have taken Gaara a week to do. I guess Hai must be missing me, he thought, and went back to sleep. Gaara suddenly got the impulse to kill Uzumaki, though he didn't get why, and pushed the thought away. I bet he must be missing having his princess to embrace and lick, said Kankuro teasingly, and Temari blushed as she bonked his head, making him yelp, saying pervert, though she did want to have a make-out session with him, and traced her ring finger fondly. Meanwhile, in a cave in river country, 9 figures stood atop the fingers of the statue of Geto-Mazo, as 2 of them were real while 7 of them were mere projections. Sasori, what news have you got on the sand? Asked a man with purple eyes and concentric rings in his eyes to a man with a hunched back and a mechanical tail. The sand has upgraded its defense really heavily, and it has been pretty difficult to get in touch with my informant on the inside, he said, and the man with the strange eyes narrowed his eyes at him as he continued, though he did manage to create a hole in the barrier a few days ago for a short while before it was repaired, and I was able to get a little important information out of it, he said, and all of them nodded, waiting for him to continue. I was told that the Ichibi Jinchuriki is gone to the Leaf for a few days for talks with the Hokage on the alliance between them, leaving the Kyubi Jinchuriki alone in the village, he said, and the leader nodded. That is great news and will help in the capture of the QB Jinchuriki now. He said, and Kisame voiced his question. Hey, wouldn't it be easier to capture the one-tails now that he is alone? Asked Kisame impatiently as Itachi sighed at his impulsive partner. Kisame, with him being outside the village, he can battle without any restrictions and will be difficult to capture alive if he releases his bijou. The QB Jinchuriki is alone in the village without the Kazekage to back him up, and we can provide plenty of distractions with the civilians, allowing for an easy capture, and then the Ichibi will be left alone, making it easier to catch him in the future. He said, and the shark man nodded. Yeah, when you put it like that it makes sense, Itachi-san. He said sheepishly, and the leader sighed. That was very astute of you, Itachi, and you are correct in your assessment of the situation. Plus, extracting the QB will take a lot of time, making him capture with the Ichibi, and holding down the Ichibi for the time being difficult, so we will take this chance. He said, and they all nodded as he turned to Sasori. Sasori, do you have an estimation of his skills? He asked, and Sasori nodded. I wasn't able to get much since I had little time and most of his files were kept classified, but he is a jounin in the village. He had wind and water as his primary dual affinities that he showed mastery over to pass the jounin exams and has good taijutsu skills. His genjutsu skills weren't mentioned, but it is safe to say he could only dispel them, being a jinchuriki with high reserves. He said, and the leader nodded as Itachi spoke up. Then it would be good if Deidara and Sasori went to capture him. He said, and the leader looked at him curiously, knowing his calculative instincts were always spot on. Why is that, Itachi? Why not you and Kisa? He asked, and Itachi looked at him stoically. Kisame uses water jutsu, making it difficult for him to fight in the desert, and he has good taijutsu skills, so it is safe to say he can hold out against his Samehada without using ninjutsu, as he knows its specialty. I am a primary genjutsu user with good skills in other fields, but am not a powerhouse that can provide enough distractions. Deidara with his explosion release can create nice distractions and can counter his wind affinity with his blasts, and his water jutsu too would be weak in the desert, so that isn't a problem with so less water sources to use. Both are long-range fighters, making his taijutsu skills useless, and are the closest to the village at this moment of time. Plus, Sasori can keep a level head and attack as Deidara brings the distraction, as we all know his elegant skills. He finished, and everyone looked at him amazed at his perfect deductions. Excellently put, Itachi, your deductions are spot on. Deidara, Sasori traveled to the sand and retrieved the QB Jinchuriki. We shall start with the weakest village and the strongest of the bijou. He said, and Sasori nodded. It shall be done, said Sasori calmly. You will bring him here alive, HM, said Deidara enthusiastically, making the leader sigh at the idiot. Don't get overconfident, he is a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails after all, said the leader as Kisame laughed. Oh come on, he wore an orange jumpsuit and only knew shadow clones when I last saw him. How tough could he have gotten in 3 years? I bet even Deidara alone can take him down with his stupid clay toys. He said as Deidara fumed. Hey, don't disrespect my art, HM. After all, art is an explosion. He shouted, making a small blast in the cave, making the leader sigh at their antics. Art is eternal, not something that disappears in but a moment like my art, said Sasori as Deidara was about to respond when the leader butt in. Alright, that's enough, don't waste any more time, go and retrieve the QB Jinchuriki and we'll prepare for the extraction in the meantime. He said, and they all nodded as 7 figures vanished and Sasori and Deidara walked towards the sand village, leaving the cave behind them. Next morning, Konohagakure no Sato Leaf Dragon Hotel. Temari woke up with a yawn as she rubbed her eyes and clutched the pillow to her tightly, missing her blonde-haired pillow she left in Suna, and wanted to go back and glomp him for all he was worth. She woke up and freshened up, deciding to go for a walk in the village until she had to go for the negotiation talks at noon. She saw Kankuro and Gaara just waking up and was glad that her brother could now sleep since the last month. Naruto had put a demonic influence suppression seal over his weak 3 symbols seal and had effectively cut off all communications with the bijou until he talked to it himself. She remembered the first night Kankuro had seen him asleep and had fainted from the terror he felt, and how she had laughed so strong as she had forgotten to tell him about the sealing. Morning, Gaara, Kankuro, she said, and they smiled and nodded with a yawn. Morning, Temari, where are you going so early in the morning? Asked Gaara, and she smiled. Well, I couldn't sleep well, so I decided to have a training session and have some breakfast outside before we went to the council. It would also help me vent out my frustrations a bit, she said, and Gaara nodded, seeing her point, and was glad that his sister was such a determined kunoichi, unlike those idiot fangirls the Leaf had and called them shinobi. Be careful and flare your chakra if you have any troubles, and I'll come to help, alright. But I'm sure there will be NBU there watching you, so it should be fine, he said, and she smiled and shook her head, confusing him. You aren't fast enough, than who I always have for help. He will come to me in a flash if I need him, she said softly, and clutched her ring finger near her heart as Gaara and Kankuro narrowed their eyes at the ring after hearing the word flash, and saw the fine lines of seals that anyone would miss if not knowing what they were, and their eyes widened as they understood what she meant, and Gaara smirked. He is still in Suna and is still closer to you than anyone else. That idiot never ceases to amaze me, Gaara said, shaking his head, and Kankuro chuckled as Temari smiled fondly, tracing her ring, imagining her Naruto wrapping her up in his arms. Hey, it's a surprise she hasn't called him already to be her pillow, he said. Temari blushed and her eye twitched. Hey, I am not that desperate or missing him that much, she said indignantly as Gaara spoke up. That's why you are up so early and ready to go, when in Suna you always get up late wanting to cuddle up to him instead of early morning training, he said monotonously, making her blush a scarlet red as she stuttered out no, and ran out in embarrassment, slamming the door behind her as Gaara had an amused smile on his face while Kankuro chuckled wholeheartedly. Now that's a fine way to start a morning, he said, chuckling, and Gaara nodded with a smile. He still had some problems sleeping as the silence in his head was strange, but his bloodlust was now less than ever thanks to a rested mind, and had better than ever control over his sand. Temari walked through the village with a pretty pink blush on her face as she remembered the conversation from the morning and missed her blonde idiot more than ever. She walked through the village thinking of a place to eat when she remembered the place her love always used to talk to her about. The only place that let him eat peacefully even if he didn't have the money. She walked up to the ramen stand and entered Ichiraku's as she saw they had just opened up. Is it open?" she asked, and they looked at her, surprised that someone came for ramen so early in the morning. Tucci smiled at the girl and nodded. "Yes, we are always open in the morning. It's an old habit that I have for my #1 customer. Even if he isn't here, I still wait for him and keep the stock ready. You never know when he may come in," he said, smiling, and Temari smiled at the two smiling faces and knew of only one idiot who could have ramen for breakfast. "You really cared for Naruto, huh?" she asked, smiling, and Ayam looked at her surprised. "You knew him?" she asked, and Temari nodded and she smiled. "Well, ever since he left, the business is increasing, but it isn't really the same without him, you know. I miss my little brother. He always used to come in the morning with his goofy grin and had 10 bowls of ramen. I swear he is the only one who could have so many in the morning," she said with a giggle, and Temari smiled at the fondly smiling family. "You still wait for him?" she asked softly, and Tucci smiled as he boiled the noodles. "Those idiots in the village can believe all that they want that he is dead, but I can swear on my life he won't die before he comes to me and has his last order of 50 bowls of Naruto-sized ramen," he said, making her giggle that he had his own dish named there and ordered 1 Naruto-sized bowl. She ate slowly, listening to them talk so fondly about her fiancé, and could see the genuine care they held for him. As she finished, she put a huge tip, making Ayam's eyes widen as she saw the money and tried to protest, but she gave it with a smile. "It's a thank you for all the years you helped Naruto when he didn't have the money," she said, and Ayam took it hesitantly, hearing this, as a tear rolled down her eye, remembering her little blonde goofball. As Temari turned to leave, she left one message for the family. "You know, Suna has one really fond customer who doesn't have his taste of ramen in the village, and his legendary tongue starves for it and talks about this place a lot. I bet he will love to see this stand in Suna, and we are looking for good places for tourist civilians," she said, offering them a place in Suna, and they were about to refuse when she said something that made their hearts stop. "He can eat ramen day and night, and all he talks about is how he used to eat at Ichiraku's for free when he didn't have the money as a small child. Please consider my offer. I'll take care of everything to get you settled in the village, and he would love the surprise," she said, cryptically keeping a small scroll with her details to contact her in the village if they accepted, and left as Ayam put her hands over her mouth and Tucci's eyes widened in disbelief. There was only one child that they helped all through his childhood like that. 2 Senechis? She whispered as tears streamed down her eyes and he hugged her. Yes, I knew he was alright. Those idiots don't have what it takes to take my boy down. I have made him strong with my legendary ramen skills. He said proudly with tears, and giggled at his stupid answer. Looks like I will have to consider moving to Suna. That mysterious customer would make up for my sales by himself. He said smiling, and nodded. She too despised the way his banishment was celebrated, and if he really was in Suna then it might be a nice change of scenery. I always liked a little extreme climate, she said, making Tucci laugh as they cleaned the stand, smiling brightly at the good news she left with. Temari walked to the training grounds with a smile, knowing it would be a great surprise for him if she took him on a date to Ichiraku's in Suna. She reached the training ground and swung her fan around, getting a feel for it as she moved to the middle of the clearing and started going through her Tessenjutsu katas and looked like she was dancing in a deadly dance as sides of cutting wind flew here and there, scathing the training field. Naruto had helped her incorporate some free-flowing moves which could be used in close combat to take away her handicap and increase her skill with the fan. She felt a foreign presence hiding in the trees as she suddenly flicked her fan open to 3 moons and swung it in a wide horizontal arc towards the place she felt the presence from. Wind style. Wind scythe jutsu, she shouted as many trees were cut through, and Sasuke jumped up and into the clearing with an amused smile on his face as she flicked her fan behind her, ready to go on the offensive, and smirked. Is this how the Uchiha have fallen, stalking me while I am training? She taunted, and he frowned at her taunt and crossed his arms over his knee, but then smirked. Yes, you are a true kunoichi, someone I could trust as my wife, unlike those fangirls and weak kunoichi that follow me around. Let's have lunch together and we could get to know each other better, he said in pride, and she scoffed at his pathetic flirting. He couldn't even match her Narukuin in words, she mused. He would just say something that would make her heart warm and would make her want to embrace him immediately. All she felt now was disgust. She wanted to puke at the fact that at one point when she first saw him, she thought he was good-looking. But that too wasn't the case with how she had seen her fiancé and his perfect athletic build with lean and agile muscles. She blushed as she thought of his ripped body and the package that he was hiding underneath it all for her when they finally got together. Sasuke smirked seeing her blush, thinking he was the reason for it. So I will make reservations for today at the best restaurant on Leaf. I take it as a yes seeing your blush, he said slyly, and she scrunched up her face in disgust as he broke her out of her thoughts. In your dreams, Uchiha, I was thinking of my fiancé and how you could never match up to him. Blush thinking of you, what a riot. She giggled, making him furious. Hey, don't mock me, I'm an Uchiha, an elite. I'm way better than that nameless fiancé of yours, he said arrogantly, and she laughed harder, making him fume. Well, Mr. Elite, the difference between you and him is so great that you couldn't even imagine it, she said as he was about to retort as she cut him off. I'll give an example, Mr. Elite, she said, and he fumed at her elite mock but let her speak. I sensed you from 500 meters away when you were trying to hide your presence, she said, and he looked at her confused as to the point she was trying to make. Wasn't it great that he could get so close to her without her sensing as she continued? My love would get behind me and wrap his arms around me and embrace my neck to make me sense him, and he could follow me behind all day long without me noticing or sensing him if he wants. Not that he could resist holding me. She whispered the last part, but he heard it loud and clear and ground his teeth as she made each point, and he listened as every time she cut off his retort. And Mr. Elite, as you are here stalking me, he is acting as the Kazekage and is way stronger than Gaara. He himself admits it, and you couldn't even beat my brother 3 years ago when he wasn't even a Kage and didn't have complete control over his sand, she said as he clutched his knuckles, turning white as he remembered his defeat at the hands of Gaara and the power he held all those years ago with the dobe matching him. She finally decided to hit the final nail in the coffin. And as for your nameless comment, he himself belongs to the noblest and one of the most royal of the families in the elemental nations, directly related to a Kage, and I don't ever remember an Uchiha being the Hokage. She taunted and walked off, leaving a seething Uchiha behind, and knew he had no retort to her words if how strong she said he was, and no Uchiha had really ever made Kage in history. A moment later he smirked as he gazed at the walking back of Temari and her curvaceous figure, and liked his lips. Yes, she doesn't even care who I am and stands up for herself as well as a skilled kunoichi. You'll be my wife, I'll do everything I can to show you that I am the only one worthy enough and beat this fiancé of yours to the ground if that's what it takes. The final stage of the Chunin exams are in Suna, I guess I should attend them and have a chat with this mysterious shinobi. He thought, walking off to talk to Shikamaru, knowing the Nara was in charge for the Chunin exams for the Leaf, and plotted ways to win her over. Two figures in black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats were walking in the desert amidst the sandy winds as their cloaks blew, and they kept walking to the village hidden in the sand. The peaceful village of the sand had no idea of the dangers that loomed over them as the village walls came into view, and both figures smirked beneath their cloaks. Sunagakure no Sato Naruto was going through the paperwork with 7 of his shadow clones working alongside him and was confused as to why Gaara kept calling it a demon spawn. He guessed it must be so easy because the council took care of the details and he just had to go through reading and signing them only. Again in Konoha, a certain redhead had the urge to kill Uzumaki but didn't get why he was suddenly having these desires. He was getting bored and didn't get how Gaara kept himself locked up in this room with just paperwork with only Matsuri to talk to. She too only talked about the official stuff and was way too boring. He wanted his Heim to come back and embrace her like there was no tomorrow and hold her in his arms as he sat there listening to the civilian talking about admitting his son and daughter into the Shinobi Academy, and he smiled at the father. Of course he can join, I'll talk to the council about those rules that civilians can't join the Shinobi Academy, he said, and the father smiled gratefully then spoke nervously. Kazuka-sama? She is my only daughter and is too innocent for the killing tasks of the shinobi life, but I only have a small merchant business and want her to be a shinobi to have a good life and look after herself like her mother wanted her to, but is there any way that she could join and not get involved in the gorier aspects of the shinobi life? He asked nervously, and Naruto gave him a warm smile, making the man lessen his nervousness, but was scared as Naruto stood up and crouched down in front of the little girl with a teddy in her hand and patted her head, making her smile. "What's your name, my cute little angel?" he asked softly, and she smiled, blushing a bit as she looked at his whiskers and rubbed them with her little hands, smiling cutely at him as he smiled in an amused way, making her father scared knowing he was the current Kazekage. This was why he had come. He had been too scared to approach Gaara since he remembered his old reputation and was scared of him, but he jumped at the chance of talking to a new Kazekage and was ecstatic that a mere commoner like him was given an instant appointment. Naruto turned to the man and stood confidently, making him gulp, and put a shoulder on his hand. "Don't worry, there are many branches like the barrier team, the sealing team, or even the medical squad and various other branches that involve almost zero killing, but she will be trained to kill to protect herself if she wants to be a kunoichi. That is something I cannot help with. If you still wish for her to join the academy?" He was cut off as the man shook his hand. "That would be great, Kazetsuma. You are very generous to go out of your way for a civilian like me," he said gratefully, and Naruto smiled and shook his head. "Every villager is my responsibility. Do not be scared to come to me. Even if I am not the Kazekage, then I'll help you in any way I can. That is the way our village will work under me. Everyone is equal, whether a clan head or a civilian. If there is potential, then we will bring it out." The Yondaime Hokage was but an orphan of a small clan in the Leaf, but is still regarded as their strongest shinobi to breathe. Who is to know that this little girl might not be the next Kazekage? He said as the girl grinned, and he fist bumped her as the man left happily, thanking him, and Naruto sat down, making a document to order her admission to the academy. The academy came under the Kazekage and was a shinobi affair, so the council could suggest, but he had the final say, and he would let anyone who wished get a chance. After all, he himself was a clan-less orphan for 13 years, he mused, and if not for the old man he would never have made a shinobi. He thought, remembering about the Sandaime Hokage and the times he spent with him fondly. He was surprised at how many civilians wanted to become a part of the less violent shinobi branches but were scared of the laws put in by the Yondaime Kazekage and the killing image of Gaara, but were seeing their hope in him. He signed another admission paper and kept it in the growing pile that had already reached to a couple dozen since yesterday, and smiled. So much young untapped talent and more strength to the village. Suddenly Chio and Ebizo came in, and he motioned them a seat, gazing at their sudden appearance curiously. What can I do for you, Chiyo-basama and Ebizo-ji-chan? He asked politely, and they smiled at the polite and affectionate name. They were pretty close with all the time they spent together for the ceiling branches, and told him stories of his parents, and he considered them family. Kazekage-sama, we have received many admissions of civilian children by your orders since yesterday and came to talk about it, she said, and he raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, I just cleared another child with the will to join one of our less violent department. I thought it would be better for us to have more shinobi for support lines in the future that will aid the front-line fighters, and they all came willingly, so I assumed it wasn't a problem. And I thought we did need to strengthen our forces too, he asked, and they smiled at his words. No, Kaze-sama, actually the council is quite happy, and we have encouraged the civilians for a while under Godame's reign and the removal of his father's laws and clan preferences, but they were still afraid of him, and the new admissions are a great welcome, and you have been cleared complete authority for the academy admissions for now, said Chiyo, and he smiled in surprise and nodded, happy that he was of help. They got up, and just as they were about to leave, Chiyo turned around and saw him working determined as he signed the admission paper. She saw an image of Minato Namikaze beside him and saw how similar they were and how they could get the best out of everyone. The Namikaze were natural leaders, she thought, and smiled fondly. He caught her gaze and questioned her. Something the matter, Basama? He asked, and she smiled and shook her head. Nothing, just went down the memory lane, she said happily, and left a confused blonde behind who shrugged and got back to work. An hour later, a blast rocked the village as he felt the tremors and instantly got up, flaring his chakra in a coded seal on the desk attuned to the current Kazekage, as the Anbu commander appeared and kneeled in front of him. Dragon, what the hell was that just now? He asked in an authoritative voice, and he bowed his head and answered stoically. Kazehama, the village walls have been breached. There is a blonde man on a strange bird with a black cloak and red clouds over it, and is wearing a straw hat concealing his face. He is throwing some strange bombs around the village, he said, and Naruto cursed under his breath. They are the Akatsuki. Dragon, evacuate the civilians to underground shelters and order everyone above Jounin to take guard and search the village for another breach. They always travel in pairs and keep them away from doing damage, but do not engage directly. They are all Kage-level shinobi, and I do not want unnecessary causalities. Am I clear? He said in an authoritative voice, and Dragon nodded. Dismissed, he said, and he stood up and bowed. Hi, Kaze-sama, he shouted, and vanished to carry out the orders. Naruto picked up his jacket and instantly put it on as he undid the seal on the back, as the words, "Second Flash," were written on the back vertically matching the color of the flames, and flicked out a three-pronged kunai and jumped to the top of the roof of the tower and saw the bird coming towards him as Deidara leveled himself to his eye level, and Naruto stood spinning the kunai in his finger and stared at him emotionlessly and threw the hat away as the man spoke before setting off several blasts as he saw the smoke come off from some buildings and the scared screams of the civilians. They made you the Kazekage. Well, it makes it more fun to capture a Kage with my art on, he said, chuckling as he threw his hat away, and Naruto got a look at his face. He recognized him straight away. Deidara Iwa's Mad Bomber. An S-class rogue nin wanted for bombing Iwagakure no Sato and stealing their kenjutsu to enhance your bloodline, then explosion release. Personally trained by the Sandame Tsuchikage himself, and were the prime candidate for the Yandame before going rogue. He recited his bingo book entry as Deidara chuckled. Ah, the good old days and performances of my art, he said, chuckling. But I'm honored that you know my every detail. QB brat, now come with me so we can leave the village in peace and there won't be any causalities, he said, and Naruto stared at him blankly, still spinning his kunai. Sorry, but that is not an option. You have already invaded and attacked the village, and I have to capture or kill you as the current Kazekage, he said as another Akatsuki member landed beside him, one which he didn't recognize. I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you, he said coldly to the new figure, and Sasori spoke up. I'm Sasori of the Red Sands. You should know, being the Kazekage and all, though I am happy to take down another Kazekage, he said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at his statement, knowing this fight just got a lot more serious with him. He knew who he was, Chiyo-basama's grandson and the prodigy of the art of puppetry before he used humans for his puppets. She had told him all about him, and he was another S-class prodigy that went rogue for power. Suddenly the Jounin commander landed beside him in a defensive stance as Naruto spoke up. Stay back and provide cover from far away. This isn't a battle that you would help in, you'll only be a liability. Try and keep out of the way and don't let civilians come to harm. Form a perimeter and your priority is containment. He said, and the man was about to protest when he gazed in those cold eyes and nodded, stepping back and carrying out his orders. Sasori Dana, why did you come to the battle? I could take care of him myself? Asked Deidara, and Sasori spoke. I heard he was named a temporary Kazekage, so I came. We will get this done right, and it seems he will be fun to fight and a good model for a new puppet. He said, and Deidara chuckled and nodded. Kyuubi Jinchuriki, you still have a chance to come peacefully or the village will suffer. He spoke before Naruto flared up his chakra and flicked out another three-pronged kunai, getting into a stance showing them their answer. He chucked a kunai just ahead of Sasori's feet, and Deidara chuckled. Hey kid, get your eyes checked and wear some glasses, your aim is pathetic. Laughed Deidara, and Naruto smirked as he formed a Rasengan in his free hand, and they got into their battle stances when Naruto suddenly disappeared in a yellow flash, making Deidara's eyes widen in horror as he gazed at the dreaded kunai at Sasori's feet, and the stories of the Third Shinobi World War came to his mind and he shouted, Sasori, jump away from... He couldn't finish as Naruto appeared in front of Sasori in a yellow flash as Sasori tried to jump back but was too late as Naruto smashed his chakra ball into the Hiriko puppet and it was splintered and crushed as Sasori left it and jumped back, showing his real form, and was seething at the destruction of his beloved puppet. Rasengan! Naruto shouted as he splintered the middle of the puppet into oblivion. The Jounin surrounding the battlefield were wide-eyed as their Kazekage stood up, his hair flowing in the wind as he chucked the kunai he threw before from the ground and spun them around, holding them in a reverse grip in his hand. A moment later they broke out of their stupors as they cheered, watching their Kage take charge, and their confidence soared. That's right, let's go Kazekage-sama. One of them cheered as they roared in applause. Yes, Kazekage-sama will take them down, we can't lose even if they are so strong. Another cheered as their confidence soared, and Naruto stood and stared at Sasori's original form. So that's your real face? I thought why you looked so ugly, and now I know you were hiding behind that pathetic doll. He said emotionlessly as Sasori's BLD boiled. That blonde brat was getting on his nerves. How dare you insult my art? He hissed and turned to Deidara, who was staring wide-eyed at Naruto. And Deidara, what the hell was that jutsu? You recognized it, so tell me. He growled and saw him staring at him in fear. He watched confused as he shook his shoulder, and Deidara looked at him breaking out of his stupor and answered his question. Sasori-senpai, every shinobi in Iwagakure and Kumogakure knows and fears that jutsu. He said, and Sasori was confused. If it was so damn famous, then why hadn't he seen it before in action? Don't you recognize those kunai, Sasori-senpai? Those are the Yondaime Hokage's kunai. He obliterated our enemies in the Third War and won the whole war by himself using that accursed jutsu. He said in a trance, and fear in his voice as his eyes were locked onto the kunai and the stories that Inoki had told him and how much damage those dreaded knives could cause. And Sasori turned to Naruto, surprised, who was standing there emotionlessly as he thought of a strategy to go by. That was the Hiraishin. How the hell does he know it? I thought that it died with the Yondaime Hokage. How does that dead last Jinchuriki know it? He asked Tsunade and Naruto, who stood silently not bothering to reply, and he growled as he took out a scroll from behind in anger. Then I guess it's time to get serious, Kyuubi. He seethed and unsealed a puppet, making all of the shinobi gasp and Naruto to narrow his eyes at the puppet. Sandaime-sama. One of them shouted, and Naruto realized where he had seen it. He was the same as the statue in the Kazekage Tower, and if he remembered correctly, then the Sandaime went missing in the last war and was the strongest of all the Kazekages in history. Well, now they knew where he went, he mused. Pathetic to think you would desecrate someone's bodies like that. You disgust me to no end, Sasori. It's good that Chiyoba-sama is in the shelter and has left fighting, or surely she must have cried tears of BLD seeing what you have become. He said, and Sasori chuckled. No one understands true art. Now he will live eternally and has taken the face of true art. He said, chuckling, and Naruto looked at him in disgust. He tried to remember but couldn't remember anything about the abilities of the Sandaime Kazekage and spoke to the shinobi there. What was the Sandaime famous for? He asked the jounin surrounding them as he saw Sasori connect the threads to his puppet and Deidara's bird taking off. Sandame-sama was famous for his feared Kekei Genkai of Jiten, iron release. Just like Godame-sama, he controlled sand, but it was made of pure iron and was poisoned. A mere touch was enough to kill a shinobi. The man said as Naruto jumped back to avoid a hail of poisoned senbon and nodded. That was one hell of a Kekei Genkai, he mused. Now I wish Gaara was here. It would be difficult to take them both on and keep that mad bomber away from civilians at the same time. Let's see if my Hiraishin can keep up and how far I have come. He thought as he decided to charge and charged at Sasori, who brought the puppet in front of him as he threw a kunai at the puppet, and the puppet released a hail of poisoned senbon from his mouth. He disappeared in a yellow flash, avoiding the senbon, and caught the flying kunai in mid-air just as it reached the puppet as he slashed the other kunai horizontally when the puppet took out two swords from its sleeves and slashed, making an X, and he blocked one and jumped back, cursing from getting his arms slashed as he saw a little insect falling from above and was confused as to the strange white creature when he suddenly saw it glow and pumped chakra to his feet, cracking the ground with it. Force and jumped back as the insect blew up, and he looked up at the chuckling Deidara with narrowed eyes. "You like my art, Kyubi?" he said in chuckles as his eyes widened when he saw hundreds of small insects flowing out from his hand to the evacuating civilians. Sasori decided to take advantage of his distraction and charged up his jutsu. "Iron release, iron sand drizzle," said Sasori as suddenly black sand covered the puppet and formed small gunshot-like ball and moved forward at blazing speeds, and Naruto thought about what to do. He saw the civilians and the reaching bombs and then the black gunshots coming at him from behind and growled. "Dim it to hell," he shouted as he clapped his hands and molded a huge amount of chakra together, and the little moisture in the air started joining together, forming droplets, and swirled around, forming a large swirl of water as he went through blazing fast hand seals and ended at Tori. "Water style, water-severing wave," he shouted as a huge tidal wave of water formed around him and moved forward in blazing speeds, washing away the iron sand bullets from the huge pressure of the chakra-infused water as he held the ram hand seal. "You won't touch anyone on my watch," he shouted in focus and strain as the huge tidal wave turned around and washed over the civilians, not touching them, and washed away the small bombs that detonated in the air, and he smirked as he breathed a bit, and the whole battlefield stood in stunned silence at seeing the brilliant display of skills. "That's the way, show them, Naruto-sama," shouted a small child from the civilian group, and they erupted in cheers at seeing the brilliant display of water elemental manipulation as the water drizzled over them, making them wet. The shinobi were stunned at the huge scale of a water ninjutsu never seen before in Suna and erupted in applause at seeing their Kazekage smirking as he looked at the stunned Akatsuki members. Such mastery over the water element to create water out of this dry air and to manipulate it in between the jutsu and turning it as he wills. That takes away his water-style handicap. Both Akatsuki members thought in unison as they turned to Naruto, now taking him really seriously after seeing the display of power by the blonde. This was the blonde idiot that only made shadow clones only 3 years ago. They cursed Kisame for his stupid deduction of getting their hopes high. The demon brat had used 2 S-rank, one of them bordering SS, and 1 high A-rank ninjutsu, and the fight had just started. They were broken out of their thoughts as Naruto spoke up. "What happened? Cat caught your tongue, or do you now realize what true art is?" he taunted mockingly, and both of them growled at his insult as breathed, and Naruto wiped the sweat of his brow. "God damn it, that was my strongest S-rank water ninjutsu that the Nidame used to wipe off battlefields, and I was only able to stop those 2 small attacks, and the strain from turning it to my will is too much, but I can't let them hurt innocents because they came after me," he thought as the pressure of the battle was kicking in and his battle instincts were now riled up as he calmed his breathing down and stared at them emotionlessly. "I'll show you true art, Kyubi brat," he said as the Kazekage puppet swirled around and collected the black sand together, and Deidara put his hands in his hip pouch, preparing the clay in his palms as they both shouted their jutsus at the same time, trying to overpower him. "Iron release, gathering assault / explosive clay, C2 dragon," Both shouted at the same time as the black sand of the Kazekage puppet joined together to form a huge prism-like spear, and Deidara brought both of his palms forward and released a C2-powered clay dragon down to Naruto, who, seeing the size, knew the dragon would level a small part near the Kazekage tower as he started going through hand signs, and water around him swirled as he again ended at Tori. Water style, water dragon jutsu, he declared as a water dragon rose from the earlier collection of drizzled water twice the amount of Deidara's dragon size, and the spear behind him came to pierce him, and Sasori smirked. "It's over now, Kyuubi brat, you can't save the village and yourself at the same time," said Sasori, and Naruto smirked as 4 adamantine chains shot out from his back and held the spear back inches from his back, and he threw a 3-pronged kunai at a nearby roof and disappeared in a yellow flash, and appeared over it breathing as he saw that the area around them was now mostly cleared and he could now focus on the battle completely. Suddenly hundreds of small clay bombs appeared over him, and his eyes widened as he didn't have time to repel it or throw a kunai to flash away that far to escape it as he heard a shout. Wind style, wind scythe jutsu, he heard as the bombs were flown to Sasori, who jumped back from the explosion as he saw his jounins appear beside him and smiled at them, giving them a nod, who nodded back. "We'll distract the flying one, Kaze-sama. You deal with Sasori of the Red Sands. You can't fight them both and protect the village at the same time," said the Jounin commander, and he nodded as they launched themselves on their fans and flew to a high rooftop, engaging Deidara, and turned to Sasori. "I must say you have proved to be a really worthy opponent, Kyuubi Jinchuriki," he said, and Naruto stared at him blankly as he saw the black sand starting to divide and form different piercing prisms, and cursed at that Demed ability that wasn't letting him get anywhere close to him. "Come and let's settle this," said Sasori as he threw a handful of kunai at the roofs nearby, and the ones going to Sasori were blocked by his black sand. He charged up 2 Razengans as Sasori narrowed his eyes in concentration at every kunai as Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared near a kunai and flashed away again as a spear pierced where he was, and he kept it up flashing again and again, and he came near the puppet and charged at it and slammed the Rasengan in it when it grinded into a wall of black sand blocking his attack, and jumped back avoiding a spear trying to pierce him, and he threw a kunai through the small created by his Rasengan in the black sand wall as he started adding wind chakra to the Rasengan left in his hand, and disappeared in a yellow flash as a spear staked the place where he was a moment ago and caught his thrown kunai near the puppet's face and slammed his wind style Rasengan in front of him, and again a coating of black sand covered the puppet, and Sasori smirked. "You won't get through that iron defense, Kyuubi. It's even stronger than the one the Ichibi uses," he said, laughing as Naruto charged it up and pumped it with more chakra as he focused everything into it. He shouted as the Rasengan glowed a brilliant white and started grinding through the iron sand defense, and Sasori's eyes widened in horror as he tried to move it away, but it was too late. "Eat this wind style Rasengan," he shouted as he slammed it, tearing right through the puppet, splintering it into oblivion as it grinded every part of it and tore it right through the middle. Sasori's eyes widened in horror as he saw that demon brat tear apart his beloved Sandaime Kazekage puppet, and he turned furious. "How dare you destroy my precious piece of art? That was an exquisite puppet you destroyed. In the extraction to hell you are gonna die," he roared as he threw away his cloak, and Naruto's eyes widened to see his body completely mechanized and turned into a puppet. Sasori opened his sagacity cavity and took out his last scroll from behind. "Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets," he shouted as 100 puppets puffed into existence from the scroll, and chakra threads shot out of his sagacity cavity and connected to the puppets as they flew in the air, and Sasori laughed as Naruto stood breathing and gazed at the flying deadly army stoically and listened to his taunt. "Now I'll show you true strength, Kyuubi brat. This is the special technique I used to take down a small village. Be honored that you have pushed me to be forced to use this technique," he said, laughing maniacally as Naruto put a hand in his hip pouch and took out his kunai in both his hands and gazed at them. "Only 4 left, I'll only have one chance to do it right. Let's see if I really have mastered the Hiraishin to the levels he used at his peak of strength," he thought as he closed his eyes in concentration, ignoring the laugh coming from his opponent, and calmed himself down as he remembered the words his father wrote for the deadliest technique that he used in the Third Great Shinobi World War at Canopy Bridge. "Close your eyes and forget your emotions completely. It takes focus like no other technique, but if used can obliterate armies by itself. Forget everything and imagine there is only one thing with you: the flash, you and the targets. Focus on each and every beacon like a grid and break the forces down strategically. I know of only one person who I trust will inherit this technique from me: my son. Use it wisely, for it is a technique that turns the tides of war and is way too powerful if used by the wrong hands for the wrong purposes. Make me proud and inherit my legacy, my son. He recited those words in his head as he pocketed 2 kunai and threw a couple of them forward at the army as Sasori laughed at the pathetic attempt to fight an army by himself. No matter how strong he was, there was no chance. His musings were cut off as he heard a shout. Ninja art! Kunai kage bunshin no jutsu? Naruto shouted after going through blazing fast hand seals as he pumped up enough chakra to match half of his reserves that were left, and the kunai multiplied in 1,000 and rained down over the 100 puppets as they embedded themselves in many parts of each of his puppet, and he turned wide-eyed at Naruto, who stared at him icily, making him feel something he hadn't felt in years: fear. He stared into those eyes, and the next words he spoke made his heart skip a beat. Your technique took down a small village, right? He asked the stunned Sasori and continued. My father used this technique to obliterate entire battalions of shinobi in the Third Great Shinobi World War and won the war all on his own, getting the name Yellow Flash. Be honored. Today you'll witness the second flash, he said as the fight between Deidara and the Jounins had stopped to see the army that Sasori had produced, and the Jounins were worried sick for their Kazekage seeing him getting cornered, and Deidara wanted to witness his senpai's ultimate art. But what happened next made their BLD run cold. Naruto took out his last 2 3-pronged kunai and held them in a reversed grip as he channeled wind chakra through the blades, elongating them as they glowed a light blue, and hummed as power coursed through them, and stared at Sasori with such cold eyes that he almost shivered. Don't blink, Naruto whispered as he disappeared in a yellow flash, and everyone saw as several flashes of yellow lights lit up the sky, and one by one the puppets started breaking up and tearing apart. Naruto's mind went into a trance as he flashed again and again, and his wind chakra charged kunai cut through the puppets like hot knife through butter. He didn't even see what was happening. He was moving too fast, everything seemed to be a blur as his hands swung on their own, and he didn't even realize how many times he flashed as Sasori saw his army being taken down in mere moments. He didn't even realize when his final puppet fell, and when a kunai was thrown at his feet, and when Naruto's last wind chakra charged kunai pierced through his tea. He gazed into those icy blue eyes as his vision blurred, and he uttered his final words. That is true art, he whispered, and Naruto let the kunai go as Sasori fell backwards with a thump, and he fell down to his knee, breathing heavily as his mind spun from the strain, and BLD leaked from the sides of his mouth as he whispered. Hiraishin level 3. Flash step, he whispered to himself as the whole crowd of shinobi and civilians who were watching from afar roared in happiness. Naruto-sama. Amazing, he took down the whole army on his own. That's the way, Kazekage-sama. There is no way he could lose, he is invincible. All he could see in his death was just a flash. The village is safe as long as we have him. He heard the shouts and cheers from afar as he saw the looks of pure admiration from the Jounins and civilians, and the look of terror on Deidara's face as he gazed at the sky with his eyes closed and smiled, feeling the breeze flowing in his hair, and his jacket flew as the words, second flash, were now earned to be worn by him on his back. I did it too, Sen, I finally did it. Are you proud of me today? He thought to himself as he gazed at the last shining 3-pronged kunai in his hand, and smiled as he stood up and stared at Deidara, who took a step back in fear of the blonde unconsciously. Those eyes were the eyes that were making him see his death if he continued fighting any longer. Not even Itachi had made him feel such fear, and neither did he possess the skills to take down Sasori's army down in seconds. That brat took down Sasori's puppet army all on his own. He really is the son of that bastard Namikaze. Even in death his accursed son still haunts Iwa Shinobi now. There is no way I can take him down on my own and capture him fighting my way through the village security. I have to retreat and create a big enough distraction. He thought as he took out a small clay doll from his hip pouch, which he brought as a last resort, and was cursing that he was pushed to use it, and held it in his hands as he smirked at Naruto and channeled almost all of his remaining chakra in the doll. You have gotten really strong, QB brat. To say that I do not fear you now would be lying. What you showed me was true art, and I respect true art when I see it, and I know that is what Sasori thought in his last moments too. But now let's see you save the village from this," he said as he dropped the small doll and held a ram hand seal as the doll began to grow to epic proportions and his eyes widened in horror as it turned as big as the Kazakage Tower. "Ha, eat this QB brat. As soon as it touches the ground the payload will wipe out half the village. Now this is my true art because art is an explosion," he said and laughed maniacally as the whole village and shinobi shouted in terror knowing there was no way they could survive such a big blast, and Deidara flew away in the confusion and escaped the village. Naruto saw the mass panic and channeled chakra to his throat, making his voice boom loudly to be heard by the whole village. "Everybody get down. If you want to live, lie down on the street face down right now," he shouted authoritatively, and the whole village grew silent as they heard their Kage's loud order and did as he told as he channeled chakra to his feet, cracking the ground from the sudden burst of chakra, and jumped up high in the air pumping chakra to his legs and threw the kunai to the roof where the bomb would make its first contact and go off and disappeared in a yellow flash appearing over it. Everyone peeked at their Kazakage from their lying positions as they saw him gazing up at the falling huge bomb calmly and were worried at what he was about to do as he picked the kunai from the ground and was glad that he had one left and put it in his index finger and started going through hand seals. Tusan said that it could absorb and deflect even the strongest of the attacks that the bijus made, so this shouldn't be difficult either, he thought as he ended at bore and snapped his palms upwards and kanji spread out from them into thin air as the huge bomb made contact with the kanji and the bomb stopped and started getting absorbed into it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they saw Naruto's jutsu absorbing the huge bomb. Sweat ran down his head as he pumped every last bit of chakra into the jutsu as the kanji glowed from the strain to the point of breaking. The strain of using such high-level jutsus so frequently back-to-back were straining even his chakra coils to the limits. But he kept pumping the chakra to the jutsu as his heartbeat was now escalating and he was breathing heavily. Just a bit more, he thought, pumping more chakra as finally it was all absorbed and he flicked his kunai into his palms and the kanji disappeared in a yellow flash and the whole village's eyes widened in disbelief when they suddenly heard a huge explosion go off at a far-off point in the desert. Naruto saw the huge explosion as a sand wave kicked the village, and he covered his eyes to see a mushroom-shaped dust cloud where the blast occurred. "Space-time teleportation barrier," he whispered as he saw a part of the village walls crack from the tremors they felt, and everyone stood up as they saw their Kage standing there calmly when the ANBU commander and Jounin commander appeared in front of him, gazing at the man in awe and respect. He didn't let those two even touch a single civilian and saved half the village from near destruction, standing face to face against such a powerful jutsu, and his eyes that were showing them the confidence he held made them bow down to the man in front of them. "Dragon?" he whispered in a strained voice from the shout he made to the villagers earlier, and Dragon immediately stiffened and kneeled. "Hi Kazakage-sama," he shouted, and Naruto smiled a bit. "Send a message to the Leaf and recall Gaara immediately. You are in charge until he returns, as I won't be able to watch over the village for a few days," he said, his vision blurring, and both men listening were confused and about to ask what he meant when he started falling forwards and Dragon rushed up and caught him in his arms. He put him down gently and saw that he was fully drained and heavily wounded from the slight scars, and the skin was poisoned, showing a bit of the blue color where Sasori's sand grazed him as a crowd began surrounding them, and Dragon shouted, "Medics," he shouted as everyone watched their beloved hero worriedly. Temari walked through the streets back towards the hotel, her mood completely ruined by that Demed Uchiha and his overgrown ego. She was actually happy that Itachi had massacred the whole clan. If all of them were stuck-up pricks like that BSE, then she held no ill will to him. She would have done it herself if she had to live with so many BS artists at once. No wonder he had cracked, she mused, and walked back to the hotel room. She went in and saw Gaara and Kankuro almost ready to leave, and they smiled at seeing her. "Yo Temari, where were you? It's almost time to go. I thought we would have had to leave without you," said Kankuro, and she frowned and answered, "That BSDD Uchiha came stalking me at the training grounds and it took me some time to tell him off," she said in disgust, and the room was filled with killing intent courtesy of Gaara. "Did he give you any troubles?" he asked, and his voice was hollow, showing the bloodlust, and she smiled and shook her head. I can take care of myself, Gar, don't worry, and I told him off good, she said, and he nodded as he calmed down, and Kankuro sighed in relief. Let's go and get the council meeting done with, said Gaara and Temari, and Kankuro nodded, moving out of the hotel and started walking down to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower Council Chambers. The council was sitting waiting for the delegation from Suna to arrive and were whispering to each other about the alliance terms and how to add some points that would benefit them greatly in the future. The elders were greatly discussing of all the possible gains from the marriage alliance, with Wave and Spring become their allies again, and them gaining Suna's newfound sealing skills and the upgraded barrier and security seals. Tsunade was listening all of their rants, greatly annoyed on the inside at their glimmering eyes and almost drooling faces of the whole council. Power-hungry BSTRDS. They would sell their own children if it meant a bit more power for them. She thought, annoyed as she listened to Koharu and Hamura rant to her with a fake smile, and nodded, not caring in the least what the old coots were ranting on about. She was wondering about Temari and her unusual behavior from the previous day, and knew that she wholeheartedly loved her fiancé if her glances were any indication. She herself, being a woman, knew when a girl would give those glances and blushes meant that she loved him dearly, and if what she knew and deducted was right, then it was that new prodigy and their currently temporary Kazekage. But the thing that kept bugging her from yesterday was the design of that DMN ring. She was definitely sure that it was platinum ring in the shape of a nine-tailed fox with that BLD red diamond haunting her dreams last night. But why would she wear such a strangely designed ring unless it meant something to her or her fiancé? The only person that could associate greatly with the king of the demons was... Can it be? Is he alive and well in Suna? I hope he is. Please, Kami, let him be happy if he is there. I only wish he could be alive and live happily there. It's the least I could do to make up for my powerlessness all those years ago. She thought sadly, with a little bit of hope that her little blonde Gaki could be alive. She was broken out of her thoughts as the doors to the chambers opened and in walked the Suna delegation. The whole room went silent as they had huge smiles plastered on their faces that made Temari feel disgusted, as many of them were staring at her as if she was a piece of meat that they could sell for a big profit. Temari and Gaara took their seats in front of the council as she crossed one leg over the other, crossing her fingers and masking a blank look on her face. Koharu, seeing the silence, decided to start the talks from the previous day. Kazekandano, as we have talked yesterday, we are proposing to create a long-term alliance that we have proposed to solidify through a political marriage between your sister Temari and Sasuke Uchiha from our side, the last loyal Uchiha and a clan head himself. The terms that we present to you are on the paper there, she said, snapping her fingers as an Enbu handed Gaara a scroll, which he handed to Temari, knowing that she was the most ruthless negotiator the Sand had and was the reason of the strong alliances with the Spring and Wave. Temari took the scroll and started reading it and concentrated on each and every word as she saw that it was full of garbage pints, where in between some there were some finely put in points that made her eyebrows furrow, and she took a pencil from the table and started underlining those intelligently put in points in smart words that would be missed by anyone who didn't have the skills she had at negotiations. She finished reading and reread it to see if she hadn't misread anything, and her BLD boiled at seeing the fine points that were completely tilting the alliance in their favor. She handed the scroll to Gaara and gazed at the council, who were all there with smiles plastered on their faces, and she smiled back as she thought of the fools they were thinking they could outwit her and were thinking of them as stupid due to their young age. Gaara took the scroll and saw how much time it took Temari and started reading the small underlined sentences that she had marked and started reading over them, and saw she had made some fine notes beside them. The Leaf shall have a mutual alliance with the Wave and Spring and any other trading allies the Sand might come across in the future. The Leaf shall share their information on seals with the Sand, and the same shall be done from the side of the hidden Sand Village. The security systems of the two villages shall be up to par with each other to show the strength of the villages to the enemies. Missions from the trading partners shall be shared between the two villages to help solidify the alliance. The Leaf shall provide the strength to the Sand in war times, and the same shall be done from the side of the Sand Village. Temari shall have traveling rights to both the villages to travel freely, but their children shall be complete citizens of the Leaf. She shall provide with enough heirs to repopulate the Uchiha clan back to glory. Both villages will share their strategic intel on common enemies and will exchange prisoners the other village requires for Leaf shall provide with its native resources, and the same shall be done from the side of the sand at a price predisclosed by the leaf. The leaf will provide with the militaristic strength the sand needs in times of extreme stressful situations. The leaf shall provide the sand with some medical knowledge to increase the medical prowess of the sand. Gaara clutched the scroll tightly in his hands as he read the fine notes written by his sister and turned to the elders, smiled, and gave them a death glare, making them shiver. He was barely stopping himself from crushing the council in his sand. So let me get this straight, he said stoically as they listened carefully. The leaf gets our prowess in seals and our security system and barrier skills, our missions and our trade alliances with our allies, my sister's hand in marriage to the last Uchiha who you are planning for breeding purposes, our resources at predisclosed prices. He finished as Tsunade was wide-eyed and slammed her hand on her desk, startling the council. None of these points were discussed with me. How dare you change and add so many points without my permission? She asked coldly as the whole council shivered from the killing intent she released, and Kohar tried to calm the situation down. Now Tsunade, we added them for the betterment of both our villages and show the alliance and our villages stand strong together. She said as Gaara cut her off as he spoke up. Oh, the sand benefits quite a bit, all right. The only thing I see in our favor is that Temari gets dual citizenship, but her children are loyal citizens to the leaf, your militaristic help and some medical knowledge that you shall decide on how much to share. Do you take us for fools? He asked coldly as both the Kages glared and leaked their killing intents at the council, making them gulp. Kazakindano, we can discuss these points and negotiate these points further. There is no need for any strong words, she said, trying to calm him down but failing miserably. All the while the whole council was cursing Temari and her sharp eyes to deduce each and every point to perfection and catch on to their ploys. Danzo too was seething at the plan to get their children for the village with their precious Kekii Genkai and strong royal BLD loyal to the leaf and their prowess of seals and barrier security, and that they had caught onto his points that he had put in so carefully after discussing it with the shinobi clan heads who themselves wanted to propose future marriages between their children and Temari's to strengthen their own clans. Tsunade was gritting her teeth at how they were screwing up the relations with the last neutral village. She was about to reprimand the council as Gaara stood up and threw the scroll in front of her, landing on her desk. It is clear that your village is taking me and my sister for a young fool, Hokage. I'm sorry, but there shall be no marriage with my sister or any shinobi from the sand after this. I was already against this political marriage, but you have just destroyed the chance for a good alliance to strengthen both of our villages, he said coldly, and she stood up with an apologetic face, glaring at the council who were about to whine and protest at the fact that he had outright rejected the last Uchiha in marriage and shutting them up. I apologize, Kazakagdano. These points were added without my knowledge, believe me. Do not act in haste. Our villages have been old comrades in arms and have seen many wars together and come out winning. I don't care for this political marriage, but the alliance is a must for both our villages' strengths, she said apologetically and with a genuine sorry face. Your council's actions state otherwise, Hokage Dano, he said, and she cut him off. Yes, I agree, Kazaka-ano. I have allowed them way too much leeway for too long, and it's about time that matters were taken into my own hands. Please believe me when I say I had the best of intentions for this alliance for both sides, and please do not make both villages suffer because of some fools, she said, and he stood in silence for a few moments as he sighed when Temari put a hand over his shoulder, telling him to do what he thought was right. Very well then, Hokage-dano. I trust you on your word and you're alone, he said, glaring at the council who flinched and smartly said nothing. If you genuinely care for your village and this alliance, then we shall continue these talks during the third part of the Chunin exams that will be held in the sand. I have appointed Temari as the liaison for the first two parts of the exams in the leaf, and she will be the head for planning the third part too. We shall continue these talks then. For now, let's discuss the matter of the Chunin exams then, he was saying as suddenly the door to the chambers opened abruptly, and in came running a Chunin, and this infuriated Tsunade to no end, who was already in a foul mood. She slammed her fist on the desk, cracking it, and leaked her killing intent at the Chunin, who gulped and was trembling in fear of the furious blonde Hokage. I swear this village is taking me too lightly, and insubordination is now becoming a habit here. Chunin, Whoever the hell you are better have a good reason for barging in a council meeting with the Kazekage so abruptly, or I swear I'll break your ribs, heal them and break them again until I can't anymore," she said icily as the Chunin gulped, wondering what the hell had he done wrong to get such a death threat, and the whole council was trying to sink in their seats, not wanting to come into her vision. Gaara and Temari were smiling at Tsunade, seeing her take charge for the first time like a true Kage. Hokatsamati, there is an urgent message from T. The Sand sent with T, their fastest sea carrier bird used for emergencies. It is sealed with a really high-level BLD seal attuned only to Kazekage-sama. He stuttered out in fear as Tsunade calmed down and took deep breaths. She had blown up on an innocent Chunin who was doing his job right for once in this god-made village, and nodded, taking the scroll as he ran out in fear, and she sighed, handing the scroll to Gaara. Gaara took the scroll and wondered what the hell was so urgent to send a secured letter to him so urgently. "Uzumaki, you better not have blown up a part of the village and given me some paperwork, or I swear I'll get you before Temari stops me," he thought, biting his thumb, and smeared it on the scroll as it glowed and the seals disappeared and the scroll flicked open. As he read its contents, his BLD ran cold with every sentence. "Gaara-sama, the village was invaded yesterday by the Akatsuki. Naruto-sama took on the invaders that were identified as Iwa's Mad Bomber and Sasori of the Red Sands. They engaged Naruto-sama, but he held them back and secured the village. Sasori is now Kia, and Deidara has escaped without a trace by using a distraction to blow up half the village, which Naruto-sama took care of, but Naruto-sama was injured by the poison of Sasori and is unconscious. His demonic chakra is taking care of the poison, but it will take some time, seeing the potency of the poison and how less chakra he had due to suffering from severe chakra exhaustion during the battle, and his body is too strained to use that much demoni chakra at once to heal him completely, and is healing slowly. The medics say he'll be fine, but as per his last orders, I have been ordered to recall you immediately and am taking care of the village until you return or Naruto-sama wakes up. The village is in a state of emergency protocol and we wait for your return." There were no casualties and minimal damage to the village as Naruto-sama defended everyone with great courage and skills. Dragon Anbu Commander Gaara stood there frozen as he reread the letter, and his eyes were wide as saucers and held an expression of disbelief on his face as Tsunade and Temari saw it and wondered what the hell had gotten into him. Temari shook his shoulder and he flinched a bit and then channeled wind chakra in his palms, shredding the message completely, and stood up, shocking the whole council. "I'm sorry, Hokage, but we have to return to the village immediately. There is a matter of great importance in the village that needs me back," he said, and Tsunade was shocked as she saw the stoic Gaara in haste and hurry to leave. "Is everything all right, Kazeano?" she asked, and he sighed as he saw the curious eyes of everyone, including Temari. "The Sand Village was invaded yesterday by the Akatsuki?" he said as they all went wide-eyed, and Danzo smirked at their foolishness. The Jinchuriki wasn't even in the village at the time they invaded, but they would have made quite a lot of damage if his worry was any indication. "Who were the invaders, Kazekage-dano?" asked Hayashi as everyone looked on curiously. "Deidara Iwa's Mad Bomber and Sasori of the Red Sands," he said, shocking the whole council. Both of them were capable of destroying small villages on their own and were now wondering how much damage the village must have suffered before they went out, but were shocked as he continued. "My friend that I left as the Kazekage in my stead fought them both to a standstill," he said, shocking the council as they wondered how skilled he must have been when he continued. "He killed Sasori, but Deidara escaped by creating a distraction, and he made sure there were no casualties in the battle and that the damage to the village was kept at a minimum. He is unconscious and is recovering from the battle, and I have been recalled to the village to take charge," he finished as the whole room became deathly silent, and Shikaku spoke up as his laziness lay forgotten by the news he heard. "Wait, so let me get this straight. Your temporary replacement fought two of the most destructive shinobi capable of jutsus to level battalions by themselves to a standstill. Then he killed Sasori while Deidara escaped by a distraction, all the while making sure that not one life was endangered?" he asked in a stunned summary, getting a nod in return. "Troublesome," he said with a sigh as Inoichi and Choza snickered while Tsunade twitched at the lazy but comment. Temari, though, was a different case altogether. "How is he?" She asked, shaking Gaara by his shoulders, who put his hands on her shoulders, calming her down, and saw her watering eyes and trembling bottom lip. He saw that his strong sister was about to cry and answered her to calm her down. He is fine, Temari, just a bit poisoned and he will be fine. You know, a bit of poison isn't enough to keep him down. He'll wake up in a few days. He was cut off as Temari let him go, and her eyes hardened as she slung her fan and started walking out. Temari, where are you going? He asked, and she looked at him as if he was stupid, and he himself felt stupid looking at her expression, but she answered nonetheless. Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to be by my fiancé's side as he is injured. He would do the same for me in a heartbeat, and that's exactly what I'm about to do, she said, and started walking out as he spoke up again along with Danzo. But what about the Chunin exams? You are in charge and need to? Both were cut off as she gazed at them icily, making them both shiver, and Tsunade and the rest of the women in the room to smirk. Now that was a girl who knew what she wanted, and there was no stopping that force of nature. To hell with you, the villages, and all your diplomacies. I'm going to his side and am not leaving until I have held him in my arms and made sure he is the same as how I left him. If you want to stop me, then try it, she said, threatening and looking at them icily, and Gaara sighed and turned to Tsunade, who had an amused and proud smirk on her face. Now that was a girl who could stand up for herself in front of two Kages, no less, she mused. I'm sorry, Hokandano, but it looks like Shikamaru will have to take care of the arrangements for a few days until she can return back, he said apologetically as he saw Temari walk out without even listening to his decision, and sighed, face palming, while Kankuro snickered. It's quite all right, Kazano. I can see she cares for him deeply, and even if she was forced to stay, her attention would be back Isuna. So Shikamaru can take care of the arrangements and she could review them when she returns. Plus, that lazy but will have to work for once. She muttered the last part under her breath, getting snickers from those who heard her. Troublesome blondes, said Shikaka, making Tsunade twitch and Kankuro to laugh. You are lucky Temari wasn't here to hear you say that, or things would have gotten out of hand, said Kankuro, laughing as Shikaku sighed. All women were troublesome, especially the hyperactive blondes whose lovers were hurt, he thought. Alright Kazakano, I guess I'll see you and continue these talks during the third part of the Chunin exams. Don't let me keep you, you must want to leave now, she said with a smile, and Gaara smiled and nodded back gratefully and left after a handshake as the council members started to leave quietly when Tsunade snapped her fingers and her personal Anbu locked the doors, and she turned to them with a really too sweet of a smile with her closed eyes, and a vision of the Shinigami appeared behind her, making them all gulp. Now let's talk about insubordination to a Kage and the new rules for the council, she said, smiling sweetly, and they all glanced at each other and nodded nervously to Tsunade, who motioned for them to take a seat. Konohagakure no Sato village streets. Sasuke was going through the streets looking for Shikamaru as he turned to the barbecue place and saw him walking out and smirked at finding him. Hey Nara, wait up, he shouted as Shikamaru turned to him with a raised eyebrow and looked around, seeing if he really had called him. What do you want, Uchiha? He asked neutrally in a dismissive tone, making Sasuke frown, but he shrugged it off, seeing he needed the lazy but for his own purpose now. Well, I wanted to talk to you about the Chunin exams. You are in charge for them from our village, right? He asked, and Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and nodded, not seeing where he was going with this. Yes, I am. What do you want to do with them? The last I heard, you thought taking on a genin team was a waste of time and not worthy of the last Uchiha's time, he said, making the Uchiha scowl, but he didn't retort and shrugged his tone off. Yes, well, I was interested in seeing some new talent from the other villages and was curious. So who is in charge from the sand this time? He asked, trying to gather up information. The last I heard, it was Temari no Sabaku, and she is supposed to meet me today in the evening after her council meeting, he said in a suspicious tone, not believing his answer for his newfound interest, and saw as his eyes brightened up at Temari's name. Temari, huh? So what else do you know about her? He asked curiously, and the Nara's eyes narrowed at the Uchiha. Where are you going with this, Uchiha? Get to the point, he said in a tone of finality, making Sasuke frown, and he nodded. I want a way to go to sand and see the last part of the Chunin exams there. Get me into security or something else for the important figures. I don't care what you do, but I want to go to Suna for the exam finals, he said bluntly, and Shikamaru's eyes narrowed further. He is strong and we need willing jounin for security duty and SRS. But that still doesn't answer why he wants to go so badly. He thought, eyeing the Uchiha's face suspiciously. What's with the newfound interest, Sasuke? He asked, and Sasuke frowned. I told you I wanted to see new talent from the other. He was cut off as Shikamaru scoffed. Yeah, you wanted to see genin fight it out with each other. You could fool anyone else but not me. Tell me the truth if you need my help. He said stoically, and Sasuke was angry at his dismissive tone and answer but gritted his teeth silently, knowing he was the one in need of a favor right now. There is a new strong shinobi in the sand that I have heard much about, and he will definitely be at the exams. I want to check him out. He said, telling him the half-truth, and Shikamaru nodded, knowing he was hiding something else too. And what's with your interest in knowing about Temari? He asked, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes and clenched his knuckles at finding his point so easily, but replied honestly. She intrigues me. I want to get to know her better too. She is not like the pathetic fangirls of our age and is a true kunoichi. She laughs at my clan status and isn't afraid to talk or fight me back if she wants, and is appealing too. She has royal heritage, holds herself in strength and power with elegance of a fine woman, and I am interested in her and want to get close to her. She is perfect for me and I like her. Going to Suna serves me two purposes at once. There you have the truth from me. He said, making Shikamaru frown in jealousy, but he smirked a moment later, making Sasuke confused. So she told you off, right? You went to talk to her and she blew the great Uchiha off without a thought, and it hurts your pride. He said, smugly getting a chance to poke the Uchiha, who fumed as he remembered the conversation he had with the Sand Princess. Are you going to help me or not? He asked finally, and Shikamaru turned serious. Alright, we need jounin with good skills for security and as SRS, and I will get you to the third part and you could get to see that shinobi that you are curious about. He said, and Sasuke smirked as he continued. But listen carefully, Uchiha. I like Temari and have for a long time. If you are trying to play with her... He was cut off as Sasuke spoke up. I want to marry her and make her the Uchiha matriarch. I don't care if you like her or not, but she will be mine. I'll see to it and make her fall for me. Thanks for getting me in the exams, now I'll leave. I have to train and I'm wasting precious time. He stopped as he saw Temari coming their way walking and smirked. Shikamaru saw his trailing voice and followed his gaze to Temari and smiled at seeing how appealing she become from the last time he saw her, and just as he was about to call her, Sasuke stood in front of her with a sly smile, trying to win her over and get her on a date. Hey there, appealing, let's... He was cut off as Temari shoved him away and he fell onto his butt. Get the hell out of my way, Uchiha. I have important matters to attend to than to listen to your pathetic flirting. She growled and kept walking without sparing him a glance as everyone around snickered quietly while Shikamaru was laughing wholeheartedly, making him furious as he glared at him. Oh, that's rich. The Uchiha just got burned in the middle of the street and she pushed you away without even sparing a glance. Way to go there, Casanova, you are well on your way to win her all right. He said, laughing, and Sasuke seethed at him and turned his gaze at the glorious back of Temari and watched her elegant walk and traced his eyes on her figure, smirking and licking his lips at her well-toned figure and the way she walked as he gazed at her firm back and well-toned legs. Yes, you will be mine. Just let me show you how great I am against that fiancé of yours, and then I'll swipe you off your feet. He thought, smirking, and walked off, ignoring Shikamaru's laughs, and went to train with Kakashi. Shikamaru though wanted to go and talk to her but saw that she was in no mood for talking, then saw Gaara and Kankuro trying to catch up to her and was confused but decided to let it be for the time being. He'll see it during the arrangements for the exams, he mused and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Village gates. Hey Temari, wait up, we are coming too, shouted Kankuro as he and Gaara walked up to her, and she didn't even spare them a glance and kept walking. Temari, he'll be fine. He was cut off as Temari spoke up, talking to herself. That idiot, I leave him alone for 5 days and he gets into a fight with not one but 2 S-class shinobi and takes them on, and that 2 on his own, then goes and gets injured. I swear when I see him I'll introduce him to a whole new world of pain and introduce him to the joys of my fan that he has never before felt, and he'll pray I was one of those 2 that he fought after I am done with him. She ranted, jumping through the trees as Gaara silently listened, and Kankuro gulped, remembering the precious treatment of her fan, and prayed for the half-dead blonde to stay alive after she was done with him. Gaara saw her furious expression and decided to stay silent, knowing only one person could calm her down, and she was currently furious with him. Kankuro was trembling at the small amounts of killing intent his furious sister was leaking and stayed silent as they trudged to the sand village silently. Temari, Gaara and Kankuro walked in through the gates of the village, and saw the villagers going around and a small bit of construction work going on near the buildings in the vicinity of the Kazekage Tower. Gaara and Kankuro stopped at the gate guards and checked in, seeing the ANBU there guarding it, and the ANBU couldn't be happier to see their Kage back. They saw Temari and were about to stop her to tell her to check in, when they saw her expression and the small amounts of killing intent she was leaking and smartly stayed silent, making Kankuro snicker that the elite NBU were scared of a furious Temari. Gaara and Kankuro followed her to the Suna hospital and saw that there were many people outside waiting and a lot of commotion around the gates. Suna Hospital. Temari came to the gates of the hospital and saw that there were some people crowded at the gates fighting to go in to meet Naruto, and just kept walking silently as the scared civilians and shinobi alike promptly gave her a way to move forward. The ANBU guards guarding the gate moved away, seeing the furious Kunoichi, and knew of her reputation when she was furious, and decided to play it safe and let her go, seeing Gaara and Kankuro following her silently and gave them a curt nod, who nodded back. She walked up to the reception and saw the receptionist there stamping and going through a lot of files, and spoke up. "Which room is Naruto Uzumaki in?" she asked in a low voice that had a dangerous edge to it, which the receptionist didn't notice and kept going through her work, not glancing who she was talking to. "I have already told everyone Naruto-sama is not to have any visitors unless authorized by the council. Now go, there is a lot of work to do," she said, stamping a paper, and Temari slammed her palm on the desk, making the files fall, leaking a lot of killing intent, causing her to look startled to see who she had spoken to. "I will ask again, which room is Naruto Uzumaki in?" She spoke in a low tone, and the receptionist gulped, seeing she would blow up any minute, and spoke up. "Naruto-sama is and not to have any?" She stuttered and tried to speak again when Gaara came to her from behind. "Let her pass, she has my authority, and the last I checked I am the Kazekage," he said, and the receptionist beamed at seeing him back and nodded, signing a visiting card that she handed to Temari, who took it with a nod and moved to the secure wing of the hospital guarded by the ANBU for special and higher-level shinobi. She walked through the wing and up the stairs to the third floor, followed by Gaara and Kankuro at a distance, as she came to room 302 and saw Dragon himself standing there as he stood in her path, blocking her entry. "I'm sorry, Temari-sama, but no one can visit Naruto-sama, not even." He was cut off as she slapped the visiting card on his mask and pushed him aside as a snickering Kankuro and Gaara with an amused smile came up. "Well, so much for the respect for an ANBU commander in front of an angry Temari," said Kankuro, laughing, and Gaara nodded as Dragon looked down embarrassed as he watched her slide the door open and go in, closing and locking it behind her. He too wasn't one to stop her entry from seeing her lover as well as seeing her expression, but at least he tried. Gaara put a hand over his shoulder as he looked at his Kage and came to his senses, kneeling down. "Kazekage-sama, you have returned," he said stoically, and Gaara nodded as he sat down on the waiting chairs, with Kankuro waiting for Temari to be done so he could see him, if maybe he was alive by the time she was done with him. "Dragon, go and inform the council that I have returned and taken charge, and lift up the emergency protocol. I shall meet with the council at noon after I have met with Uzumaki," he said stoically, and Dragon nodded, listening to his orders. "Dismissed," he said, and Dragon stood up and bowed to his leader. "Hi, Kazekage-sama," he said, and vanished in thin air as Gaara and Kankuro gazed at the locked door with curiosity. "So how long do you think she will take?" asked Kankuro, still keeping his gaze at the door. "I have no idea," he said, also gazing at the door. "Will he be alive after she is done with him?" he asked again, and Gaara answered in his usual way. "I have no idea," he said, and Kankuro nodded. "I wish him peace in the afterlife, he was a good man," said Kankuro in a mourning voice. "Indeed he was, I'll miss him," said Gaara, and both went silent, waiting for the screams to come if there would be any. Naruto's room. Naruto was sleeping and his body was dead tired. Apparently, from what the doctors and Chio told him, Sasori had come prepared to neutralize him, and the poison was slowing down his chakra healing and cutting off his demonic chakra, which wasn't allowing him to recover as quickly as he did and was healing at a normal rate, which was really annoying to him. He was glad the BSTRD was dead, or otherwise he would have created even stronger poisons for him in the future. The little demonic chakra that was flowing in his chakra coils was keeping the poison at bay that Chiyo was taking care of, slowly and surely neutralizing it. She herself was surprised at skill of her grandson to create a poison strong enough to neutralize a Jinchuriki like this, cutting of his demonic chakra almost completely. If it had been any other Jinchuriki, he wouldn't have been able to stop the poison from spreading, but she had to admit the King of Demons was a well-earned title, as the Nine Tails was manipulating what little access he had to the boy to the limits. He hadn't felt this tired and drained ever in his life, and wondered if this was what severe chakra exhaustion felt like, and heard a little snort in the back of his mind, but shrugged it off and went back to his deep slumber, letting the tiredness take over him. An hour later he heard the door sliding open and it being shut and locked as he felt some chakra being pushed into the silencing seals of the room, seeing them glow, and woke up. This wasn't either Dragon or Chiyo, since they had no reason for privacy seals, and the little amounts of killing intent he felt made him cautious. A moment later, as his little senses that he had access to at the moment kicked in, he smiled. He located the beacon of the love of his life behind him and knew who had done what was going on in the room, and opened his eyes and tried to sit up with great effort, and sat up leaning against the back of the bed, and sat up turning to Temari, breathing a bit heavily from the strain. Temari stood there, her knuckles clenched white in anger and glowing on the inside in all her righteous fury, as she saw the blonde knucklehead that had taken away her sleep for the past 3 nights dozing off in a deep slumber, and her anger increased. She saw as his body moved, and she saw the strain with which she sat up, causing a bit of worry in her anger to rise up. She saw him sitting up against the support of the back of the bed and sighing and breathing heavily at the effort it took, making more worry creep into her, replacing her anger. She saw him glance at her and saw his skin a bit paler than usual and his tired eyes and expression, and her heart melted as she saw her hyperactive knucklehead in that condition, but she reminded herself she was still furious with the blonde, and her killing intent returned back as she concentrated it on him, and he looked at her curiously, not at all scared of her, that made her even more annoyed that he wasn't in the least bit of intimidated. Naruto saw his love standing there and smiled tiredly at her, and was surprised as she was leaking killing intent, and that too was intended for him, as he tried to speak up, opening his mouth, but no words came and his throat hurt him. He shouldn't have shouted that loudly that night, he mused as he took up a glass of water slowly with tired shaky hands, and took a gulp of it slowly and put it back slowly as a little water dropped from the shaking. Temari saw this, and seeing his shaking hands and how he was having trouble speaking, her anger was again being released as worry was increasing again at the blonde. She cursed him for worrying her so damn much, but told herself that she was angry with him. She decided whatever he said first would be the deciding factor as to what she would do to the cute Arg knucklehead blonde. Her words died down in her throat that she was about to thrash him with as he opened his arms, motioning for her to come to his arms. "I missed you, Mari-chan," he whispered hoarsely in a tired voice, and her eyes watered as all her anger lay forgotten, and she threw herself in his arms, her eyes watering seeing his weak and frail state. He was supposed to be always grinning and teasing her, not like this. He caught her in his arms and wrapped her up as he buried his face in her neck, taking in the scent of her lovely silky hair as he let it flow freely halfway down her waist, and let his fingers run through it and held her tightly. Oh, how much he had missed his Heim, he thought, hugging her tightly as she started sobbing and hitting his izzy lightly. "Baka, I was supposed to be angry with you for being so damn reckless and worrying me and beat you up. I was supposed to punish you, but—" She stopped her rant in between her sobs as he pulled her head back and captured her lips, running his hands on her waist softly, and liked her bottom lip softly as she opened her mouth, and he embraced her, pushing it in, and she massaged it with her own as it turned into a full-out make-out session lasting 15 minutes as he was more and more into it, listening to her soft ems, and embraced her jawline and neck sensually, making her Narkin. She as he pushed her kimono sideways, connecting his lips to her sweet spot, making her gasp as he ran his hands through the insides of her thighs and massaging them as he kept liking and embracing her sensitive spots softly and sensually, teasing her. She was on cloud 9 as she felt him touch her after so long and take away all her worries and anger in him. She was getting wetter by the minute as she felt both his hands on her thighs and her panties were now drenched. She was breathing heavily as he felt him on the edge her kimono near her bif that was her most sensitive spot and felt him lick it softly making her back arch as pleasure rock through her body. Naruto right there more yes. She as she pulled his head closer and tried to make him go lower to her births but he removed her hands from his head and kept at the same place not giving in as she didn't force him and ran her fingers softly through his hair and he smiled and kept at it as her sissy heaved up and down, her breath heavy as she was so close. He slowly made his way up embracing her softly on the neck and reached her ear pressing his lips and liking and blowing at it softly making her shiver and clutch him closer to her. Yes, my name Haim. He whispered softly and massaged her thighs softly and pressed his lips on her neck as her head thrashed a bit. No I won't I'm angry, she said with making him smile as he liked her collarbone and went to the spot from before and just touched his tongue as her sissy moved up trying to make him lick but he leaned back making her whine and he again went her ear. You will say my name Haim? He said sensually and she shook her head violently from the pleasure and he smiled embracing her cheek softly and went down as she tried to capture his lips. Say? He whispered sensually and she shook her head as he bit her neck softly and she gasped as her stomach churned from the pleasure and pain. Naruto and I'm coming, she and he felt his hands drenched and brought them up and liked them up softly and she blushed scarlet in embarrassment and hugged him tightly stopping his teasing as he chuckled tiredly and closed his eyes breathing heavily. She felt his breathing was harder than her own and remembered how much effort it took him to sit up and to go through so much would have had a lot of strain as she hugged him tightly to her as he laid his head on her settee and closed his eyes. Why did you do it if you were so tired, she whispered running her fingers through his hair and he smiled a bit as his breathing slowed down a bit and he embraced her neck softly burying his face in it. Because you were angry and worried and needed a release Haim. And it was all because of me, I'm sorry I worried you. He whispered tiredly and she smiled a small smile embracing the top of his head softly as she whispered. It's alright I know you can take care of yourself but I worry too much because I love you too much Baka. Care about yourself more than me for once. She whispered brushing his hair as he took in her scent and smiled. Never in a million years will I put myself before you. He whispered and she smiled at her cute little blonde Baka. Why can't I ever stay mad at you for once? She said softly and he smiled. Because you love me Haim. He answered softly and she giggled. Stop taking advantage or I might change my mind. She was speaking playfully as he pressed his lips on her and looked at her with a soul-piercing gaze making her look at him in a trance. Never change your mind about loving me Haim, that will be the day that I do something really reckless. He whispered in a dead serious voice and she nodded and gave him a smile as she too pressed her lips on his softly and rubbed his whiskers. I won't. Ever. She whispered and he smiled as he kept his forehead on hers and both gazed at each other lovingly. I love you. She whispered her arms wrapped around his neck the whole time they talked and he smiled at her faint pink blush adorning her cheeks. And I love you Haim. He whispered back as she brought his face to her neck and he snuggled in her arms making her smile. Sleep now my blonde teddy you need the rest. She whispered with a small melodic giggle and he nodded in her neck. Now I can sleep peacefully Haim. I missed being in your arms. He said softly and she brushed his hair as his eyes drooped and he yawned cutely from exhaustion making her smile. And I missed holding my Baka in my arms. She whispered as she felt his breathing calm down and the weakness overtook him as she too closed her eyes and cuddled up to him letting the sleep claim her. 3 hours later outside the room. They are not coming out or opening the room are they? Asked Kankuro his gaze still on the door and Gaara answered. No I don't think so. He said still waiting to see the blonde and he had tried to get in but the room was sealed shut with seals making only Temari or Naruto to open it as they both sighed. I still can't believe he got so many presents, said Kankuro and Gaara nodded seeing the pile of gifts that the ANBU had kept at the end of the hallway. And to annoy me further most of them were from pretty girls or those really chubby cute children some of who called me different names. He said his eye twitching at the popularity of the blonde and how he didn't even care and was crying anime tears on the inside thinking what he would give to be so popular. Yes the best were Freak Face, Cross-Dresser, Alien Giant Cat, Makeup Man, Doll Man. He was cut off as Kankuro shouted. Alright, I get it already didn't it? He said, and Gaara smiled at riling up the man as he stood up and started walking down the hallways as he spoke up. Come Kankuro, it's time. Let's meet the council and see what has happened in our absence and what needs to be done. He said seriously, and Kankuro nodded, falling in step with Gaara as they walked down to the Kazekage Tower. Kazekage Tower Council Chambers. The council sat down on the round table, murmuring to themselves happily as the ANBU guards that had come to inform them of the meeting also informed them that Gaara had returned, and they couldn't be happier. The room turned dead silent as the doors to the chambers opened, and in walked Gaara, followed by Kankuro and Dragon as he took his seat and gave them a nod as they nodded back. It's great to have you back, Kazeta-sama, said one counselor, and he nodded. It's good to be back, honorable councilman. Now pleasantries can be done later, he said, and they all nodded as he turned to the Jounin commander. I tried to meet with Naruto myself, but apparently my sister in all her righteous fury has locked his room and sealed it shut, not allowing anyone access except her until she is done with him. So I ask you, Baki, what happened while I was out? He asked, and the Jounin commander nodded. Kazetama, it was a normal evening and the village was doing its normal routines when suddenly a man with a black cloak and red clouds came flying in on a bird, he said as Gaara cut him off. How did he breach the barrier without anyone, especially Naruto, noticing? He asked, and Baki nodded. Yes, Naruto-sama came to the same assessment, and I looked into it. There was a sleeper cell spy on the inside of our barrier team. The deactivation of the barrier a few days before you left was also the result of him betraying us, he said as the council was in an uproar, and Gaara nodded at the man and held his hand up, silencing them. I expected as much. So have you sniffed out the traitors? And how was he able to operate so freely without anyone noticing? He asked, and Baki nodded. Yes, apparently, Kazekage-sama, the man was having a lot of help from the outside as well as from the inside from one of our elite Jounins. Both have been captured and are currently with the ANBU Corps of T&I, he said, and Gaara nodded, taking the file and went through the files of the two and motioned for him to go on as he noticed the sudden feeling of pride in his voice and the way the faces of all of them lit up. Yes, well, he started bombing the village with small clay bombs and headed towards the Kazekage Tower where Kazekage-sama engaged him, he said as the events came back to his mind and the power that Naruto emitted and the aura he held came to his mind, and he spoke up. Naruto-sama identified him as Deidara, and then another one came and was identified as Sasori, and then a fight ensued as he went toe-to-toe matching everything they threw at him, all the while protecting us in the battle. But he was getting a bit overwhelmed when we distracted Deidara for a few moments and he and Sasori went one-on-one. The battle was going on to a standstill when Sasori used the variation of Chiyo-sama's puppetry technique, and instead of 10 he used the performance of 100 puppets that he admitted he used to take down a small village, he said, making Gaara's and Kankuro's eyes widen when they saw the expressions of glee on everyone's faces and raised an eyebrow. That is when Naruto-sama completely turned the tables on him. He threw 2 of his 4 kunai and used a strange jutsu to multiply them into 1,000 and rained it on the puppet army in the sky. Then he disappeared in a yellow flash as many more similar flashes lit up the sky, and in moments Sasori's army was annihilated and he didn't even know when he was killed. It all happened in just a flash. He finished as he noticed every veteran shinobi's curious eyes were now on Gaara, who had his eyes closed and nodded. Kazekage-sama, I believe you aren't telling us something, since I see that I and many who have fought in the Third Great Shinobi World War recognize what Naruto-sama did, and if we are not mistaken then that was? He spoke as Gaara raised his hand and gave him a stern look, silencing him, and sighed, rubbing his temples. Well, I guess the cat is out of the bag now. It's time to reveal everything, he thought as he took out a paper and held it in front of him as everyone gazed at him curiously. This is Naruto's original registration ID form that was misplaced by me when he submitted it, he said, and they nodded, noticing the special emphasis on the word misplaced and the sarcastic tone he held. Naruto told me everything about him and asked me to keep certain points hidden for his and everyone that was close to him safe, but I guess there is no point in hiding anything now. So until I make it official, Naruto is not called Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and is not the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Princess of Whirlpool, and Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Yandame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, he said as everyone was wide-eyed and most of their suspicions were confirmed as suddenly all hell broke loose. Why didn't you tell us? He really is of royal heritage. That is amazing. The Namikaze lineage lives and that too in Suna. He really is the son of the Yellow Flash. He heard their shouts and sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration as he leaked his killing intent, shutting them up. Silence, he roared, and everyone sat down and became silent as he spoke up. You all cannot talk about this for now until the moment the village is out of chaos, and I shall reveal it to the villagers then. I hereby take you under an oath of silence ordered by your Kazekage to not talk about the Namikaze name until I reveal it. I do not want IWA or Kumo to be on our backs when we are rebuilding and sorting everything out. Let Naruto get back to strength and our security systems back online, and then we can reveal it to the village. He said, and they all nodded wholeheartedly with wide grins on their faces at hearing the words they so wanted to hear and to think their hero was the son of such royal and powerful leaders. Kazekage-sama, then I propose Naruto-sama be put as clan head of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans and become a clan head, thereby joining the council after he turns 16 next week, giving him the required age to become a clan head as per the laws laid down by the Shodame Kazekage. He said, and Gaara nodded with a smile and agreed, making them all smile. All right, now that is over with, what else did that blonde idiot do while I was gone? He asked, and the whole council chuckled, and he too cracked a smile as Chio spoke up. Kazekage-sama, Naruto-sama has enrolled many civilian children into the academy and stamped their admission papers during his 5-day reign as Kazekage. There were 27 to be exact in 2 days. Apparently, the civilians and shinobi alike love him and his kind and compassionate nature and the warmth he emits with the aura of power around him. They have requested him for many things that were wrong and how some of the clans were abusing the small merchants by their power, and he took many steps regarding the treatment of small merchants and civilians and was planning many other things, but the invasion happened before he could work them out any further. These are only a few that he had planned and was working on, she said, handing him a file, and his and Kankuro's eyebrows shot up in surprise as they went through the file. Wow, he really is a work machine. To think these are only a few he had in mind, said Kankuro, and Gaara nodded as they kept reading through it. Indeed, to think he has done so much in such a short amount of time, he said as Chio spoke up. Kazekage-sama, there is a proposal the council would like to make if you don't mind, she said politely, and he raised an eyebrow and nodded, seeing their intrigued expressions. Since when did the council become so lively, he mused. We would like to offer Naruto-sama a new position which gives him more power and standing in the village, seeing his great leadership skill and the way shinobi and civilian alike look up to him. After this fiasco, his popularity and influence is going through the roof, as I imagine you would have already noticed, she said, and Gaara nodded, remembering the gifts and the crowd outside the hospital, and cut her off as an idea formed in his head, and he smiled, and the whole council became silent, seeing the stoic Kage smile. I have an idea, he said, and they looked at him curiously. From this day on I propose Naruto as my military commander. He shall be my right-hand man and in a position to order the ANBU as well as Jounin commander. He shall have the discretion to do as he pleases and get it signed by me to make it official, and will keep a good watch over shinobi and civilians, seeing as they see him as a better option to turn to than me. He shall answer to me and me only, and will entail the authority to have many changes be made in the infrastructure of the village as long as me and the council concur with his decisions and they benefit the village. All those who trust him enough to handle such an important position say hi, seeing as the power he will hold. Only a unanimous vote will. He was cut off as they spoke up. HAI, they said in unison at the same time, and he smiled and nodded, writing it down on a scroll and passed it around as they signed and stamped it, and he rolled it, sealing it with the official Kazekage seal, and kept it in his robes. All right, from this day forward Naruto is the military commander of Sunagakure no Sato. Please make this decision known to the villagers and let them know after he is up and about to go to him. If I am not there or for some reason they do not wish to talk to me, then he can get the job done in my stead, he said, and they all nodded with a smile. And before I dismiss the council, what the hell is that huge lake in the middle of the desert right beside our village? He asked, and they all smiled. That was Deidara's last attack to wipe out half the village that Naruto-sama deflected there, and the heat was so much that it turned 100 meters of sand to glass where it exploded, and due to the heat it rained a bit there, filling it up. If we are to see now, it has become a natural lake, seeing as it is big enough to last a few months with the little amount of rain we get," said Ebizo, and he nodded with a smirk. "Uzumaki, you really do have the devil's luck. A mere deflection by you causes a natural phenomenon," he thought and nodded. "Then the broke part of the village will be extended, and we will take that lake under our village walls, making it a new part and extending our perimeter. With Naruto's skills in water manipulation, he can fill it up if it ever dries up again, and we can use the water to our advantage and make our lands a bit more lively. Get the builders to cut out pathways across the village grounds and let the water flow, brighten the dry lands a bit," he said, and they all smiled and nodded. To have water and a bit of greenery was always a dream of every villager, and Naruto could make it a reality. "Then the village council is hereby dismissed. I believe that is enough for one meeting," he said, and they all chuckled and left. "That blonde Gaki really knows how to turn people to his side," said Kankuro, and he nodded with a smile as they walked to the hospital to see if Temari was up and about. "That he does," said Gaara, and they walked away. Soon a hospital. Gaara and Kankuro walked towards his room, and Gaara tried the door, and to his surprise it was unlocked, and he glanced at Kankuro, who was equally surprised, and slid the door open and walked in, followed by Kankuro. They stepped in to see the damage to the room but found none, and were surprised as they stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the scene at the bed. Temari was leaning on an elbow with Naruto's head buried in her CST as she was brushing his hair softly, and he was snuggled in her CST and completely cuddled up to her. She had a bright smile on her face as she saw the peacefully sleeping blonde she held in her arms. She didn't even notice them come in when she heard a shout. "How the hell does he do that?" shouted Kankuro in disbelief as Temari leaked her killing intent at him, and a moment later her fan buried itself in his face and he was on the ground rolling in pain. "This is a hospital, you idiot. Can't you see Naruto is sleeping? Keep it down," she hissed in a low voice, and he grumbled, rubbing his head, and stood up as Naruto moved a bit from the commotion, and Temari brought his tightly to her CC and embraced the top of his head. "Shoo, sleep Naruto, it's nothing, rest all right," she whispered softly as he snuggled into her, making her smile, and his breathing again softened as he went to a deep sleep, and Gaara took a seat at the couch and Kankuro sat beside him, both with smiles as they saw their sister holding Naruto like a plushy bear. "I thought you were going to beat him up and introduce him to a whole new world of pain with your fan," Kankuro said, reciting her words, and she smiled a small smile, cradling the head her lover softly and gently. "I can't hurt him, Kankuro, no matter how angry I am. I love my idiot too much," she said softly, and both smiled genuinely at the love and affection in her voice and the caring gaze she kept at the sleeping blonde. "Then what was the fury you held for 3 days?" asked Gaara, still a bit slow on the feelings department, and she smiled. "I was worried about him, but now that I have him safe in my arms I can rest easy," she said softly, and he nodded with a smile and motioned for Kankuro to come, and they left the room, giving the couple the privacy they needed. "Get better soon, Naruto. I miss your energy and teasing already," she thought, and herself went to sleep, cuddling to him as Gaara closed the door slowly and smiled as he took one last glance at the cuddled couple and closed the door shut.